stream. This is the end of part 1. We broadcast the first 6 hours in one stream and then the last 6 hours in the other. So head on over to the Sudspeed TV YouTube page and you'll be able to find part 2 of our stream of the 2025 Bathurst 12-hour by Oceanic Sim Racing. There is yet more still to come. Well, making your way through, everyone who's just joined us on part 2, welcome. And what a sight you will be greeted with here. Wet conditions as we keep our eyes peeled on the back end of the GT3 field. Daniel Poulton in the 994 Antic Motorsports machine. Tell you what, the Mustangs have had a pretty good time in the wet conditions. It looks like there was almost a move there coming down into the final corner. Adam Hughes, meanwhile, bringing the Blackout OPR 35 car in. That's one of the cars that we saw go for a massive smash earlier on. They have managed to get back out from there, and it's going to be a sort of scheduled pit stop for them. Reina Costello, meanwhile, up the front, still trying his best to stay in touch with Jamie Christensen, but it looks like the Vermilion 117 is in a very good rhythm right now.
Yeah, he's just trying to break his way forward, isn't he, Brandon? Just keep that car clean, keep your consistency up, hope that it stays green, and hope that you can keep that car on the straight and narrow. That's got to be the strategy at this point of the race. In these wet conditions, as it dries up, I'm sure the majority of these cars are going to start pushing once again after their next pit stop.
Oh, certainly will be. I think that's one of the key things to endurance racing is just keep your rhythm up. Once you can build a bit of a gap, if you can build a bit of a gap to the car behind you, and if you're in your own space, well, it looks like something big just happened there. It looks like the 117's just come back a little bit. I wonder if they got caught up there with the G4 traffic. I was just about to say that you just got to try and keep the momentum up, as it looks like the 444 is now on the back of the 117, and that is just going very last minute.
Jamie was he was being very patient, wasn't he? He was waiting for the straight. That almost cost him though, because the battle's on.
Yeah, and here we go. It looks like 117 coming down. We're just hearing where we might have a replay coming up to see what had happened. Here we go. On board the 117 down into the dipper. Let's see what happened as they come down. Here we go into Forest Elbow. GT4. What happens? Oh, that is cutting it close. That is mighty, mighty close. That would have been a change your underwear, change your overalls, change your car seat moment right there for Jamie Christensen. That was bad.
Oh, car 31 has gotten a mechanical black flag. That's the Evolution Racing Team car of Hayden Veld. Where on earth has he picked that one up? He's definitely lost a lot of time to Christensen and Costello up ahead, but something's gone incredibly wrong for Hayden Veld. Look at the damage on the front end of that car. The bonnet's crumpled.
I have to wonder, maybe, did he collect the GT4 Merc into the chase?
Oh, looks like he might have.
Exactly that.
There you go. There you can see it there. The big contact coming down into the chase. Oh, that is just going to be hard wrenching. That's going to need some repairs as well.
Luckily for them, though, of course, the Acura, mid-engine car, so shouldn't be a problem with engine necessarily. It's just making sure that steering is fixed and the front end of the car is nice and straight as well.
Well, that's all you need around the mountain. You need a car that can point straight. I don't think it matters too much about body panels and all that, but as long as the steering points straight, as long as the car can make it around the bends here at Bathurst, that is all that matters. And it's looking like the 31 doesn't seem to have too much issues at the moment, but that bonnet is definitely crumpled. It's going to need some repairs for sure, unless the steering's all right.
David Haynes with a great chat for us. Dangerous day to be a fast repair. I've heard no words truer from David at any point of his commentary career for sure. Dangerous day to be a fast repair, but well, for those drivers who've kept them in check, and if that 31 still has it, well, they might get out of the woods just yet. If they haven't though, they're going to be in the pit lane for a very long time.
Oh, the 995 Mustang, or 994, sorry, catching some of the marbles and running over the white line, coming into the cutting. That's not an ideal spot, and the ERT car having to come through as well causes a bit of a traffic jam for GT3s and GT4s alike. Yellow flag at the cutting, everyone. Stay wide on the exit, and there's no telling what you'll find on the other side. We can welcome Dan Yeaman to the commentary box for the first time here. Dan, you've been dealing with quite a bit in this race. You've been driving in it as well, but now you're here up in the box for a while. What have your thoughts been on the conditions so far? I'm pretty sure the answer's obvious, but tell us anyway.
Oh, thank you, Reese. I mean, yeah, obviously disappointing to have put the car, well, in a spin and then unfortunately being cleaned up there by another one of our competitors with just the way the car was running over the top of the hill shortly after the restart. And yeah, so disappointing, but at the same time, it was probably a little short on practice and just, yeah, washed a little wide, got into the slick stuff and then the white line at the middle grade just to finish off, and that's what put me around. So, well, we press on. We're 2 laps down, having had to repair the car in full without having a fast repair on hand. So put Cam Vance back in the car now and he'll be able to press on. There's another incident here on the replay. This was happening just after the 994 Antique Motorsports Mustang crashed on entry to the cutting. And just as I was about to join you guys, a real messy moment there at the turn 3 kick.
Also worth pointing out that Daniel Benefield has found his way into the top 4 in the 9.5 machine, as it looks like that is a move there. The number 5 Mustang, we saw it a lot further up the order beforehand, but it seems like they've fallen down. Ben Faulkner making his way past there in the Vermilion Esports 228. Braden Nash down in P24. They've only just come into the pits, so it looks like potentially a fuel up there for the Momentum Motorsport 78. They spent some time in the sun, metaphorically of course, running in the top 5 in the field, but the 78 will now have to do that work all over again. Potentially have put themselves on a good strategy towards the end of this rain period. It looks like the precipitation has officially stopped, but the track is still wet, and it's going to take a very long time for that dry line to form.
Yeah, you don't want to push it too hard, especially in this weather. Sorry to cut it there, Dan, but it's very hard to push in these weather conditions. You know, you can say, yeah, look, weather looks dry, let's push on, but you've got to wait till the dry line forms. And then you also got to make that decision. When do you switch tires to go from the wets to the dries?
Probably down in the shades. Apologies, Hamish.
Oh, no, you're right. Yeah, you go ahead.
Yeah, just wanted to cut in with, yeah, here we are on screen now, the 707 locked on lads, Mercedes GT4. Just caught as we were on board there with Cody Death and the Volante Rosso by Eclipse GT3 as we've flown into the chase. Peter Wilkinson behind the wheel now, and it appears, mechanical black flag. I'm going to have to try and lift this one carefully back to the pits. Yeah, I'll try and get a read of what's happened if we don't get a replay. But in fact, it's a solo spin in the puddles as they go over the crest, as you can continue on there, Hamish, what you were talking about.
I was just going to say that normally the strategy that I pull, and it might be different for some other drivers out there, we wait until we hear that call from the spotter that the track is no longer considered wet, and that's normally when we come in and change over to those dry tyres, or pretty much till we can see no fishtail coming off the back of the cars as well. You can also get a feel for it depending on your setup and just understanding how your car reacts on the wet tyres as he comes. Oh, that is a massive tank slapper down the straight.
Oh, wow.
You'd have to hope he's not in VR because his brains would be absolutely scrambled from that one. That is huge. Dan, I want to pose a question for you. Of course, you've been out there in the car in these conditions. What is it like behind the wheel in this wet weather? Because Rankin told us earlier you cannot see, even with wipers working, you just cannot see a thing in the spray. But what's it like from your guys' perspective in your car, Dan? Because I know from personal experience, wet weather, it is just grey cloud in front of you, but there's nothing like personal experience on the road and how bad these conditions actually are.
Yeah, no, 100%. The biggest problem for me was we had so many safety car restarts and periods there. I just got stuck with a wall of spray in front of me, and just being able to know where you are on track and be able to even find markers just became so much more difficult as a result there. And part of that is what felt like it led to making my own mistake there across the top of the hill. Just all I had were the brake lights of the Acura in front of me, really, and just that was sort of a vague guide to what was on there. It's the 228 Vermilion Esports Acura there. Little moment for Ben Faulkner. Is going to allow Braden Nash to draw alongside out of Hell Corner. Let's see if we watch this replay through. who comes out on top, because I can tell you the inside's where you want to be under brakes, but not all the way there, because you can see puddles. It's and the answer going to be Faulkner apparently pushing and was able to claim the spot. There's also trouble down the S's live for the 297 GT4. One of our frog leap juice machine entries is back, and the anti-car backwards on the racing line as we go back live.
Oh dear, that's a big problem there for the momentum machine, the 78. We saw them have such a good run under the wet conditions, but he's rolling backwards down through the S's, going to turn it around there and get it back going in a clean bit of air. Man, Braden Nash has been in the wars in these last few laps, and it looks like the boot lid might be a little bit loose on that car as well. Not ideal at all. Well, keep an eye out for the dry to start here, as we have plenty of spray for the drivers still to deal with. This is what happened to Nash here. Looks like maybe a run-in with another GT4. The TriStar Mercedes there through McPhillamy, and Nash trying to find a way through, but it looks like he just caught that puddle there on the exit of the curb at Skyline, and I guess there are worse places to go for a spin. The other drivers had plenty of warning that he was there, and Lockhart Brownlee has just spun at the cutting as well in the Orbit Drop Bear Saturn car. I know there's a few people requesting a replay of Daniel Benefield's pass for P4, but there's just been so much going on here. Pretty much everyone has had some kind of issue in the last few minutes, and that is actually contact with one of the...
That was the one car.
Yeah, that was the number one car. Yeah, the car that started on pole position and dominated this race in the dry. I mean, they were doing all right in the wet as well, but things have just fallen apart for them in the last half hour.
First, they had the moment up at McPhillamy Park. They caught the curb and the puddle. Remember we mentioned earlier, Reese, catching that puddle and curb, you're going to be holding on for dear life, and they nearly wrecked the car. This was Benefield's pass, though. Oh, not the pass. No, it's not the pass.
This is after the pass. So coming down into the chase.
Just in the wheels.
Tiny bit deep there from Benefield, but tell you what, well held, pulled it up nicely as the cars come through, and Benefield now on the defense coming into the final corner. Does he defend it properly? He does indeed. Well, tell you what.
Okay, so hang on. I think that this incident here, sorry to cover the top of your Reese there, but this incident, and it looks like the one at the top of the cutting, are all connected, because it looks like the car one had pulled it back a little bit to avoid getting into the back of one of the other cars, and that just set off the chain reaction. Here we go, look at this. So you can see car one coming down here, avoiding the Orbit car, little touch there, and I think the second Orbit car is right behind him now, and I think that will set off what happened up at the cutting.
Amazing how much it can domino effect, isn't it, Reese? It just, one small little moment can just turn to absolute chaos in a moment's notice.
Justin Rougier in the blackout OPR Mustang, having to dodge both GT3s and GT4s as he finds his way through there. This is all happening in the battle for 12th there. That's Hayden Veld in the ERT31 who's gotten their repairs done. And look at the Pulsar-Chuka Toyota car trying around the outside of Griffin's. Tell you what, he made that outside line work. I thought he would have slithered back from that, but he is still well in touch with Kevin Norman in the Rapid Theft Esports Acura. Rapid Theft have certainly had plenty of adventures of their own. It looks like all of these storylines are converging at once.
That Pulsar-Chuka Toyota taking a smart play there. Didn't want to have to push the outside line too much. Just tucked it back in behind. He knows we've got 5 hours or just under 6 hours left to run. There's no point trying to get it done around the outside and putting your car into danger. But he's definitely applying maximum pressure.
He's through.
Yeah. He's almost through. Almost through. He was lining it up.
Meatball flag as well for the for Pulsar-Chuka Toyota. Antal Rafael Sabo at the wheel of that car, and this is the really frustrating thing, because clearly he is still on the pace, and it doesn't look like the car is has that much damage from the outside, but clearly something's gone on there for the 64, and they will have to come to the pits within the next few laps, otherwise they're going to get disqualified for driving out there with a damaged car.
I wonder So, two things. I wonder if, number one, the reason he tucked back in behind that Rapid Theft car was he just tickled the wall on the outside of turn 2, or when he's gone for it at the run-up through McPhillamy, he's actually touched the wall as well, and that's why he didn't get past that Acura that's now in behind him.
Yeah, that's potential there. Well, we will see. Well, that's how Rafael Sabo come for the pit lane on this occasion. He's not going to this time. He's going to stay out there for another lap or so and actually try to make a pass on Justin Rougier in the final corner, but Rougier will hold strong, setting his real-life racing experience into motion. Such an entertaining fight, but we do know that we're going to be one car down from this in the next couple of laps.
Yeah, it's really sure. This is a really good battle right here. Mustang versus Acura. There can't be a much better battle than this. But yeah, it's a pity that the 64 now will unfortunately have that pit lane drive through as one of the Mercedes goes around the 177. That's pretty bad. Oh, no. Oh. So one of the Rapid Theft Mercs there, the Mitchell Curry behind the wheel, as that is a bit of a bad rejoin. Get out of the way.
Oh, no!
The ranking car.
Oh no, that's the 305 that's gotten into them. Scott Rankin still at the wheel of that, and I think Rankin will be very frustrated with that. Yeah, you can already see he's massively disappointed with that. I mean, I understand what the Merc was trying to do, trying to get out of the way, but they stopped in the middle of the racetrack. There was nowhere for the cars coming up on them to go.
Yeah, that is a real shame right there. Scott Rankin, you can see, is absolutely fuming. Though he's just gonna have to crawl it now back, and the GT3 cars are going to have to watch themselves now around this. Take a look at the replay of the Rapid Theft 177 up to the top, heading towards Skyline, into the puddles, onto the curb, and around they go. And that is, oh man, that is just absolutely wrecking for Scott. Here we go. Let's take a look at the replay of Scott's onboard.
Yeah, so
comes over the top. And let's see now, so through, just trying to take it easy, just obviously the track is still drying, and as they come over the top, round a blind corner, and there you can see that, which way do you go? Go left, go right, and which way do you go? And the Merc had actually moved over, trying to get out the way, so I wonder if maybe Racing Control might put that on the Merc, trying to just get out the way there, and unfortunately getting involved, getting into Scott's racing line there.
Yeah, I think that's sensible, because I think if the Merc had stayed where he was, then they would have been able to find their way through on driver's right. But when he reversed, then that narrowed the gap on the right. So that tells the drivers behind, oh, the gap's probably going to open to the left. You have to commit one way or the other, and it's very hard to tell when a car is stopped in the middle of the racetrack up at the top of the hill.
Yeah, that's a real shame right there, and I don't know which way you look at it, as it looks like that is Scott now coming into the lane there. That is just absolutely hard reaching for him. I've got to say, I do feel for the guy. I mean, he's had trouble with his wipers. He was changing blindies as he talked earlier. He was having trouble trying to get the wipers going. The wipers weren't working, and then this happens. That is so heartbreaking for him.
Safety car's out. Race Control have just called it. And it looks like it might be for Mitchell Curry. Yeah, still stopped at Skyline there. And that is, of course, a very dangerous spot. You see how the closing speeds are so high at that part of the circuit. So, yeah, we'll have to just stop the race at the for the moment, pause it, hit that pause button, get everyone down to a reasonable speed so that car can be removed from the racetrack. News also coming in from Race Control. They have penalized car 55, that is the Summit Sim Sports Mustang, for, quote, gross negligence under safety car running into the back of the train. So anyone who was affected by that will at least take solace in the fact that that car has been penalized with a drive-through plus 1 lap penalty.
Yeah, that's a real shame.
Probably as nice as they can make it sound, isn't it? Just gross negligence. There's not much more you can say, really. It was didn't take due care.
Yeah, there is not much more you can say about that one, but I mean, at least this now gives time for our drivers to just have a bit of a breather, come in and do another stop, But now the question is, now that the track is still obviously very, very wet, but obviously the rain has stopped, which means now the track will start to dry up. So, I mean, Dan, you have driven in these conditions. What would you say would be the ideal call to go to? Would it be to stay on the wets or maybe attempt a dry run if you want to risk it?
Looking at the track conditions now, the officially considered a lightly wet circuit with no rain expected for, well, the next couple of hours from the radar at this stage. You could potentially gamble on going to a slick tyre, but I still reckon by the looks of it, it's not quite ready to do just that yet. But there are a host of cars in the pit lane. My little graphics are still suggesting that there has been a host of tyre compound switches, but they were doing 2-minute 24s there on wets. We got to about a 2:13 when the rain started before switching to slicks. So I think we're looking for about at least 7 to 8 seconds of track improvement before we look, and lap time improvement before we start talking about transitioning back to slick tyres in this race. Not to mention there's still all the puddles, and there's a dry groove starting to form in certain spots, but I reckon a fair few other places still going to be very dangerous, too dangerous to be on slicks.
Yeah, good call there. It's just you got to work on that strategy as well. And of course, it depends on when the safety car comes out. Safety car and weather do play into strategy quite a bit with these races. But as we just have a bit of a breather now and just let the field settle down a bit, the 56 now leads in the GT3 field, and the number 1, currently driven by Cody Deeth, is slowly getting up there. So the number 1 slowly making its way back up to the front where they started. And of course, they've got a Ferrari up there, up the back as well, coming for them as well, driven by Jackson Schwab.
So cars that just came through the pits under this safety car period include the Vermilion 117 of Jamie Christensen. Also coming through the Vanderwaal sim racing car, Josh Anderson at the wheel of the 36. Excuse me, and then we get the Orbitrop Bear Jupiter car of Matthew Dench, Rainer Costello in the ERT 444, Daniel Benefield in the 95 SimSport 953. We've also had the Blackout OPR 43 come in, Dylan Shepard's taken over from Justin Rugia, and the Rapid Theft Esports 65 has come in too. We've also seen Liam Wilde take over the Jinx Shifters 208, Harry Kyle in the JEHF Speed Porsche, and Orbit Drop Bear also coming in for the Venus machine with Bradley Ratu. Marino Morella has taken over the Team 356 Mustang. They've just come into the lane. Currently present in pit lane, Adam Briggs in the Synergy number 14, Momentum Motorsport 78, and Pulse Echuca Toyota are still getting their repairs done after coming in for that mechanical black flag. Orbit Drop Bear Mars and Vermilion Motorsports 89 off the lead lap. Same for Kevin Newen and Cody Bircher in the Frog Leap Juice Racing and Blackout OPR machines respectively. Those are the GT3s that have come in. In terms of the GT4 class, it's been a very long pit stop for the Australia-wide racing blue car, Aaron Major at the wheel, but they are going to come out in the lead of GT4. They had a very good margin. Blake Warboys has stuck it out there, 17 laps complete in second place at the moment, and everyone from 3rd to 5th in GT4 has just taken a tour through the pit lane. And it looks like the Locked On Lads car has emerged back out after 11 and a half minutes spent in the pits getting repairs. That's the way of things for pit lane at the moment. Not seeing any other callers here now that everyone is in the queue behind the safety car, and cars are getting wave arounds, including the Summit SimSports Everest machine, and we have a few of our GT3s as well looking to make moves and get themselves a lap back here.
All right, gentlemen, I'm going to step out of the booth now. Thanks so much for having me. Been absolutely fantastic. I look forward to watching the rest of this race over on YouTube and in the chat as well. Hopefully the drivers can survive the wet and get to the dry conditions and push on to a hell of a finish in this 12-hour.
Indeed. Thanks very much for joining us, Hamish Munro there, and some fantastic points being made from him in his time in the commentary box. So it's myself, Reese Gardner, Brandon Stuck, and Daniel Yeaman in the commentary box with me here. Jay Kennedy, of course, behind the scenes, pressing all the buttons and bringing you these beautiful live live pictures. No precipitation out there at the moment, Dan, and well, I'm completely unawares as to how long it's going to take for the track to get dry from here, but it doesn't look like there's any more rain on the horizon.
Yeah, so with the no rain, that does obviously clear things up to make that transition back to dry, and we're getting close with the way the track has been classified as lightly wet inside of iRacing. But our biggest challenges are the current, still the cloud cover is overcast, or mostly cloudy officially. Air temperature is still only 20 degrees Celsius. Track temperature is still 19 Celsius. We do have a bit of wind currently blowing a tailwind down Conrod Strait or thereabouts. But what that is going to mean is that we're lacking basically virtual UV to help warm this track up and get the water off the circuit. So we are going to be reliant a lot today, well, at least at this phase of the race as well, very reliant on the cars just running around on wet tyres to actually pick up and move the water off the circuit. So that's the big challenge we've got for now. And so, yeah, I think we're still probably looking at waiting to see. I would be saying you want to wait till we see 2-minute 15s before we think about a transition back to slicks from our GT3s, I should say, at least.
Yeah, could be a slightly different story for GT4, Brandon, and you know, I'm looking forward to getting this race back going again. A couple of question marks over cars that are approaching the end of their stints here. I think the next GT3 cars we're going to be seeing in the lane are the Cross Continental Motorsports car, the 313, and the Team Jinx Shifters 209. They're at 25 and 26 laps respectively into their stints. Granted, a few of those laps have been under safety cars, so they can push the tank a little bit longer. But regardless, we can expect basically a car in pit lane every few laps, I think, for the next hour or so.
Yeah, certainly will be. We'll certainly see those two in the lane at some point in the near future, and then it'll just be a full-on race. Everyone on different stints at the moment. I'm looking at the live timing right now. The current leader at the number 56 has done 14 laps on this current stint, whereas the car behind has done 12, and then behind that 25 laps on the for the 313. So that is very, very intense strategy right there. I'm just wanting to see why the two GT4 cars that are in this little pack here at the top 5 have not been given the wave round just yet. Just earlier, we had the 297 looking to go past and then had to pull back in behind as the 405 is now on. It's looking at 405 at the moment on track. That is your GT4 leader, Aaron Major, for the Australia Wide Racing blue car, coming through and trying to get around to the back. Yeah, that, and I've just been told they've got a full lap on everyone, and that was the point I was trying to make earlier. Why haven't the 515 and the 297 or 397, sorry, made their way around? I'm surprised that they haven't been given the wave around just yet. I'm not so sure when we will expect to see the safety car coming into the lane at some point, but that will certainly spice things up a little bit. And we'll see. We'll see if the GT4 cars can slowly, as well, try and get used to the fact that now this track is now drying. So that's one thing drivers are going to have to watch out for, as well.
Yeah, still plenty of puddles all around the racetrack, and rooster tails coming up, which means the track is definitely wet enough for wet tyres. So keep an eye out on the GT4s. We'll see if that potential situation is being resolved. But for now, the Eclipse Sim Sports 5-6. Oh, God, all right. Michael Eldridge and the TriStar Racing 999. That was a little bit of a heart attack moment that I didn't quite catch. So Eldridge having to swerve to avoid that Frog Leap Juice Racing car that was pulling out of the line.
That was a massive whoops moment right there as we went on board, as we had a look at the on board now, coming down, giving the wave around, and that looks to be behind the Aston Martin GT4. Everyone on the brakes. Let's see here as they come further down around here. I think is where that would have happened.
Oh, God.
Okay. So one of the BMWs pulling out and getting the wave around as well, and that just caused the TriStar Merc to have a little moment. Luckily did not collect any of the GT3 competitors. That would have been a major whoops.
Yeah, I think that's a timing issue. You know, just the timing of the wave arounds. Because I mean, when you're given a wave around, you are granted to go full speed in a safe manner, of course, past the rest of the field, and so that Mercedes would have already committed to just, you know, powering down Conrod Straight. And when you have a car that's been given a wave around just pop out right in front of you there, it's a very narrow circuit here at Bathurst. It's a public road for most of the year, and Conrod Straight particularly narrow. So you don't have much space to work with if something like that happens.
Yeah, certainly not too sure what happened there with the BMW. Not too sure if he wasn't even told that, hey, just be careful, there's a car coming up your way. But now that the GT4 cars near the front of the GT3 field have been given the wave around, we now have all the GT3 cars right on each other right now, and this is going to be an interesting restart here as the track dries very slowly, and we'll just see if Cody Deeth can bring that number one back up the front as more cars obviously want to swerve, get some hints to those tires. Look at the Mustang up there at the background, staying in those puddles, sort of pulling a bit of a Shane Van Gisbergen-esque move at similar to what he did at Sydney Motorsport Park a few years back, trying to keep the tires cool.
Yeah, as the wet tires wear down, I mean, obviously they've got very deep tread on them to move that water out of the way, but as you work them, they wear just like any other tire, and that tread will eventually get more shallow, and that does mean that yeah, there's a bit more heat being generated by these softer tires, but also as they wear down, you've got to be careful of the grip going down as well, because obviously there's less potential for water to be displaced by those wet tires. But yeah, you're right, keeping the tires cool is obviously important. It always has been important on iRacing, whether it be dry or wet. But you got to say, with the weather system now in play, drivers are using those real life tactics a lot more, Dan.
Yeah, they are, and it's just all of the strategy. I mean, yeah, we've had multi-class here in the OSR Bathurst 12-hour in years past, but yeah, the fact we've now had the weather and yeah, knowing when to change tires, where to drive on the track, how to keep the tires underneath you. I think the big thing also here is with the number of safety car interventions we've had here in the wet weather race, I'd also argue the big thing is knowing where to drive and how to fire the tires back up, because these tires are going stone cold every safety car period we get because of the wave around procedure and the time it takes to get through all of that. Like, the restarts are so treacherous, and then you add on the fact you're then stacked up one another with each other. Spray means you've got practically no visibility if you're in the middle, well, you're behind somebody, realistically. Even at this point in the race, as the sun's starting to come out here at Virtual Bathurst and we don't have any rain, the spray's still going to be a little tricky. Not as bad, thankfully, as what it has been in this race. But yeah, all of those factors and the fact that we can bring more of what it's like, a bit more like it supposedly is the race, I should say. I can't speak to personal experience, unfortunately, about how it is to drive a real car fast. But yeah, there's a lot of things to juggle, and then to add on the usual challenges of the track and your car as well.
We are starting to see a slight dry line form there on Conrod Straight around the middle. The edges of the track, of course, still very wet, but I think we are starting to see a dry line start to form already. It's a bit more difficult to tell up the top of the mountain, but clearly you can see the tarmac is a little bit lighter where cars have been running over it a bit more. So at the very least, there should be a bit more grip available on Conrod coming up here. Then you get to the chase and you see those puddles going halfway across the racetrack, and yeah, you're right, treacherous conditions going to be happening on this restart, which we should be coming to potentially next lap. The safety car still very much at the front of the queue, and well, with the wave arounds completed, now we just go around one more time, and then Eddie Beswick will have control of the field. How's the cross-continental car, Jackson Schaub? He's obviously at the end of the stint, as I pointed out earlier, but to make their way up to P3 in a Ferrari in a field that's been dominated for the most part by Acuras is certainly nothing to sneeze at.
No, that certainly is nothing to sneeze at right there. Those Ferraris have been pretty quick. I was always wondering, looking at the lineup here of the cars, racing here. Why most of them are Acuras. Obviously, it is the favorite, but you can see we have a handful of Mustangs, BMWs, Ferraris, and McLarens. And it's great to see that Jackson Schaub and his team have obviously built that car up and have brought it up to the front. So it's currently sitting in third place. It might be a bit of a strong contender if they can stay with Cody Deeth and Eddie Beswick. It is going to be an interesting one to see how this car, obviously the strategy has worked out very well for them as well. So it's interesting to see how they can keep up this momentum and potentially at the end of this one, at the end of the 6 hours, I think it's the last 5.5 hours, sorry, can make it up to the front and possibly get a podium.
Yeah, there could still be potential for a non-Acura to take the podium place here. We've had some very stellar drives happen in spite of all the drama, in spite of many entries just completely losing their marbles under these wet conditions. And we'll have to wait and see here, as it looks like, Dan, you might have some news on the 405 machine?
Well, the question was from our producer Jay Kennedy was, has anyone taken a bit of a stab at wet tyres? And the 405 Australia Wide Racing car did come to the pit lane under the safety car, and well, the GT3s, it's very clear if they're on slicks or tread, and everyone's been on tread so far. It's a lot harder to tell with the, and I'm almost thinking there's a minor possibility they might be gambling that, but I feel that's an incredibly risky thing to have done. And the more I look, similar for the Australia Wide Racing 305 purple car, looks similar, but then going back further, WKMP 515.
I've just taken a look.
I think there's some tread on those cars. It's just very, very subtle, unlike the GT3 cars and tyres.
Yeah, indeed. I've positioned my in-sim camera right by the left rear of the Australia-wide 405, and every time they slow down, you can see the wet weather tread on the tyres. So I think it's another case of our timing just having a big old whoopsie moment and saying drivers are on dry tyres when they're actually on wets. Hopefully that gets sorted out at some point, because yeah, the amount of times we've seen that happen is certainly a bit too much. Regardless, safety car pulling away from the field, and yeah, there's some rooster tailing happening up Conrod Straight, but you can clearly see there's a lot less water on the track in that section now. But I think still very much wet tyre conditions. So, spin the blade for Balin, safety car into the lane this time by, and it's going to be Eddie Beswick who leads us away here in the Eclipse Sim Sports 5-6 machine. Going to be having a lot of pressure from behind. We've got the pole position car teammate there in the form of Cody Deeth, and the cross-continental car of Jackson Schaub right behind them. Kalen Chin in the number 2 in 4th place, and the Team Jinx Shifters 209, Brett Loxton, the second of our Ferraris here. Away they go, power on for Eddie Beswick, and we get this race started again. Remember, you can't pass before the start-finish line, but you can get up to speed almost any time you like. Little twitch for Beswick there. He's still trying to feel out the conditions as the green flag will fly momentarily, and we will get back to racing. How long is it going to be before we see the next big incident?
Oh, I don't want to curse anything there, Reese. Might want to just keep that in.
Put a number on it. Go.
I'd say a lap or two. I'm gonna go risky and say the next lap or two we might see a big one. But as we see now, Eddie Beswick has just gone and booted it, and the 313 Ferrari of Jackson Schaub is up there, is like literally around the back there now of Cody Deeth. As we see one of the Porsches here, the 953 car, I think it is, up the inside of one of the Orbit drop bear cars, going up Mountain Straight. This is going to be a close look at this drag race, and Daniel Benefield of 95 Sim Sport now up into turn 2, brakes a little bit later, but big one at the front, big one at the front. We have a bit of it off at the front. There looks like one of the other Orbit drop bear cars has gone into the wall, and that is a bit of a shame.
That's Lockhart Brownlee in the Orbit Drop Bear Saturn machine, and he ran very wide. It was actually contact with Thomas Freeman in the Drop Bear number 47, and Brownlee's trying to get back up to speed. That rear bumper is loose on the Acura. This is going to be a big problem coming across the top if that car is too damaged.
Yeah, it looks like we're just missing the rear window with the boot lid as well, and that is just absolutely a big no. Look, there's a Mustang there. Look at that. Oh, big touch, bang, backwards into the wall. That's a real shame.
Yeah, it's a hard hit for Lockhart Brownlee. Well, we'll see if he can recover from that, whether or not that car needs to come in for repairs. Meanwhile, on board with Kalen Chin in the Eclipse number 2, trying to chase down Jackson Schaub, who's coming up on 29 laps completed on this stint. That XCM car has been going long here under safety car. They've been electing not to come into the pits where others have, and they're going for track position in the short term. Might be able to capitalize later if things work out for them. And the pace is still on there. You've got to remember, though, they have less fuel on board than these Eclipse cars, so that explains why they're able to keep such good pace with them. Meanwhile, in GT4, things starting to really get leery here, side by side for the lead. And WKMP Sim Sports will go to the lead of GT4. Aaron Major is going to try and fight this one into the chase, or is he? Is he going to blend behind Warboys? He is. Discretion is the better part of valor in this case. And Blake Warboys, remember this car was 3 laps down at one point. It's been an incredible recovery from the 515.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant move there by the 515. Brilliant move down the Conrod straight and into the chase, as it looks as though one of the other cars there coming into the lane, not too sure who that was, one of the other BMW G4s, might have been...
That was the 305.
The 305, so that was...
back in 10th place.
Back in 10th place, so that's coming into the lane now, probably for more repairs or maybe changing tyres. As we see now, it looks like the Ferrari, the 313, has lost position to Caleb Chin and has now dropped back a little bit. So now this is sort of inviting the car behind the 31 of Hayden Veld to make a move potentially coming up to the top. But it's also invited the 117 of Jamie Christensen as well. So this is going to be spicy.
Well, Dan, I remember you mentioning that about 2 minutes and 15 seconds is the lap time at which we would consider going to dries. The last lap from our leader was a 2:13.9. It's still looking very wet coming down the S's, so probably still not time clearly for dry tyres, but you can see that there's a lot more speed being carried through the corners, and this track is getting less and less wet as time goes on.
Oh, up at Skyline, we've got the 64 Pulsar Chipper Toyota car.
Oh, no.
Making a move, though. It's actually successful, Reese, but it was very brave on the 97 Frog Leap Juiced Racing Acura, but yeah, up the outside in the damp side of the road as well, but made it work, got it pulled up, and a little bit of cooperation, I'd say, from Kevin Ewan behind the wheel of the 97 to make that one stick. But coming back to that point, as you said, about tyres, I mean, yeah, I think I have overestimated to the transition point, but we're getting very close, because the puddles have receded significantly in several spots around the track. Here's the replay of them, as you can see here for Ansel Rafael Sabo, very aggressive into McPhillamy, and then sees the door open and says, right, I'm going for it.
Yeah, not for position, of course. That Frog Leap Juice Racing car is, I think, a lap down on that car, if not more. So we'll see what they can do from here, but still a very brave move from Ansel Rafael Sabo. And we've got some news from Scott Rankin in the 305 car. Looks like they just came into the pits and they are switching to dries this lap because the GT4 class is past the crossover point. So GT4s will now be on dries. Oh man, Ansel there almost getting into the back of the Jinx Shifters car. That is pretty crazy. Well, keep your eyes peeled for GT3s to potentially follow the GT4 category into the pit lane. The 305 is going to be the litmus test here. Thomas Lapreich still at the wheel of that purple Australia-wide racing car. Meanwhile, Josh Anderson, I noticed he lost a couple of positions on the timing screen off the restart, so there's been some kind of issue for the 36. And Josh Andrew, in the Summit SimSports Everest car, stopped at the end of pit lane to serve that 1 lap penalty that race control assigned to them. So I think they'll be thanking their lucky stars that the track is dry. There's going to be a lot less potential for mistakes. Goodness me, side by side through the S's. Gently does it. Ben Faulkner up the inside of the dipper on the One Performance Racing Mustang. Oh, no. Oh, okay.
Oh,
okay.
That is bad.
I went too. Oh, Adam Briggs in the Suzuki 14's gone around Skyline.
Oh dear, it's all gone off once again. Oh, that Ferrari is looking worse for wear as everyone is trying to avoid these guys at the dipper. They're going to start rolling down the hill from here. Thomas Freeman has to stop. That car has no power to it. Heavy, heavy damage for Thomas Freeman in the 47. Meanwhile, this is the car that ran into them. It is the 105 Ferrari. That's the HTS Racing yellow car with Adam Hayne at the wheel.
Oh, that is absolutely, oh man, that is just heart-wrenching for some of these drivers. Look at this, can't even keep it going straight, even though it is crabbing. He's on the grass. I'm not sure if he's like, is he missing maybe one or two of his wheels? That is just crabbing all the way down Conrod. And this is going to bring everyone possibly, I don't know if this will bring people into the lane, maybe have a quick, cheeky, free pit stop, because this is going to slow everyone up. And it looks like one of the other cars as well, also one of the Ferraris they're going past, also crabbing down Conrod and into the wall as well.
Got to be very careful to stay off the track there. Okay, we're going to go to a replay now of the 105. This is his view.
On board, coming down into the dipper. Looking pretty clean. A little bit of a wiggle there, and nowhere to go, right into the 47.
Yeah, well, I think once again this is a case of potentially drivers should be paying a bit more attention to spotters and the like, because he was still going at full racing speed and he would have received some kind of warning that a car was spun ahead. You do need to be careful on that. Well, the 47 you can see has just gotten going again as Adam Briggs is still struggling to find any gap to get the Ferrari from Synergy Sim Racing into the pit lane, but he has finally managed to do so. And amazingly, we have gone through all of that carnage without another safety car.
Well, that certainly saves a lot. I mean, that'll just be absolutely incredible. How they did that, I will never know. But now all cars are now in the lane, as we can see, as we take a look now at the 14, coming up through the top, up over the top of the mountain now, down towards, okay, so into the wall. That's what caused that off. You see there was maybe some assistance there. Not so sure if there was any assistance off that one.
It's always difficult to tell from those trackside cameras in these conditions because the spray obscures a lot. If we can get an aerial view of that, we'll see the full story, but we're hearing that he actually caught the curb at Skyline.
Yeah. Puddle and curb did it, Reese and Brandon there. Unfortunately, that's my car right in behind Cam Dance behind the wheel, Orbit Drop MRs. So just may have made things a little worse inadvertently. And unfortunately, that angle there of Thomas Freeman's Mustang didn't particularly help there. But starting to see some action now with things getting very crazy at the front of the GT3 field. In fact, didn't really pay attention to this with all of that madness. There's teams coming in now to start the crossover to slicks in GT3. It's promoted the 63 KRF Motorsports BMW with Symbolax to the leaders. There's been an issue up at the dipper for the 117 Vermilion Esports car.
Oh no, the 117 was one of the cars fighting for the lead early on. Jamie Christensen still at the wheel, and things have gone very wrong for him down there. That car is crabbing. Oh, Vermilion. Their sorrow just continues here. That was the only car of theirs that was still properly in contention for victory at this point, and it's all gone wrong for them coming across the top. Down through the S's, in fact, is where it happened. Oh, it looks like he was just offline a little bit. And,
yeah, well, massive hit right there. He's sorry to cut you off there. Oh, and just around at the exit of the dipper. That is just heartbreaking right now. For Vermilion Esports, that is just going to really hurt them here as more and more cars come into the lane. And triple
moment, a small moment.
Reino Castillo,
bottom of the S's just now.
All right, so it looks like I had a little bit of an off at the bottom of the S's, and that is here we go. Looking now at the replay. Oh, nice and quick there.
I could already tell that was too quick.
Yeah, that was way too fast. That was way too fast for my liking. Lucky to keep it off the walls and not get in it with 36. That was way too quick. Oh man, that was just heart-stopping stuff. But great to see that the 44, the 444 has not
Oh,
tap
more
the wall or
trouble.
anything. As we got 862 now of Matthew Dinch.
And another car's had a moment now in actually bottom of the S's. It's gotten out of control before the dip of the 56. Eclipse 5.6 with Eddie Beswick behind the wheels, gone around, bumped the wall and gotten going again, but that's done a bit more damage to the rear of that Acura now. And if I'm seeing it right, this is one of our cars on slick tyres possibly, yes. So I get the feeling it can be done, but it is tightrope in terms of being feasible to keep dipping up here.
It's still too greasy coming down the mountain, it seems. And remember, that was the car that led the restart just a few laps ago. So, yeah, they decided to come into the lane, try out slick tyres, evidently. And, I mean, it's fine down the bottom of the circuit, but up the top, you still got to be tiptoeing.
And on that point as well, just real quickly, Brandon, is the fact that some of our cars had been out for quite some time on their wet, so that will have worn down the tread a little bit.
Yeah.
And there are other teams that have gambled on perhaps going for a set of wets at our last safety car. And those cars, well, they've got more tread. They can run longer on their wet tyres here and drive the track out over the top, find the confidence and the speed. Whereas, yeah, these teams that stayed out for quite a long time, it makes sense to go to slicks in some respects. But yes, then they're the pioneers, and it's not paying off for many of them, it seems.
Yeah, that's one thing you got to keep in mind as well. I mean, do you go onto the dries a bit early in conditions like this and become pioneers and risk it all? But obviously that risk has not fully paid off with some of the drivers that have come in, as we look now at the 209 of Brett Loxton down into Forest Elbow and keeps the move at the moment. And the blackout OPL car right hot on the heels as they come down. And looking back now at some more GD3 cars going through some of the GD4 field there. Down looking at now the 222 Dean McKay. And looks like the pass was done, so clean and clean was the rest of the 43 down on the inside of the 209 of Brett Loxton before the chase. So I'm not too sure if the 209's just struggling with the tyres. And as we look back now as well, car 1 looking to make another move on the Ferrari. This is for 16th and 17th. Dylan Burst behind the wheel of the number 1 Acura coming down Conrod Straight. And we know how quick these Acuras can be. And you can see flash of the headlights, just a little bit of intimidation there for the Ferrari. And pull out, coming down into the chase, just show the nose.
Well, you got to remember, Jason Benson, the Cross Continental car, is there by merit. They managed to get track position by staying out under all those safety cars and gaining a lot of time on everyone else. So the number 1 has to work their way past them legitimately, and they do at Murray's Corner. And now Bensi has to be very careful getting back onto the circuit. They're still very wet out there, but there is a clear dry line forming now.
Whoa, bit of a slide there for the Jeff Speed car as there you go, a little bit of contact running wide now for the Jeff Speed 911. And that was a bit of a fishy moment right there, if you want to call it that, as some more cars now come out of the lane from making their pit stops. And you can see another one of the Acuras now just racing through here. That is the 65. And that is the Rapid Depth Esports car of William Sapspeed.
Meanwhile, up the front, the KRF Motorsports Simblacks car has just been continuing to cruise away at the front. They are about a second slower than the Vendaval Sim Racing car, which is catching them up. But I'll tell you what, Hugo Allen, Brett O'Keefe, and Dion DeGraaf will be very happy with how things are going right now at this present moment.
19, GT4.
Hugo continuing to find his way out of the chase here, and they'll be coming to the end of their stint in a few laps time. I think they're going to be sticking it out on wets as long as they can here, as it gets a little bit leery coming down through the dipper.
Yeah, it does look like it was very, very close, as they're just trying to get out of the way of the G3 cars. You don't want to hold up the G3 guys too much, because that is what can sort of anger some drivers. They know that it's going to take a while to pass the GT4 car. So you just got to try and keep that in mind, but you don't want to hold them up too much, otherwise you will get some angry messages and calls, as we see now over the top of the mountain. A little bit off racing line there.
Well.
Up on the curb.
Oh.
Big spin. And does he get off the walls? No, not entirely. A little bit of a tap in the right-hand side, the front.
Oh,
Right in
dear.
rear. Oh, that's a dangerous rule. That is... Okay, so he got out of the way in time, but I wonder how race control will view that one.
Yeah, that was a little close for comfort there, but crucially that car is not too damaged.
Oh.
Oh, there's been a problem for the XCM car. Oh, easy does it. The ERT machine, the 444, having some trouble at the chase as well. John Peacenik has taken over that car from Reese Gasol. First time I've seen John Peacenik in this race. They both come to the pits, and it looks like they're both going to be switching up those tyres again and potentially getting some damage repaired in the case of the 313. Be very interesting to see what happened there.
Yeah, not too sure if there was a bit of an aquaplane there or if it was some contact. We'll hopefully get a replay of that soon. Here we go, looking at it now. Passing the GT4 car into the chase. Look at the 313 Ferrari. Going under the brakes. Oh, big spin, big aquaplane moment, and go down to the back. And here comes the 444. Oh, same thing, over the curb as well.
Yeah.
And to borrow a line from YouTuber Super GT, that has sent both those cars into the shadow realm, and that is just an absolute nightmare for those two.
Yeah, certainly. I think what we're seeing there is drivers starting to push the limits a little more in the brakings over the chase, because you could just see there, as we were looking at this BMW, there's still a strip of very wet tarmac over on drivers right there. And the cars that are trying to, roll the dice and get back onto slicks now, they've got to be careful to stay in the middle of the road in that braking zone, because that's where the track is driest. They can try and widen that line, try and get the track drier in that section. But I think what we just saw was they hit a wet patch and the rears locked up for both cars.
Yeah, that would have been as you know there, Reese, as you said it there, the dry line is very, very narrow, and you don't want to risk going off of that dry line. That is the problem with changing from wets to slicks in track conditions such as this. You go a little bit off that dry line, it does send you off. And of course, we saw that's what happened to the 313 and the 444, as we have this beautiful battle here for 11th in the GT3 field. Josh Anderson leading the way right now from Dylan Burst and Matt Bowler. And it's three Akiras one more time battling it out, as the car that qualified on pole for this one is right in the middle of this little sandwich right here.
Yes, good fight happening, and also a bit of a reversal of fortune for one of the cars that we saw in the wall in quite a big fashion. You remember the TriStar Racing 222? They ended up getting cleaned up by one of the OPR GT4s when they'd already spun. They found themselves in fourth. Dean McKay has taken that car back over from Matt Arnold. And yeah, they're third now, but by virtue of staying out, they are coming up to the end of their stint. They're one of the cars that took advantage of the wave arounds under safety car, getting back onto the lead lap and just running the tank out as far as they could. We'll expect them to come into the pits very soon, but for now, it looks like track position is in the favor of the likes of TriStar and KRF Simblacks.
Oh, that is absolutely awesome. Good, feel good story right there as we take a look now. Going back a little bit to car number 2. Don't want to take anything away from the 222 as they are trying to get through on one of the Mustangs coming down the mountain now. And the Mustang's just getting hounded here as we see car 31, a 10-second penalty for the contact with the 862 under full course yellow conditions. And that was back on lap 143.
Yeah, race control have been working through an absolute metric ton of incidents in their backlog here. So much has happened, so much drama. Poor Peter Baxter and the rest of the race control crew have been working like animals to try and get through all of that and get back on track for incidents that are happening right now. Eddie Beswick still holding on versus Hayden Veld here, as the 31 will likely have to serve that penalty at some point here. And it looks like the Orbit Drop Bear Venus car, Brad Ratu, has just just dropped into pit lane up ahead of those guys. They will fall out after 13 laps completed on that stint. Bit of a short one there for Brad, but it might very well be time for them to switch to wet tyres. We also see to dry tyres. Sorry. We also see Overdrop Bear Mars in the lane, as well as the Blackout OBR 35 of Cody Bircher is off the circuit. Goes the ERT number 7. Matthew Bowler at the wheel of this one now. And, you know, for himself, Bo Albert and Ethan Greg Galt, they have had their dramas. Don't forget, there was the contact at Griffin's and at the Chase when they were battling with the Vermilion car a couple of hours ago. And this is how they got another position, potentially. No, this is them running off at turn 1. The 954 Mustang here on the brakes. It's just too deep for Bowler. Not enough grip offline there. Good on him to keep it out of the wall. Still, that car has made its way up to 12th place for the time being, which is a pretty good recovery considering what we saw from them before.
Just sort of just drivers now just trying to calm it down a little bit, but now that the track's drying up, you'll see that the speed will pick up. The drivers will want to go to the dryers as soon as probably possible. Maybe not just too soon. The track is still throwing up a little bit of water here and there. But as we look now at Dylan Burse in car number 1, and I mean, look, trying to get past a heavy Mustang. I'm not sure that Mustang is currently a lap down. There's a 606. Blackout OPR, and here we go, and it looks like one of the Orbit cars has made a move up the inside there. Brilliant move by the 862 of Matthew Dench.
You know, we're 100% in slick weather territory, guys. I can tell you that for the KRF Motorsports car leading the race, for example, the guys that are pitted, they're losing 4 to 5 seconds a lap at the moment.
Yeah.
The guys that have taken the change to slick guys. Our guys who they're doing 206s, 207s, probably a 205 somewhere I haven't seen just yet for those who have made the change to slicks. So yeah, we're very much now in dry territory. It's just that if you go off the line, you go again, it's basically unforgiving conditions here. If you try to think, there's a spin on the exit of the Chase. The HCS Racing Yellow Ferrari 105 has gotten the curve, I think, on exit, and they've found the concrete with the nose, and they're now going to try and get the thing turned around. Thankfully, there's a gap in the track for them, Reese.
Yeah, certainly is. And,
at a moment.
Okay. We're going to see what happened to Jared Knight here in the HTS Racing yellow car. Already carrying a slight bit of damage to the front end. The Vermilion car behind them actually getting very close to them in the braking zone, but it doesn't look like that was the contact necessarily. They made their way around the GT4 and then caught the grass, and the car just snaps on dry tyres on still very wet grass. You do not want to force the issue here. You don't want to go even close to the white line still.
Oh, that is just so heart-wrenching right there. And we can see here now, look at this little graphic here. Hugo Allen on the last few laps, 212s, 211s, and you can see Hayden Bell in car 31 down in 4th. Slightly quicker on the last 2 laps. It is a 26-second gap between 1st and 4th, and that looks like it is just okay. So this is at 1.1 seconds between the wet and the slick tires. So does Hugo Allen keep going? It
Here
looks
we
like
go.
he's going to come into the lane. Looks like he's just going to take the gamble now and change tires as well.
Yeah, make that call. Oh, God. There was potential that the 63 would try to get to the top of the hour and potentially save a stop, as David Haynes just pointed out, but they've decided no, they're losing too much pace. No! Off goes, I think that's Lachlan Cowie in the number 2 car. Massive smash for the Eclipse number 2. How stricken is that car? It doesn't look like it's going anywhere quick.
Drive shaft is broken, Reese, and they've got an iRacing black flag for incident points.
Oh no, everything's gone wrong for them here. It was all in this GT4 battle here. The Australia-wide racing cars trying to negotiate each other in the midst of all of this, and Cowie hits the wet point.
Oh, what are the chances of that hitting one of the few wet points down the Chase? That is just, oh, look at that. Absolutely locked in place. Not too sure. He's very close to the pit lane. Look at that. Just not moving. That rear tire is locked in place. And
he can crawl.
Yeah, you can see how close that is, how slow that is. So, and yeah, you're right. He can crawl it. But he's going to find a gap. He Can't stop where he is. There you go. Quickly going to shoot across the track now and try and get it into the lane, get the repairs done. That is going to sit in the pit lane for quite a while now as he brings it down into the lane. Let's take a look at this battle here. Look in the background there.
Huddle.
And, get around and, that is just way too close. I'm hearing in the background now, fast repair is still available. Now, this could, to me, look, this would be the perfect time to use it right now, is to quickly get that car repaired and get it out once again.
Yeah, man, the GT4s got very lucky there. They could have been cleaned up by the spinning Lachlan Cowie, but they'll be able to find their way through once again. Back to the 222, meanwhile. Now briefly had the race lead, but Eddie Beswick has gotten back to it. Remember, that TriStar car is still on wet tyres as well. They're going to be one of the last to get things done there. There's been another problem for the HTS Racing Yellow Ferrari. They've just spun up the top of the mountain. And oh no, it looks like the number 2 hasn't been able to make it to their pit box.
Oh no. Oh, that is just and I'm not too sure how far they are from their pit box. That is just absolutely heart-wrenching right there. They are stuck in the fast lane. I'm not too sure. I'm pretty sure they'll just get a tow as the 222 now into the lane to switch over to the tyres, I presume.
Yeah, so they'll be in. They're right on the crest of the pit of the road here at start on the same straight in the pit lane, and well, thankfully you can just go around them, but they can go about 1 kilometer an hour, but it's only for about a meter at a time. So I get the feeling, oh, hang on, they might just be getting to the top of the crest. What they've got to keep doing, by the sound of it, is they've got to keep revving the engine, then dumping the clutch and trying to get all the power through the unlocked wheel. Here as we will I'll keep my eyes on them for a little bit here, guys. So we can see what's the actual out on track is. Now see, where has that car of Sinblack's car come out?
17th.
17th?
No, 18th. They've just been passed by Chris Bell in that Orbit drop bear car, and they look to potentially have 2 more Acuras, not for position, trying to get their laps back here. The 89 and the 35. That's Vermilion and Blackout OPR. So Brett O'Keefe in the car now, and just trying to feel out the grip there on dry tyres on a drying track. Eddie Beswick, meanwhile, having a massive snap up the top of the mountain.
Yeah, back to now looking at the 3 Acuras here. The 56 now, right now, Eddie Beswick making its way down the mountain. 36, Josh Anderson following through, and this is where it is now. Now, almost all the drivers, I presume, are on the slick tyre, and we are going to go to a replay right now for the change of the lead. Here you go, look at the bottom of the screen here, as we see car number 31 down the inside, right there at the cutting. Beautiful move.
Nice.
Right, not sure if the 56 either let him go or had a bit of a moment coming up towards the cutting, but beautifully clean and done, as Josh Anderson now up to second and will now chase down the 31 of Hayden Veld.
I believe the 31 still has that 10-second penalty from race control hanging over their head for the contact with the 862 under the full course yellow countdown. So they have the lead for now, but they are going to have to give up some time at the next pit stop. If they don't decide to do that, then they'll have that time added to the end of their race. So slightly out of effective position at the moment is Hayden Veld in at the 31. But for now, Joshua Anderson is on a charge here. He's made his way past Beswick, gotten into second spot, and they're only 6 laps out of the pits. They're on the dries, and Anderson is feeling comfortable, it seems, out there.
Yeah, looking very comfortable at the moment. And you can see there now a bit of a gap now already to Eddie Beswick, so that gap has grown out just a little bit, and you can see that the 3 cars are almost evenly spread across the top here as they come over to the top of the mountain. And you can see now it's just all about keeping calm now that most of the big stuff has happened. Drivers have now pitted for a change of tires. It's now just time to just take it easy and just work on just trying to make sure that the race is smooth, as the 222 has come back into the lane. Did they just change tires?
Black flag. for incident limit. So Blake Neck has only just gotten back into the 222, and now they're going to be losing even more time. That's such a shame. They did such great work staying out there, getting track position by staying out on the drying track. And ultimately, they're going to lose all of that. Meanwhile, Scott Rankin has alerted us to this moment here for the 305 at Metal Grey, getting pincer moved by two Acuras.
That is similar to the movie Driven, the old movie Driven, going wide across each other like that. 3 wide, double move on the left and the right. That was massively close, but epically done. That would have been a sight to see for Scott.
Oh, wow. Goodness gracious. A big heart attack moment up the top of the mountain there.
I was going to say, I don't sight to see, yeah, maybe, but I don't think that's necessarily going to be what they'd be looking at. Just another update from watching things around the circuit. Number 2, Valento Rosso by Eclipse car. Lachlan Cowie, unfortunately, almost repeated his mistake down at the chase. He got into the puddles in the braking zone and spun the car out into the key litter. Thankfully, no other cars, no incidences. Oh, turn 1, 999, TriStar Racing GT4 is just fired across the inside and outside of that corner there. And Dylan Shepherd in the blackout OPR 43 car is just jumping on the radio.
Yeah, looks like maybe a run-in with the 305 at Murray's.
Connection problems. The 305 is reported.
Okay, so the 305 is blinking at the moment, so so Dylan Shepherd just alerting them to that, and hopefully they'll be able to get that technical issue fixed in the Australia-wide purple GT4. Meanwhile, this is what happened to the TriStar Mercedes here coming down to Hell Corner. The Drop Bear Acura just making their way past, hits the puddle on the way in and goes slithering over the inside of Hell Corner. Luckily, keeps it out of the wall. The gravel trap did its job well there.
Oh, yeah, no, for sure. It looks like he was going to go for the wall at 1, and Chris Bell has stopped it at turn 1.
That's turn 1.
Wondering what happened there. It looks like it's not moving, and the tires are spinning. I wonder if he's lost the motor.
Big damage at the rear of the 962, and he's called for a tow here. Oh, I think he's done exactly the same thing. A GT3 car, more speed.
My goodness.
It's actually
That's completely destroyed the rear end of the car. That's disconnected the axle from the gearbox, from the engine, from the everything. It's all messed up at the back of that Drop Bear car. So we might see another safety car from here, and it's a good opportunity to pit. The ERT number 31 says yes, but then no, as they hit a wet patch again, coming into pit lane. This car's got a black flag as well. Oh, that's for incident points too. They're dropping like flies right now.
Well, now the safety car gets called by race control just as we watch this here for the ERT 31. And more cars going off on pit entry as they come in for this safety car stop. I think that's over Vermilion Acura having a moment there on the way into the pits. But
that is massive right there. That was a massive off for that car. That was for the 31 of Hayden Bell. That was similar to Jeremy Wynn a couple years ago in the 1000. That was huge. Look at that. That is just absolutely gone. And that is just such a shame for that car.
Safe to say the aerodynamic profile of the rear wing has been compromised, and that car is going absolutely nowhere. You see, look at the position of the rear wheels there. The back of the car is sagging down. Everything's been destroyed thanks to that wall hit. So lesson to all the drivers out there, yes, the track may be drying, but there's still puddles on corner entry at certain areas, and you need to be careful not to run all the way to the edge of the racetrack.
Yeah, that is really pushing the limits right there. Hopefully now these will be able to, the puddles will be able to disappear soon, as we can see now the safety car in the pit lane waiting for the right time to go out as these drivers now come down the circuit, coming down the mountain now in towards Forest Elbow, and you cannot pass the safety car. So the drivers are trying to race their way around, and the 36 here, the 36 here, and the other two Acuras behind them, the 56 and the 862, cannot pass the number 5 Aston Martin down the Conrod straight. So we'll see if any of them decide to maybe come into the lane, although they were too early into their stints to do that. So we'll see where that ends up.
Oh, man.
Oh, by the way, there's been trouble under safety car. The 305 again.
Oh, no. the dramas just continue for Australia-wide Racing Purple. They have lost the front bumper of the car, and it looks like Thomas Laprake has caught the curb and the puddle at the top there and gone pirouetting over the crest.
He sure has, Reese. Oh, thankfully, no other cars involved. So far away. Yep. Just pushing to catch the safety car train, and yes, the track is dry for the most part. There's just so much of this track that you still can't go on a slick tyre.
Oh man, well, that's the risk that you take, isn't it? I think we're definitely over the crossover point now. It's definitely a dry weather tyre track now, but how's the view here from the Pulsar Chuka Toyota car, seeing this car hit the wall in front of them and just waiting for the gap to go and running over the front bumper. Fortunately, no damage to them from that. As we go back live, in comes Thomas, and you can see how much damage has been done there to the left side of the car in particular. Still blinking, still with technical issues. So not ideal at all for Australia-wide Racing Purple. But the front of the field has caught the safety car. And Josh Anderson now behind the Balin Stewart Foundation BMW M2. And we can take a breather once again. Look at who has been the big gainers here. Orbit Drop Air Jupiter in third place. It's a really good run there for Matthew Dench at the moment. And Daniel Benefield is the top non-Acura in the 9.5 SimSport Porsche just behind. JEHF Speed's Harry Kyle is in 7th place. Good to see there. The Momentum Motorsport 78, top Mustang in 8th spot too. And Brett Loxton in the Jinx Shifters Ferrari right behind them. So we still have hope for the non-Acuras out there.
Yeah, I'll just sort of take a breather. That was absolutely insane. All the incidents now that led to the safety car, and of course we did see the 31 of Harry Weld, of course, unfortunately have his off. So that is a bit of a shame right there. But of course, it's now time that we just all calm down, just take a breather, just calm it down now. Let the track dry out. Let's hope that this will sort of dry the track out entirely. We can get back to full green rain. Hopefully there'll be no more puddles on the outside of the circuit. You can see there's still a few more around the circuit, and of course now, as the field has now caught up, as we wait for the wave rounds and see how this all plays out as we carry on through to the next little segment of this race with just under 4 hours and 50 minutes to go.
Oh man, I feel like I've already commentated 24 hours straight with the amount of stuff that has happened since I came on 3 hours in. I mean, it's just crazy, the race that we've seen, but I tell you what, it's still a lot of the same cars up the front, minus the Vermilion cars, of course. The wet weather has not treated Vermilion Esports kindly, but Eclipse, Vendaval, Orbit Drop Bear, they are still up the top. And one car out of position there, the XCM Ferrari, you can see fourth in the train behind the safety car. They've got a bit more work to do. They've had plenty of issues, including exceeding the incident limit. Jason Bent's down in 20th place, but he'll be hoping that he gets an opportunity to get a lap back at some point.
Yeah, so just now all just keeping it calm there, Reese. It's just time to take a deep breath and just let it all sink in now. Okay, so now the track is dry. So what do you do under these conditions now? There are still wet patches around, but everyone's on the slick tires, obviously, and obviously the track has opened up a bit more in terms of dry patches as we take a look at the 56-year-old Eddie Beswick, who was leading the race for a little while. But what do you do now? It has now calmed down a bit. Everyone's on slicks. How do you tackle the last, like, how do you tackle this next segment? Do you push it, or once again, is it also the question of buying a ticket to the final?
Yes, he has indeed. Apologies for that one there, Brandon. I'll answer the question for you there. Yeah, 100%. This is still a time where you need to keep yourself alive and book your ticket for the final hour of the race. Whilst there are chances to make up times and such, I would still argue, though, you need to be very cautious and just be smart about it here. And so take your time, look after your track position, look after your car, and then work your way forward gradually to set up for the end of the race, I'd say at this point.
Yeah, it sounds like the the ideal strategy is to just keep it calm. As you can see now, a few of the cars now getting the wave around, and actually quite a few cars. Look at that, big queue. It looks like we're going for like another rolling start here, given how many cars are on the right-hand side of the circuit, getting ready for the wave around now, led by the Ferrari that is a little bit out of place, as Reece said earlier. But it's just time now to just sort of take it easy now. And you can see there now the wave around cars are going through. But now as you can see there now, look at that, all the Acuras, look at that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's 5 Acuras lined up, ready to do battle as when this race gets underway. And it's all about trying to keep calm now, I reckon. As you can see now, the driver's now racing the other way, getting to the back of the field. I'm not too sure how much longer we'll have this safety car out for, but we'll see where it'll happen or when that safety car will peel off and we can get back to racing conditions.
I'd be saying we look at another lap with safety car here. We're going to probably wait till Conrod Straight before we wave GT4 cars around like the GT3s. Just an update on that one there, actually. We've just gone from 19 GT3s on the lead lap up to 26 on the lead lap, according to my timing and scoring, with then 2 cars now 1 lap down. 29th place is 2 laps down, along with the 30th and 31st. So checking all of our 34 out of our 38 GT4s are still running. Current spread of 6 laps from those on the lead lap down to our final car running, Blackout OPR number 47 in GT3 at least. GT4 spread looking a little better at this stage by the looks of things. Pardon me, it's about 11 laps. We've still got guys who are 20 laps down the locked on lads. Appear to be our last running car in the race. 20 laps down on the lead, 11 laps down on GT4 lead.
Yeah, looking at the GT4, looking at the timing tower here on the left-hand side, the GT4 cars top 5 covered by BMW GT4. So obviously the BMW is the car to want to choose for the GT4 class, and as we can see, the Acura was obviously the car to choose for GT3. And it just depends now, because remember, BOP is a big thing in GT racing. Not too sure how big it is here at Bathurst 12 Hour, but we do know that some cars are better than others. So we know that maybe a Porsche can be better at a certain track, whereas the Lamborghini might be better at a certain track. But this Acura obviously seems to be the fan favorite car amongst the teams. As we see now, the 707 making its way down, the locked on lads car making its way down past all the field. And yeah, just in the background there, there's another GT4 car coming through. Oh, slow down, and there you go. So just take it easy. Don't want to repeat of what happened last time we had a safety car restart. We were waving around GT4 cars, as the 91 now will follow through as well, and I guess a couple more cars as well.
Yeah, so a host of drivers there will get their lap back. It puts us up to 7 GT4s on the lead lap of the race. With the TriStar 999 Mercedes, the next car to the lap down, and the number 91 GTIT Racing Oz car 3 laps down, but just got a lap back there. So yeah, we should hopefully have some competition continuing here. And still, we're coming up to 2/3 complete in this race. That's still early days with the scale of an event like this here. On that topic of balance of performance, it has been discussed to death this weekend already. I will note, and I probably don't need to add too much more, but it is very much clear the Acura on raw pace has been the best car today. But in saying that, we've seen even some of our best teams this weekend make some mistakes in the wet and dry conditions. So with all that said in mind, Brandon, that's why we've got drivers like, well, I also say we've had some other issues for cars. I wasn't here fully for the morning session, but for Vendaval Sim Racing and their return to sim racing as well this weekend here at the OSR Bathurst 12 Hour. It's been a nightmare of a race for them, but they're back to the front of the field, and they'll be, I'm sure, hoping finally to stay out front and have a good run of it for the next little while.
Yeah, that'll certainly make it interesting for all drivers involved. But yeah, Vendaval Sim Racing had a very good start at the start of this race at the 12 Hour, right at the start of this session, because They had such a good start. Obviously, they were questioned on a jump start, and then, of course, of course, the jump start was good. There was still a lot of question marks over that one, but still, their morning run, besides that, was really, really strong. So they've been really strong, and they've been taking it to the Eclipse Sim Sports boys, and also the Valentro Rosso by Eclipse Racing cars as well. And it's just been very, very tough between those three teams. And then, of course, Orbit Drop Bear have slowly come up. I mean, I know you've been behind the wheel of the Orbit Drop Bear car, but even they've also come up as well. So it's a bit of a 4-team battle, or 3-team battle, if you want to put the Eclipse cars together for that top spot on this result in this podium.
Fingers crossed for my boys in Orbit Drop Bear Juba. It's not my car. I certainly can't drive that fast. It seems this weekend, so leave that in the hands of Matthew Dance, Josh Banks and Harrison Lewis for that one there. As we are getting, had confirmation from Race Control, we are going to go green at the end of this lap, so it'll be about 4 hours, 39 minutes or so to go, as our last couple of cars have jumped in for a splash, a top up and repairs or whatever, and get ready to go racing. At the end of this one here, it'll be on lap 172. Oh, sorry, that's the GT4 car is on 172. Now, race leaders, lap 180 currently, so 181 for the restart here coming up at the end of this one here.
Yeah, it should be interesting to see. I just want to make a note now, looking at the live timing, the car that's currently leading this one, the number 36 from Vendor Sim Sports Racing car, 12 pit stops made its way, so 12 pit stops for that car. The next car down is 9 and then it's 8, so a big variety in how many times you've come into that pits. But clearly, obviously, with all the safety cars in the recent time with the wet weather has helped, and it has pushed them up to the front. We saw that with the 222 as well, of course, getting involved in that massive crash earlier in the race, and has also made its way there up as well, thanks to the multitude of safety cars. As we look back now at the 356, look at that, 16 pit stops for Team 356. That is a lot of pit stops to do, but of course they came in, and make a note here of this one, they came in on the first lap, so before the race even started, they came in for a quick little pit stop to maybe top up a little fuel, so they were running good on fuel for some time.
Yeah. Little strategy games like that, because there were the couple of siding laps and the lap to the grid as well. So, hey, extend your opening stint a little bit and make the most of it in those opening dry hours. So, now awaiting confirmation of the safety car returning to the pit lane. And then we will get ready to see when does Josh Anderson go for the restart. So he's going to have the chase and the run to Murray's event. There we go. Now it's just been called in, so he's got all of this road here to decide when to go back to racing on what would be probably, I haven't kept track, but we're going to be able to safety car restart 8 or 9 or something of the odds in this race as we're heading towards the apex of the chase. No movement, just right on the apex. There you go. The 36 puts the hammer down and we get back to racing here. But remember, even if you get a good jump, you have to wait to the start finish. As there we go, from second place, the Eclipse Sim Sports 5656 will hit the pit lane. And that'll shuffle up the order a tiny bit here. And we'll see where they come out here with the field stacked up for a lap 181 restart.
Yeah, that was a very interesting move there for the 56 to dive into the lane. But as we get now underway with the restart, a few of the drivers are now just weaving, trying to get some more warmth into those tyres. We look back a little bit, the 462 coming out of the final corner, now down the front straightaway, wipers still going. And you can see now the drivers are now starting to make their way through. The GT3 cars can now, once they pass the start finish line, can make their way past the GT4 field. It is beautiful conditions now at the moment. Certainly better to what they were now half an hour ago. As you can see now, some of the GT4 cars also making their way up the field, passing some of their competitors. As you can see now, Greg Barber, the 51, oh sorry, we're looking at the 397, sorry, my mistake, of Scott Haslier making his way through. And now we'll have to just continue now with one of the Acuras coming up to the back. We'll see if lost me out cleanly.
Trouble. 228, Vermilion Esports car has gone around and it's going to stack up the white spot.
No.
Almost Bob Bathurst 2005 going on here, folks. Most people get through unscathed. They've got to wait for the GT4s now. It's going to hurt these guys here who are stuck, but you've got to now. Oh, trouble down the S's at the Skyline, 95 Simsport, ERT, and the Orbit Drop Bear car.
No,
They've all got involved.
Oh, that is just. Oh no, that is a dangerous spot. Oh, look at the orbit drop gear car down here at the bottom of the screen. That is big damage. That'll cause for another safety car. Oh, GT4 around, and this is gonna. And the safety car has been called. That's the 269. Oh, that is just going around there. That is Bradley Rauchu in that car. That is huge. And now everyone's going to just slow it down and come down. That is going to be more repairs. Oh man, race control are going to try and dissect this one. I'm not too sure how far behind they are on reviewing incidents, but race control have just been busy today. That is huge.
Well, we were looking for a green flag start, so let's have a look here at how this all happens here. So first up, the Vermilion Esports 228. Just losing control, possibly tiny bit of puddle. I possibly just on the outside. You can see here cars stacking up on the outside, couldn't get through to the inside in time, whereas the majority of the field was able to escape. But then at the top of the hill, cars in puddles. Oh, so 9.5's gone, and then big
over.
Right, so the 9.53. We need another replay here to pick this one up, I believe, Mr. Kennedy. So ERT31 got the puddle. I'm going to presume 953's done the same, and I think the 269 might be the meat in a grinder of a sandwich there, but I need a replay to be able to confirm that one.
Oh, that is just massive. That is massive. So we can see now, obviously, where the damage came from the 269. Here we go. Looking at the replay now of the 953. A little bit loose, a little bit of a puddle. Whack into the wall, spin back across the track, and wham low by the orbit car. That is massive. So the 31 gets into the back of the 269, and then the 269 gets into the Porsche, but they had nowhere to go. That Porsche was in the middle of the circuit. That was huge hit.
We're going to actually rewind this one here for you folks, because this angle does do a pretty good job of showing it off. And the ride for the 953 afterwards as well. In comes the 30. It's quite literally car approaching behind, car spearing across in front of you all of a sudden. And for that car there, we've had a driver in that car with repeated internet issues all of a sudden. Last minute substitutions due to driver injury yesterday, necessitating a sub out with permission from race control. And now, unfortunately, they've ended up annihilated. So as you can see there, so slowing for the 953, and then you can see the acceleration there being slammed in the back.
Yeah, you can definitely see that. That is just, oh man, that is just absolutely devastating there for all drivers involved. That is huge. Now you don't want to know. It was mentioned earlier with another incident from earlier. You don't want to be in VR. Imagine being in VR in that Porsche. That is just absolutely huge. To imagine seeing that in your VR headset.
Yeah, thankfully, Daniel Bedford, the driver of the 953, at that time. I believe they were. I believe he's on screens. There's one more look. This is on board with the ERT number 31, the other car involved. So watch here. Full speed commitment over the crest and puddle, curb, grass.
Can't brake. Oh man, that is huge. So there we go. We got all the views of that one. So 31 just ran wide, and of course on that wet grass you cannot use the brakes too well because you just cannot brake. You cannot stop it. That was big.
Well, another round of wave rounds to come here as going to let some more cars get another lap back at least. Let's have a look here to see once again. So the Vermilion Esports 89 will now rejoin the lead lap of the race, as will Polsatuka Toyota. No, actually, they're not on the train. They're not going to catch up in time. Yep, they're done. So they're going to get stuck a lap down. But Blackout OPR 35 now goes to one lap down. Antique Motorsports 994 back a lap. Some more Everest back a lap. And Blackout OPR 47 all go a lap, get a lap back there in this situation. But well, safety cars have bred safety cars, as we have Reese Gardner return the complex. Actually, probably a timely for me to also consider leaving the comms box because I've got to actually get ready to drive and such, Reese. But well, first of all, have you seen what's just happened, Reese? If you haven't, We might need to queue up the replay machine several times.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, I was about to say, I left under safety car, I come back and we're under safety car again, so something's gone down.
Do some things.
Okay, so the 9.5 machine, something happening up
wait.
the top.
Yeah, wait for McPhilmy.
You're getting a live reaction from Reese Gardner right now as, whoa, okay,
No,
playing
not
ping
race,
pong
not
ahead
race.
of the field. Oh dear, oh my lord, oh no. Oh, that's bad. The 31, one of the drop bear cars as well.
269 Venus.
Oh, yeah, and that is ultimately going to be a massive turn of events. Okay, I think I'm up to speed now. Oh man, such a shame for 9.5 Sim Sports. They were doing so well. One of the top non-Acuras in the field, and all comes down to that danged curb at McPhillamy Park and Skyline once again. We'll find our way through this safety car and get back to green flag conditions once again on a track that is steadily looking drier and drier, but there's still a few trace puddles around the circuit here as we will say goodbye to Dan Yeaman. It's going to be myself and Brandon Stuck for the time being. David Haynes is going to be joining us at around 4 hours to go in this race. Man, Brandon, I don't know what to say at this point. I mean, it's the story of this race, right? You know, think things go all right for a bit, and then ultimately there's some spectacular incident that brings out a safety car, and we just cue the machine back up and do it all over again.
Yeah, that's certainly what you want to. That's certainly not what you want to have on a race like this. But I mean, it was mentioned earlier. You know, there are still puddles around this place, and of course, the puddles unfortunately caught out the 953 there, and that was a massive incident for them. And obviously, 3 cars involved. It was absolutely huge. And that's one of the. And now it's all about calming it down again, getting back into it. The race restart was clean up until that point. It was absolutely incredible. We did have a big one, a minor one at the cutting, but where the track was minorly blocked, there was a single race line through. But after that, it was just all clean. It was just taking it easy. And then, of course, we had the big one at the top. And, of course, that must have been a view to see. I did make a mention to Dan Yeaman that the driver of the Porsche, hopefully he's not in VR. That would have been the sight to see. But he did mention that the driver of the car, Daniel Benefield, was on screen. So I think that saves him.
Yeah, certainly. That's a small silver lining in what's turned out to be a very dark cloud for 9.5 Sim Sports. Well, as the field comes onto Conrod Straight under safety car here, actually, we were about to throw to a break, but I think it's actually going to be time to get this race started again. We're going to have to wait for that for a bit. We're going to jump straight back into the action. It is Vendaval Sim Racing on top. Orbit, Drop Bear, Jupiter, and Volante Rosso by Eclipse #1. That #1 car has struggled to stay in the lead specifically ever since the rain came out, but they are still up there. They can still fight. And with Dylan Burst behind the wheel, the man who put that car on pole, you know that he's going to be pulling out all the stops to try and get his way back up to the lead. Gently does it on your way into the chase. Wait for the call from race control that you can start accelerating. The safety car just entering pit lane now, and the rear of the train will be Lachlan Cable in the Evolution Racing Team 31, who's just exited the pits. Well, on the power we get. Gradually build up speed. Actually, it looks like Anderson's going to make him wait here. He's going a lot later than we've seen on previous safety car restarts. The field is going to be bunched.
Yeah,
That
is a lot later. Sorry to cut to the top there, Reese.
Yeah.
That is a lot later. I was expecting him to go at the exit of the chase, and we're just going to wait and see now.
He's going to do the Apex and Murray's, I reckon. That's where he's going to get on the power. There we go. We're finally up to speed as the green flag flies, and we're back to racing. I think that's actually good that Anderson did that, because some of the drama can start from already being up to speed by the time you get to the braking zone for the final corner. So they've managed to avoid that. A little bit of water being kicked up over the curb at the exit of Hell Corner, but it's a clean restart for the front of our field. Already one position being made up back in the field. Orbit Drop Bear Mars, Cameron Dance getting past William Sapstead in the Rapid Theft number 65. But the top four breaking away already. We still see that Momentum Motorsport 78 in the mix, and this time it looks like they're pretty on strategy with the top drivers. Here come the GT4s, by the way. Having been negotiated by their fellow BMW, the only BMW in the GT3 field, that KRF Simblacks entry, still running in the top 15. They had a fantastic run through the wet weather, drove perfectly, got themselves the track position, and have worked their way up nicely. But now we turn our attention to McPhillamy Park. This is where a lot of those incidents have taken place, and man, the GT3s are definitely pushing there, but you can see that they are staying well away from that puddle on the exit.
Yeah, certainly are. You don't want to go into near that puddle, of course, while it's gone. And of course, we do know in the dry, the drivers do go up to that curb on the exit of McPhillamy coming down to Skyline. As we take a look now at the battle here for second, the 862 of Matthew Dench and Dylan Birch in the one, going down Conrad. And this is one of the best views. Look at this view. This is an awesome little view here. On board now, the Acura. And you can see now the slipstream slowly working. Not by much at the moment, but slowly working now. Look at that, 260, 270, and then 273, and then stab on the brakes as they come down into the left-hander here to complete the first flying lap off the second restart. Oh, another one around. That is the 313, and it looks like one of the GT4 Mercs involved in that one. Yep, see the park up there. Let's see who that might be. That's the 91. Race on Oz 91 of Cameron White, and she's trying to see if they can get that car turned around as we focus now back to the front, hoping to see a replay of what happened there. That I assume one into the wet patch on the outside. Interesting to see now as we look further down the field, Matt Fowler as well, the number 7, slowly looking at this one as well. So if anything happens in front of him between these two, he will be pouncing on that one to get second.
Yeah, indeed. Well, here's what happened to the Race on Oz 91. Cameron White at the wheel, and he did catch the puddle on the exit of McPhillamy, and the cars behind had practically nowhere to go. The TriStar Merc gets on the brakes, and the XCM car trying to find a way through, but they had nowhere to go. Couldn't commit. They were already on the brakes, and they couldn't steer to avoid it. So that was ultimately a 3-car incident, and quite a bit of damage being done there. It's a real shame for Cross Continental. They've had their moments in the sun in this race, but it looks like it's far away from them now. Still 4.5 hours left in this race. That is a solid amount of time to make all of that time up, but they'll have to get that damage repaired first. The Race on Oz Mercedes has made its way into the pits, obviously with a lot more damage than they already had, and it's on for second. Dylan Burst trying to find his way past Matthew Dench here, and Matthew Bowler right behind them in the ERT number 7, who miraculously has recovered incredibly well from their earlier dramas. Remember, that car was had a mechanical black flag at one point, and they had to take a few tours through the pits for damage, and have had a lot to tell in their story. There goes Dylan Burst up into second place. Matthew Dench back to third. But how good is it that ERT is still up there in 4th place? They're always a factor in these long-term races, and the Momentum Mustang lurking in the background, looking to take advantage if anything happens between this Acura trio.
Yeah, that's certainly one thing that the Mustang will be looking to go for. Oh, bit of a big lose there. Oh, Dylan catches it. That was a hot and mouth stuff right there. I was going to say the Mustang looking a bit menacing up the background there. So like you said, if anything happens to the 3 Acuras up front, the Mustang is there to claim those positions. That was huge for Dylan Birch.
Yeah, Dylan with a bit of damage already on his right-hand side, and well, it's a story we've seen happen a couple of times before. That puddle on the entry to Hell Corner, he just touches it and the car snaps on him. Got to be careful not to go too far right. I'm amazed that he held onto that and still made the apex. Jesus.
That was absolutely incredible stuff. We have seen, oh no, the 911 into the wall at 2. Oh, that is just heartbreaking stuff. They were running so well. up near the front as we take a look now at the replay. Move here by the 356. Is there a touch? Is there a touch? Watch out for the Mustang at the back.
Oh,
There's
no.
a touch there. Oh no, that is just heartbreaking stuff right there. I'm not so sure exactly how you call that one. That was James Golding in the 43. Obviously saw a move and went for it in the Porsche. I think the Porsche had seen him on his James had maybe run a little bit wide, and the 911 is still there. And it looks like 105, the 105 Ferrari coming past our screen now is crabbing. Jared Knight has got some damage. Not too sure if he collected the 911 or was there something else to the story. Let's take a look at the replay. Oh, running out a bit wide. Oh, no. Okay,
again.
So that explains it right there. So, coming back onto the racetrack at the wrong time. That has to suck right there. That is just, that hurts.
Yeah, not the first time we've seen that set of circumstances in this race. A car stopped on track trying to reverse. They think they have the gap, but they don't. And the car comes through at full speed right into them. It's such a shame for Jared Knight. Not his fault at all in that Ferrari. But we take stock and we move on to John Piesnek here, who's grabbed the final position in the top 10. Aaron Gilbert behind in the Team Jinx Shifters machine, and actually teammate Brett Loxton is behind as well. For now, the ERT 444 on the charge to try and catch up to the Vermilion 117 just up ahead of them. Vermilion have managed to find their way back into the top 10. With Zach Rattray White behind the wheel of the 117, that's certainly a combo that you would like to see. Rattray White, a very skilled driver indeed. As we check back in here with Jared and see what he can do to get this thing back to the pits. It is crabbing hard now down Conrod Straight, and so the drivers will have to be alert, they'll have to be careful, especially turning into the chase.
Yeah, that's one thing as well. That's one thing about the iRacing as well, is that you can have spotters. So you can have your friends on the spotters radio. Although the actual iRacing spotter can tell you, hey, there is a slow car on the left or right hand side of the track. At least the spotter can sort of have a look back and see whereabouts on the track they are, and can see if maybe they'll come into contact with that car at some point before it hits into the lane. And we have a black flag for car 43. So
yeah, that's for turning around that Porsche at turn 2, I believe. So race control are very quick on the mark with that one. And the 911 Porsche itself, the JEHF speed car, has gotten a black flag of their own for an unsafe rejoin, which compromised Jared Knight there. So, well, that's going to be the next couple of things on the roster for race control. And well, the guys up in the stewards booth are still working very hard on a backlog of incidents. They've just decided to slot those couple in now because they happened, and it's very clear what the verdict would be. So James Golding bringing it into the pit lane, and that will be a drive-through for the 43 as ERT makes the move here. Riley Preston trying to get past Sam Sproul there in the One Performance racing car. Lewis Greathead behind in the Vermilion machine, and we still have Brett O'Keefe in that KRF Simblacks BMW up in front of this pack. They'll all be slowing each other up a bit as Golding exits the pits behind them, and it looks like that's all three of the OPR Mustangs on track together for the first time in a while.
Yeah, that does look like a bit of a team effort there, and that'll be fun to see how that goes. As we're looking at the Acura, looking to pull out and make a move, not going to get it done just yet. The RT car, Riley Preston now trying to make a move up the inside of the 606, and really looking. You can see it's got pace. You can see the 462 has got pace. It is a mid-engine car as well, so keep an eye on and see if they can make a bit of room up over the top, but also keep an eye on the at the front as well in that Simblacks BMW. Will he be a factor in this one? This is all for position as well, so keep that in mind. It is all for position as well, and it is known that some cars do have a good strength here. As we look now at the 462 diving, racing down the mountain, slowly getting up there onto the rear of the 606. But I reckon we might see them move down at the chase if they can get a good run out of Forest Elbow. Here we go.
Sam Sproul nailing the exit in the Mustang, but the slipstream is strong and the Acura has good straight line speed even without the draft. So I'd be expecting Riley Preston to try and go for a move at the chase here, but he's not quite close enough. I think he might stay behind. It's he's going to stick the nose in anyway. That is very late on the brakes there for Riley Preston, but he pulls it up and gets the move done. ERT now up to 15th place. Don't forget, he was 17th at the start of the lap, so this has been a really good run here for Preston. Now he's free of those cars behind, and he can try his best to catch up to Brett O'Keefe. I think that might be short work for a driver of Riley Preston's caliber, but Brett O'Keefe and that whole crew in the BMW have had a great race so far. They won't want to give this one up.
No, certainly not. You don't want to give it up too easily. Otherwise, Otherwise, how do you play that strategy after that? So you can see Brett O'Keefe, of course, tough racer, will try and keep that position as long as they can. As look at the back now, the other Acura now up the inside as the 228 for the Million Esports car, and doesn't get it done. So the door was shut in his face, and we'll see if they can make it now a bit further around the mountain. Because this top part of the mountain here, you've got to keep in mind, you can't really pass here without it turning dirty. So you have to try and just stay behind and just build up your momentum and wait till at least Forest Elbow or even the chase.
One line fits all up the top of the mountain. Move back to the GT4 fight. Haven't checked in with these guys in a bit. Troy Stone Street in the middle here for WKMP Sim Sports. Australia-wide Racing Blue leading this fight. 4th place at the moment. Angus Cook and the Summit Sim Sports Aston Martin. This is the first time in a while, I think, that this Aston has had an actual fight for position. So good to see them still up there, still plugging away. But Stone Street here, definitely very capable. We'll see what he can do to hold off the advance from Angus Cook, as it looks like position has been yielded here for Brett O'Keefe. He doesn't have the luxury of slipstream until right now, and it looks like the Mustang's going to go for it as well. Sam Sproul at the chase, almost contact. They nearly banged wheels through the kink. And that's 2 positions down now for the KRF Motorsports Sim Blacks number 63. I get the feeling they're almost going to be freight trained by these guys behind.
Yeah, you can see there, look at the background there, two of the Mustangs now, the Team Mustangs there behind the Million car. Absolutely, that's the blackout OPR car of James Golding that we're looking at. Big move by Million Esports into turn 1, and it looks like James will follow through. It is now going to be a drag race up Mountain Straight. Mustang versus the Acura. And the BMW of Brett O'Keefe is still there. He's still holding on.
This is good stuff from Brett O'Keefe. He's going to yield in the end into the braking zone. But regardless, he let those guys know, hey, we're still here. We're still fighting for position. And if you guys mess up, we're going to be there to take it.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant move there by the Acura. And you can see now, and here's one of the Porsches now up the back. It's the 953 car, so that's the one that was on his lid earlier down at Skyline. So they're now back out as well, and they're going to try and make their way onto the back of this train.
Yeah, Luke Swan in the 953 machine at the moment, and they're currently down in 19th place on my timing. They've got quite a bit to work themselves out here. But Luke Swan, very skilled driver. I'd say the same for everyone in that 953 Porsche. Craig Schultz and Daniel Benefield doing a great job with that car so far in this race. Still a ways away from getting to this battle, but for now, keep your eye on Lewis Greathead in the 228. See if you can catch up to Sam Sproul, as Golding actually running off the circuit a little bit there on the way down to the chase. Probably checking something off screen there. Unsure exactly what the circumstance was, but Greathead making up a little bit of time here. Sam Sproul will have to start looking over his shoulder here. The Mustangs are making a very good case for themselves late on in the race. They were not the fastest in qualifying. There were no Mustangs in the top 15. And ultimately, the 12-hour race has fallen in favour of the cars that have been able to keep it clean and take advantage of safety cars to find their way back up. Meanwhile, battle of the Ferrari and Acura here. Brett Loxton in the Jinx Shifters 209, trying to grab 11th place back off Lachlan Cowie, who was one of the cars that we saw massively damaged down at the chase. That number 2 Eclipse car we saw actually in the pits earlier on the starter motor, trying to get it rolled into their pit box. It's good to see that they've managed to get back out there and are looking at a top 10 if they can get by Aaron Gilbert.
Yeah, certainly great to see the number 2 back out there. We did see for a while now they were stopped at the pits, and they really tried to get it going there, Reese, as you mentioned. But now as they come on down through the mountain and see if they can make up another position, currently sitting in 11th place overall, and obviously 11th in class. There's only 2 classes here. Oh, bit of a connection issue there. What happened there?
There we go. He's popped back in. Sometimes a driver will disappear for a few moments at a time and come back, so some mild technical issues for Lachlan Cowie there, but he seems safe for now. Unsure exactly, but that blinking is continuing. Hopefully that's not a sign of worse things to come here for Eclipse number 2.
Yeah, that's not what you want, especially if you're the driver behind. As we currently see, it is the 209 Jinx Shifters car that is behind, but that's not what you want to see, because if you're trying to make a move up on the inside of another car, you don't want to be seeing that car blink, because you never know where it'll reappear, and that'll really put a driver off, especially if you're going for a battle and trying to make a pass.
Yeah, exactly. I suppose the advantage here for Aaron Gilbert is he's not the one chasing, but he will be the one chasing soon, because Cowie gets a really good exit coming out of Hell Corner, and he'll draw alongside up Mountain Straight. They've got a GT4 to contend with, though. That's the Locked On Lads car up ahead. Cowie's going to have the inside line coming into Griffins, and he takes the position. And for now, the 707 can rest safe for just a few seconds, but lets them both go up the inside into the cutting. A very embattled car, the 707 in this race. Currently running 12th in GT4, and they still have a lap to complete before they can actually grab a position of the JTIT race on Oz 91, which has been in the pits for the last 14 minutes.
Yeah, been in the pits here for a while due to that crash at the top of the mountain. As we're looking at Matthew Dench and Matt Bowler. Oh, and a big off there. Was that was that the number 2?
It might have been, yeah.
Yep.
I think it was. Oh, no.
Oh, look at the damage. Look at that. I think I might be missing the rear wheel. That was a huge one. You tell that car was angled coming down Skyline. I wonder if it's had a lose over the top, either through a connection or through the puddles, because there are still a few puddles up at the top. I just wanted to make a quick call down to the GT4 grid. You can see Greg Barber is second at the moment. He was leading the GT4 for a while, and has now currently trying to chase down Scott Hasler, who is currently in the lead. Here we go. Let's have a look at the replay. Up over, over the puddles.
Straight into the puddle.
Straight into the puddle, and has gone around the 208. You can see that a connection issue has caused him to be deep on the brakes to try and avoid it. Not too sure where that car would reappear, but the BMW GT4 race, in a sense, is still on here, as Greg Barber, who has been quick all race. I've been keeping an eye on the GT4 cars throughout this race as well. They've been pretty quick as well. We look back up towards the GT. Oh, we've got a car crabbing. That is one of the Vermilion cars.
Yeah, and Lachlan Cowie hasn't moved either, so we have a couple of cases here for a potential safety car. And which Vermilion car is that? It's the 89, Tom Freer at the wheel. Looks like Lachlan Cowie's managed to get his car back rolling, but Freer, it looks like, is going nowhere.
Oh, I want to see what exactly would have happened there. That's a lot of damage, and it's not moving, so it would have been pretty significant damage in that one. Tom Freer, I'm not sure he was involved in a battle with anyone. A safety car has been called, which is a good call by race control right there.
Yeah, so Freer, it looks like, completely missed the braking point for turn 2. Watch this. It's like it didn't even register that it was the braking zone, and that is some of the heaviest contact I've seen with the wall yet, and that has completely destroyed the rear end of the car. He did get it rolling up the hill, but it was crabbing hard, and eventually it just ran out of oomph. The uphill angle was just too great, and he ended up having to come to a stop a bit further up the road.
Yeah, that is absolutely bad. That's not what you want to happen when you're in the middle of a race, as we look now at the Lachlan Cowie car just crabbing down the hill, and these cars behind cannot make a pass until this car has entered the pit lane. That's one of the things about safety cars as well. You want to race, you want to get to the pits, you want to get out in front of the car you're battling. You cannot do that under safety car. Like you cannot pass a slow car under safety car, as we see Lachlan Cowie come in, followed by a few other GT3 cars and a couple of GT4 cars as well. That is, Lachlan Cowie was absolutely flying up until that point.
It certainly was. Well, it looks like the majority of our top 10 have found their way into the pit lane. Blake Neck and John Peaceneck in the TriStar and Evolution cars respectively have decided to stay out of the pit lane. They're going to be going at least a couple of laps longer. They are nowhere near as far into the stint as all of our other drivers. Dylan Burse was 29 laps complete. Alex Bird in the Vendaval Sim Racing car taking over from Anderson, 25 laps completed. Blackout OPR Mustang has only completed 12 laps. Sam Sproul in the 606 will move up to 3rd spot. And for now, it looks like a quicker pit stop for Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter. They have come out ahead of the #1 car.
Well, so that'll be an interesting one there. That's actually a good stop there by the Orbit Drop Bear car. And it looks like also the 606 is also out in front. I'm not sure if the 606 had dived into the lane or not. If they had tried to come in for a bit of a stop, they're 5 seconds behind. As we take a look back now, there is the 268. So that's Cameron Dance behind the wheel in the Orbit Drop Bear Mars car. And
apparently they've got a mechanical black flag we're here.
I wonder what's... Well, there's no bumper on that car. I wonder if there's been a bit of contact. And you can see Cameron Dance sitting there in his 2E sim rig. And we're going to go to a replay quickly and see what... Well, I might go to a replay quickly and see what happened here to the 268. It's coming around top of the mountain.
It's the puddle again!
And the puddle has claimed another one, front and rear contact into the wall. So the puddle has claimed another victim. And Cameron Dance looks like he's just going to put the gloves away. All right, don't want to use the gloves anymore.
That happened after the safety car was called as well. That is far from ideal. Ever the proud Kiwi, Cameron Dance, but unfortunately the flag of New Zealand is flying at a bit less than full mast at the moment.
Yeah, that's a bit of a shame for the Kiwi fans. I mean, I'm from New Zealand, so I'm supporting the Kiwis here. So unfortunately, that's not ideal for Cameron Dance. But of course, we can now see that it looks like some waiver rounds are being set by race control. And it looks like it's one of the Acuras and Mustang, and then a Ferrari behind the back there. And a few other ones as well, all trying to get through.
Yes, indeed. We'll find our way to these waiver rounds, and there's a part of me that's you know, if it were even possible, it'd be really good if a virtual race control man could run out there and maybe put a couple of bollards around that puddle just to let drivers know, please do not run over this, because basically every incident we've seen in the last half hour has been a car catching that puddle and spinning at the top of the hill.
Yeah, that's certainly been a bit of the case there at the top. I mean, it would be nice if we could sort of get a little bit of a bollard out there, because that corner at the top of the mountain has claimed so many cars. in this race, as you said, in the last half hour, and it has been the site of some big ones as well. But now people can just sort of take a breather now once again. That's the joy of safety cars. You can take a breather and just relax. Focus on the next part. Where do you go from there? Where am I? Where are my opponents? What are my tires like? What is my fuel like? What are the track conditions like? You can see there are lots of marbles on the circuit as well. So it's just going to be interesting to see how Blake will tackle this restart. Does he go at the chase? Does he go into the last corner? It'll be interesting to see where he decides to put the foot down and make the restart happen.
Running over the edge of the circuit there, potentially displacing some water at the second puddle that has claimed quite a few victims since the track started drying at the entry to turn 1. That is going to run things through here. Well, with 4 hours to go in this race, I reckon it's just about time for us to jump to our little ad break while we get refreshed and get ready for the final 4 hours of this race, where David Haynes is going to be joining us to take us to the end, and Brandon's going to have his stint come to an end himself. Thank you very much for joining us, Brandon. It's been a pleasure to have you up here.
No worries. It's been a great pleasure to work with the legendary Reese Gardner on the Bathurst 12 hour. I've really had a great time.
Excellent stuff. Well, as the waiver rounds begin, we will be back in just a few moments here on SimSpeed TV. You're watching the 2025 OSR Bathurst 12 hour. Victory is still not clear for anyone. You're watching the OSR Bathurst 12 hour for 2025. We say goodbye to Brandon Stuck, and we say hello again to David Haynes, who joins myself, Reese Gardner, in the commentary box. TriStar Racing 222 is going to lead us away. Bit off strategy is the top three to everyone else, so we'll see what TriStar, Evolution and Blackout OPR will be able to do here in this opening stint of this final, most recent post-safety car period. Into turn one comes Blake Neck, and it's a good exit, David. Let's see if anyone can survive the puddles.
Yeah, that's it. The line between incredible lap times and incredible failure is so narrow right now. It will continue to dry up with the wind blowing, with the track temperature increasing, the humidity coming down. That racetrack everywhere up against the curbs, it's all going to dry out. But it's the racing line that dried first. Blake Neck, TriStar Racing, they've been running long at the right points in time to then cycle back towards the front. This car was in bits earlier on. So was Evolution Racing Team's 444. They were penalised, damaged. They got hit from behind and sent speeding into pit lane. But now these are the two cars that are up the front of this race right now.
Here comes John Peasnick. He is on the charge here. Blake Neck, of course, has plenty of success in the sports car racing space here. But we'll need to make sure that John Peasnick has it in him to find his way past down at the chase. There's no opportunity for moves coming down into the S's. But you can see that ERT Acura is on the money. Speaking of ERT Acuras, Bo Albert back in the number 7. He's found himself in 8th spot. He is under a lot of pressure from Jamie Christensen. Now, if we think back, Albert catching the puddle again. That's a good old 360 no-scope from Bo there. And he is back with Jamie Christensen, who, if you remember from some hours ago, these two cars came together when fighting for the race lead. Let's see if there's any love lost between the two of them. How hard is Albert going to defend this one? Christensen trying to find a way through on the inside, almost tapping Morse code on the back of Albert's bumper.
Gee, there'll be a little bit happening here, and there's still a huge chunk of this race remaining. We're at 1:45 p.m. local time, so it will get pretty dark by the end of this. Well, not pretty dark, but it'll start to cool off somewhat from where it is right now. Track temperature beginning to climb past 32 degrees Celsius. Everyone said, oh, qualifying was hot, shootout was hot weather, but it'll be cool for the race, then it'll rain, it'll stay cool. We are going to get a bit of hot running, I think, in the next hour or two, not to be confused with cool runnings, which is what we had in the first half.
Yes, indeed, and I think a lot of drivers made a very good impression of the Jamaican bobsled team on the way through those wet conditions.
A few of them forgot to kiss their lucky eggs, if we're honest.
Yes, absolutely. A fair portion of drivers. Looks like Peasnick is still having a bit of trouble getting past Blake Neck here, but the pressure is building, and they're actually making good time on the cars behind. Sam Sproul has not been able to keep up with them, and now he's keeping the cars who pitted under that safety car behind him.
It's more of a block-out OPR in third than some really quick cars. Quick Acura is back there behind Matthew Dench, Dylan Burse. Some of the drivers we saw in that top 15 shootout be absolutely menacingly quick in these kind of track conditions as well. This is good for Blake Neck. This is good for John Peasnick. Obviously, they've got 10 to 15 laps before they need to pit. The further the field spreads, the more they get ahead of their other competitors, then the better they are going to look. McLaren 720S and Blake Neck out of the cutting. He's just pushing for absolutely everything right now.
Yeah, absolutely everything on the line here is side by side. Orbit drop bare to pass Sam Sproul there. Matthew Dench gets ahead into the chase, and it looks like Dylan Burse is going to try and follow him through there. And I think Sproul had to back out of that a little bit. Gently does it on your way down to Murray's Corner. Sproul's going to keep fighting the pole-sitting car on the way into the final corner, but will have to give up the position. Dylan Burse through to 4th place, but tell you what, it's been a bit of a delayed start here for the number 1. They would have wanted to be a bit further up to the front by now.
It's a Bulldog and a Greyhound, the Mustang versus the Acura here, so there's one that gets past fair and square, but it's a super late move down the inside there from Dylan Burse. He runs it a bit wide, he gets onto the wet grass, And yeah, they want to let him know about it. Sam Sproul's like, I'm still here, buddy, and I can hold my ground in this big old beast. But in the end, does the smart thing on both occasions to just slot into line and keep the train moving.
There's John Peasnick to the lead of the race in the Evolution Racing Team 444. Let's see what kind of pace he's going to have in clear air here. Blake Neck will try his best to keep up. I don't know if there's going to be much more he can do. We're going to see how Peasnick did it on the way into turn 2, it seems. Catch the slipstream. The McLaren just doesn't have that little edge in a straight line that the Acura does. And Peasnick draws alongside into the braking zone, has the inside line for Griffins, which is exactly where you want to be. Middle of the road, use the camber, and he is through.
Yeah, I think Neck didn't get a particularly great run off Hell Corner, and then he just offered it up to John Peasnick to lead this race, and I think Neck's going to try to stick with him, particularly where they are right now, running down Conrod Straight with a little bit of a slipstream. So I think Neck realised how quick Peasnick is, and he's not going to try to hold him up too much, particularly with all that's happening behind. And oh, well, it's the puddle, isn't it?
Yep, the puddle. And around he goes, pirouetting down the hill. Fortunately seems to have missed too much damage, so we'll keep our eyes peeled. Meanwhile, number 78 Mustang still up there in spite of everything that's going on around them. They've been the picture of consistency, and I think one of the dark horses of this race. The momentum at number 78, Matthew Johnson, keeping Riley Preston behind him, and that is a mark of honour because, as I pointed out last night, Riley Preston, former iRacing DWC driver, he raced at the highest level of sim racing some years ago. He certainly got a lot of form behind him, but he's going to have to work to get past this Mustang.
Certainly is. Great line picked by Momentum Motorsport, Matthew Johnson, and Preston's like, can I get down the inside? Can I get down the inside? The answer is not quite. Not quite. A whole bunch of other quick cars immediately behind as well. Team Jinx Shifters, Eclipse Sport Cody Williams back there, one of the remaining Vermilion esports cars, as they're trying to force their way side by side through the cutting. Hold your breath.
Yeah, hold your breath indeed. The battle's continuing on here as things are starting to calm down a little. Aaron Gilbert on the charge, the 14th place machine trying to get by Vermilion 228. Lewis Greathead at the wheel. And it looks like a bit more space between them. There's been a problem for the number 36, Vendaval Sim Racing, Alexander Bird. He is offline and damaged. Something's gone very wrong for them up the top, and the 356 Mustang having to take avoiding action there. A traffic jam forming behind the Acura.
Here comes the Momentum Mustang. It's exactly brought them all together, having spaced out from this green flag run post-safety car. There is damage to a few cars here. Who's making the real gains? It looks like Team 356 and Momentum. The Mustangs are going forward.
Yeah, they certainly are. Bringing the momentum into Momentum Motorsport. Here's what happened to Bird behind the Blackout OBR Mustang. Oh, well, big surprise. It was the puddle for the both of them. And how good was the recovery from both cars there? A 360 no-scoped double there on the way over the crest. Well, their pride will be hurt a little bit, but at least they'll still be able to keep going. But regardless, it looks like maybe a bit of damage. Actually, these cars are all coming in for black flag for incident limit, and Kobe Williams, one of them there in the Eclipse Sim Sports 5.6. That is not ideal for for any of those cars, 3 of them to be exact.
Well, it's still Brat Summer on the mountain because that was 360 on repeat up top there with that horrible puddle that a lot of them are still finding, giving plenty of drive-through penalties because it's only 25 incident points to the first drive-through and every 10 thereafter. There's so many cars that have already had their first, now it's just every 10 incident points thereafter, and you saw occasions that would bring 4 easily for every car that we just saw going over Skyline.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, it's a real shame for them as we get the replay there of Alexander Bird and Sam Sproul going for a big old slide. It's amazing that the two of them didn't make contact with each other in all of that perfect synchronized spinning. If we were rating that, I would give them max points, but unfortunately it has cost them a lot of time and jammed up the track for cars behind them. Meanwhile, Kobe Williams just getting past the Antic Motorsports Mustang as we are joined for a brief chat with Lachlan Pryke from the Rapid Theft Esports squad. You guys still have one car running in the race, as it looks like the number 36 is going to be spending some time in the lane there. That's big dramas for them. But Lachlan, things going all right at the moment. You're still in it with under 4 hours to go.
Yeah, that's the main thing. At least like we're still on the lead lap as well. Huge, massive shout out to William and all the boys at the GT3 team. And yeah, sad to see the GT4 team though. They were running first in the rain and just a puddle caught them out and just, yeah.
Yeah, it just seems like the puddles, especially as the track's dried out, have been a massive issue. And it hasn't just been a GT4 problem, it's been an everyone problem. You guys have had to avoid more than a few stricken GT3s as well.
They are, yeah, that's coming the new mobile chicane problem there. I think it added another 20 corners onto Bathurst, but yeah.
Not that it needs much more. Well, Jared Farrowell at the wheel of the number 65 at the moment in 14th, and you guys are only recently out of the pits. That's been under the last safety car period, I believe, and you guys are going to be embroiled in a battle potentially with Jinx Shifters and OPR. Do you guys think a top 10 is on the cards if you play it right?
I think if we play our cards right, a top 10 is definitely there. I think we've got the pace to do it, it's just surviving.
Yeah, that's the name of the game. We'll have to give up an on-track spot to the Summit Sim Sports Everest car. That is not for outright race position, but still keeping things clean out there. Wishing you the best of luck, Lachlan, and we'll see how things go for you from here on out.
Yep, thank you. All right.
That's Lachlan Pryke there from Rapid Theft as we see Brett O'Keefe running wide on the way through the cutting. ERT number 31, Lachlan Capel, trying to take advantage, but just can't find a way through.
Yeah, massive squeeze at the cutting, and then there was also a bit of side-by-side up front. What you've got is some cars fighting for position, some cars that are a lap down or two. This is a little bit further up the road, looking at Samuel Sproul, Blackout OPR Mustang, and a group of cars beginning to form behind that slightly dented rear bumper in 13th position, and oh, that's where the dents come from.
Yeah, all right. Big old slide for the Blackout OPR Mustang there. And Sam Sproul has been through the wars in these last few laps, hasn't he? Now he's got the cross-continental car right on the back of him, but that is not for position. So when lap-down cars are going to pass you, you know that there's a big problem. And here comes Jared Farrowell in the Rapid Theft Esports car. We were just talking to Lachlan Pryke, teammate to Farrowell in that car. This is going to be a very fun time for them if they can get a position out of this. Here's the onboard. Aaron Gilbert just tapping the back of Sam Sproul coming into McPhillamy Park. A corner which is usually just a lift, maybe a tap of the brakes in a GT3 car, but evidently that Mustang already compromised, and Sproul is really struggling to get back on the rhythm here.
Yeah, you wonder if he's missing a little bit of rear downforce after that. The boot's flapping a little bit. Again, if you had one and you slammed it too thoroughly, it might happen, and it's about to lose the spot here. Missing straight line speed, missing rear grip, and that's going to be tough to hang on to for however long this stint continues to go on. Technology of driving, stop 9 laps go. Sorry, Sam Sproul, that's the other car, stopped 20 laps ago. So actually, you might only need to deal with this for the next 5 or 6 laps before you stop.
We'll see how much further they can continue. Now the Pulsachuca Toyota machine has joined the party. John Merritt in the number 64. Very brightly coloured Acura behind with the red front end. Gently does it over the top. You can definitely see that the Mustang is compromised on the way through there. The fast corners not playing into the Mustang's strengths, but he's doing an all right job of keeping them behind now. They have a relative train forming right behind them. We'll see what Luke Page will be able to do in that 209 Ferrari to sort of break the seal, as it were, and allow them to stream on through. Meanwhile, the battle for second place has been, third place has been really rearing as we see the pass happening here. The 209 making it through, and straight line speed definitely not with Sam Sproul right now. There's a whole train of cars behind him, including one of the Eclipse Sim Sports cars, the 5.6 Kobe Williams, finding his way through there. That's all the way down to 17th for Sam Sproul now. So this is what I was talking about with the battle for third place. Dylan Burst trying to get past Matthew Dench in the Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter car. Tried to make a move up here at the cutting, but well done to Matthew Dench. He was able to stick it round the outside and hold him off.
I wonder if a couple of the cars taking that other line during the wets cleared it up a little bit. They remained side by side till just underneath the tree. Matthew Dench held on to that third position. There's a few corners where the racing line may have widened a little bit because of the rain we had earlier. Different lines everyone was taking, but Dench just committed to try to rip the outside there and hold on to his position, which he was able to do. They're not far away from catching Blake Neck for second as well as that goes on.
Yeah, good racing between the two of them, and I mean, they'll have to get back on track because, yeah, they are catching Neck, only 2 seconds between them, but need to be careful. If they get into each other too much, they will slow each other up. The defence is on here for Matthew Dench, and out of Forest Elbow they come. Sam Sproul continues to be right in the middle of a huge pack of cars further back in the field, and he's actually fallen down the order there. That is on the run into McPhillamy. He's gone for a spin in the 606. And so a humiliation conga coming to a very unfortunate end there for Sam Sproul.
But he lost the rear boot lid, so he can get a new one rather than have to hammer out the old one now. Silver linings on everything, even though that's a really tough break. And what you see here is going to become a battle for the race lead at some point as we figure out, contact from behind. They just don't know that he doesn't have speed through the fast corners. And twice they've driven into the back of him.
Yeah, it seems like the Acuras, the Ferraris, they're able to take a bit more speed into the corner there. It was the number 31 that turned him around this time. And yeah, you can see it's only a slight little tap, but it's enough to unsettle the Mustang at one of the fastest corners across the top.
So this will become the battle for the lead when John Peasnick has to pit in 3 or 4 laps, when Blake Neck has to pit in 3 or 4 laps. These cars, these two, Dench and Burst, have got 16 more laps of fuel on board at the moment. They'll be able to run long. They'll be aiming to run to the top of the hour, 3 hours to go, and that'll put them in a really strong strategy position. Vermilion Esports also on the same strategy. Evolution Racing Team 7, Bo Albert, same strategy. Those are cars that really could be contending for the GT3 win at the end. It's a GT3 win because how about contending for the GT4 win 3-way at the moment?
Yeah, Scott Hazler currently on top in the Frog League Juiced Racing Magenta car. He's got a good gap over Aaron Major in the Australia-wide Racing Blue car. A car that has been up the top pretty much the whole way. Can't forget the Blackout OPR car either. Greg Barber at the wheel of this one. He's going to have a GT3 to contend with behind him here. Josh Horton in the Vermilion 89 is going to slip up the inside here at Murray's Corner. There he is in frame. Just catching a little bit of the puddle on the inside, but the GT3 car is still clearly faster than the GT4s in that section. So now, I guess what Barbara will be hoping for is that Horton slows up the 405 a little bit, as we've got bad news for Orbit Drop Bear here. Matthew Dench has exceeded the incident limit for that car, and they've gotten an iRacing issued black flag, and they will have to give up that place to Dylan Burst by touring through the pits.
There's going to be a whole lot more of these, though, in the last couple of hours here, so you know, for Dench, that's going to really, really sting right now. But the likelihood that any of these other cars they're competing with, the number 1, the number 117, the number 7, might also need to do the same in the next hour is high. So I think don't let it get you too far down. The problem it's going to give you is that a drive-through right now puts you into a whole heap of extra traffic that you're enjoying not being in at the moment.
lapped GT3, the 911 JHF speed. Give them the run into the cutting very nicely, and now it's GT4 time across the top. I saw this time last lap they're actually making their way past the locked on lads car at this point, and the Mercedes unfortunately had to take to the wall. The Aston, I think, has a bit of a better time of it. That has compromised the number one, and so a crucial bit of breathing room for Matthew Dench. He will still have to come into the pits to serve that iRacing black flag, but he won't lose as much time relative to Dylan Burse as he was going to.
That graph of the weather tells you everything that's happened in the middle hours of this race. It was dark, it was cold, then the sun came out, then the rain came down torrentially. Then it took 30-40 minutes for the rain to dry up. Since then, the track temperature has been climbing. Hottest it's ever been right now at 33 Celsius. And it's still early enough in the afternoon that I think that could climb even hotter.
Yeah, coming just past 2 p.m. in sim time. The sun's UV strength is always greatest up until about 3 or 4 p.m. So we're going to have another hour at least of the sun baking more heat into this racetrack and potentially driving even more of that water away. We're seeing barely any hint of those puddles, those dreaded puddles that the drivers were trying to avoid earlier. But some of the edges of the track are still very much damp, so you don't want to be out there at the moment.
Dench better know what he's doing by staying out with this black flag. You better know exactly how many laps you've got, because others before have got it wrong, and it's spelt disaster for them.
Yeah, for sure. If you don't serve a black flag within 3 laps, you will get disqualified automatically. So Robert Dropben need to be very careful about this and make sure that Dench comes in at the end of this lap. It has been 2 laps thus far, I believe, and this is the 3rd since the penalty was issued. So keep your eye out. Get into the pits at the earliest opportunity. Meanwhile, Jared Farrell versus Kobe Williams coming into turn 1. That's a change to position for 13th. And Eclipse Sim Sports 5-6 continues their ever difficult recovery from what has been a very difficult race for them in the last few hours.
It's about to be very interesting in the next handful of laps for Volante Rosso, Eclipse and Dylan Burse, because he's 4th right now, and then he's going to see the car in front of him take a drive-through, and then he's going to see 1st and 2nd pit, and then he's going to inherit a nice little lead. It will be a little lead because Vermilion Esports, Jamie Christensen's closing in on him, and you see how through the traffic, down through the S's, just caught behind a couple of these BMW GT4s with that great battle that's going on amongst them. Jamie Christensen smells an opportunity to lead the race as well.
Certainly does. Well, through the GT4s, through the GT3 traffic, Dylan Burse lining up a move, but it might not have to be a move because in comes the 862 to serve the iRacing issued black flag. It's still very wet on pit lane entry, so you need to be careful making your way into the lane. Matthew Dench will tour through, and they won't be taking service there. They're going to likely drop to the back end of the top 10 as a result of that, so the effective race lead now falls back to the number 1. Look at that, little bit of draft braking there from Dylan Burse. He sees Jamie Christensen with the speed that he's carrying at the moment. And I'm amazed that the 117 is back up there, you know. It was just a couple hours ago that we were talking about the Vermilion cars. They all had major problems in the wet conditions, and we thought that they were out of contention. But, you know, it's amazing how an endurance race can turn around.
Antic Motorsports on the lane, 994. That looks scheduled. All the black flag was already cleared. So, yeah, that Mustang going to go get some work done. I think they're getting the driver change as well as the fuel and the tyres. Dylan Burse, soon to be race leader because we're expecting more GT3s on that pit lane soon. And they've cleared all of the GT4 traffic, well, most of it. So now it's an opportunity to show a little bit more pace. And I think when you look at how close they're getting to the concrete, heading down through the S's and towards Forest Elbow, there's the two drivers who are really, really pushing on at the moment. That camera exemplifies it.
Certainly. I love that camera angle. It's one of my favorites of all time, seeing just how close drivers can get to the wall on the exit of the elbow. So we have the black flag as well popping up for quite a few drivers. Vinnie Newen in the 197 has got one there in 6th place in GT4, and it looked like there might have been one
The
for
puddle.
46 as well. No, the puddle again. Lewis Greathead, and that's the 197 there of Vinnie Newen. I think I know how he got that incident limit black flag there. Spinning around, the exit of McPhillamy Park gets back going, but it'll be straight to the pits for him.
Yeah, at least two cars tangled together there, managing to unblock it, managing to get both cars to continue going. So no safety car, no full course yellow, just an advisory from race control to have caution over Skyline. We've got fight and a flight of GT3s. The answer through McPhillamy Park is running wide, getting the puddle. It's always the puddle. Oh, and then no!
Oh, the Aston as well! The Summit Sim Sports Aston, and a few cars behind having to take avoiding action. Unlucky for Lewis Greathead in the 228 as well, but John Simpson at the wheel of the Summit Sim Sports K2 car having his own set of problems in that very same location.
It's just insane how that puddle remains and is so deadly with the water up against the curb. You can tell why the Frog Leap BMW was wide offline, trying to give space to the GT3s, but the GT3s are the rock and the puddle is the hard place. He's the onboard with the Aston Martin. You can tell because of the gearbox race.
Indeed you can. Very weird gear ratios in the Aston. And actually, Simpson was trying to slow down for the incident ahead, but he ran over the puddle, and the right side of the car just said, no thank you, I don't want any of that. And he did manage to find his way through in the end, though not without getting a bit of damage as the leaders around. Blake Neck now down to 9th place in the TriStar Racing 222.
He was second.
Second,
he could have gotten through, but he was definitely holding off Burst and Christensen and those. And he was soon to need to hit, but before he can, Blake Neck has encountered troubles at the top of the mountain. Skyline is just, I mean, it's all downhill from there.
Yeah, literally and figuratively. So what exactly happened to him? I'm wondering if the puddle claimed another victim there. He was driving very well, was Blake Neck, up to that point, and treacherous conditions on a treacherous track. He's already around by the time he gets going down the hill, so I'm thinking that it is indeed the puddle.
Yeah, the puddle's currently paying $1.05 on this replay. And behind another one of the Frog Leap Juice, that's the magenta car. So he's offline heading into McPhillamy. He pushes a little bit wide. The puddle, Blake Neck, 720, makes contact with the wall as he ended up wide at McPhillamy Park and touched the puddle. Not a puddle, it's a definitive article now.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's going to be something that everyone's going to be talking about from this race. At its conclusion, well, they've stayed out of the pits for now and remain in 9th place. Lewis Greathead, meanwhile, on the recovery from his incident at that same location, ahead of Brett O'Keefe, who's continuing to stick it out there in the sole BMW in our GT3 field.
Now it's not just that puddle, dragging a bit of gravel back on. Looking at, yep, KRF Motorsports Simblacks. They ran long, keeping their wet tyres on, and if the safety cars had fallen the right way for them, they would have looked like heroes, being able to stay up front of the field and make a pit stop to get onto dry tyres. But, I mean, no one can predict how the race will continue to play out and what the pitfalls will be. So their BMW M4 GT3 carries on in the 18th at the moment. Now, one thing about all of the safety cars is I think there's 19 cars or so on the lead lap of GT3, which would not be the case otherwise.
Oh no, the 862's problems continue. Dench has had a problem coming out of the elbow. I don't know if that was contact with another car or what, but it looks like it was, according to Jay. Through we come, And it looks like might have been the 78 involved in this. The momentum car carrying a bit too much momentum on the outside of the elbow, having to let him go, and then into the wall. Dench had no time to react to that, but I'd probably call that a no-fault incident, if anything.
Both the cars have sustained significant damage, so here's the momentum Mustang on the lane to try to get patched up, and the same's also going to happen to Dench, who of course only just served a black flag for the incident points. Well, it gave him another 10 until his next drive-through, and he just picked up another 4 then, as well as the damage. When you're down, the hits just keep coming, and that's what we said, that taking that drive-through penalty now, as they accrued it, just put them in a more dangerous spot in more traffic, whereas when they were running third, relatively clean track, cars the same pace as them, it put them in a dangerous spot, and danger is everywhere and it wants to bite.
Yeah, how much danger is there going to be here for Jamie Christensen, who's trying to find his way past Dylan Burse in the midst of a lapped car. That's the Blackout OPR 606. Sam Sproul still at the wheel of that car, down in 21st position after having to take some time in pit lane and an all multitude of problems out on track. That car is just limping home now until their next pit stop where they can get it repaired. How much of a slipstream does Christensen have on Burse here coming into the chase? They're moving around, they're looking for something, not much room on the inside there on the way in. Sam Sproul with a front row seat to this action as the defense is on for the number 1 car, but Christensen is all over the back of him. We could be seeing a move sooner rather than later.
And it's going to be for the lead because John Peasnick is in. These 2 cars are going to go past, and Jamie Christensen is going to take the lead of the race.
Excellent move by Jamie Christensen, and Burse is going to try and fight it as hard as he can. Not going to go for the dive at Hell Corner, but there could be an opportunity at Griffins if he nails the exit, which it seems he has. Try and pick up some slipstream, but at the moment the Vermilion car is just looking faster.
Yeah, way quicker. Evolution Racing Team number 7 goes through into third. Here's Blake Neck taking his stop because, just like John Peasnick, he was about to run out of fuel, having not stopped when a lot of the others did with a safety car. Racing Evolution in, and we're going to have Clip Sim Sports 56 soon as well. There's a couple of cars that followed that strategy, tried to go to the front or stay on the lead lap by not pitting, that are going to have to pit now, whereas those who fueled then can go longer. This is that 5-6 that is going to need to stop soon for Kobe Williams, but it's flying along rapidly now, so that's promising for them.
Certainly is. 11 laps into the stint, just taking 6th place off Justin Rougier in the 43 there. And we did see Bo Albert on screen briefly as Williams finds his way past the GT4 at Reed Park. Bo Albert is catching up to Jamie Christensen and Dylan Burse. They've been embroiled with each other for quite some time. That Evolution Racing Team number 7 has been minding its own business. Took 2 seconds out of our leaders on the previous lap, and that would have been largely due to traffic, but still got to think ERT is in this. 3 teams in the top 3 right now, and it's looking good. And we still have a Mustang potentially threatening for a podium. This time it's the Team 356 car. Brewster Carvalho at the wheel of that one. And he's in 4th right now. Brilliant run up through the field for them.
Last stop, same laps of the leaders as well. So Team 356 genuinely running 4th place at the moment with Riley Preston in behind. This is Dylan Burse in 2nd, watching where the traffic is going to fall for the race leader to see if it checks up Jamie Christensen in a way that he can get a run and claim that race lead back. Trying to take a guess at how many GT4 cars are still running. And my answer, 12 or 13.
So there are 11 still running, 4 of them retirements for now. The 91 JTIT race on Oz, Rapid Theft Racing 177, Blackout OPR 743, and the Veteran Gaming Australia green car that started on pole for GT4. That's a real shame for them, unfortunately. But It's that's the luck of the draw sometimes when it comes to endurance racing, and man, it's been a tale of tragedy and triumph for many of the teams throughout this race today. But we're only 3/4 done. We're going to have 3 hours to go in this race pretty soon, and there's still plenty that can happen in just a minute at Mount Panorama.
Just 2 mechanical black flags out at the moment. One's for Vendaval Sim Racing 36 that I think they've had for a while, and the other is still for the Momentum Motorsport Mustang, so their repairs are taking a long time. Blake Next seems to have fixed the TriStar McLaren pretty rapidly, which is good news for them. And then we saw them cycle back through the pit lane again, but not so much luck for Momentum Motorsport's number 78.
Oh, a little bit of traffic into the chase. The Summit Aston Martin holding their line and making things a bit difficult there for Jamie Christensen. And here comes the battle with Scott Rankin here. Rankin's got to be careful here because Dylan Burst can be quite aggressive at times, but Burst did the right thing and stayed behind through Murray's corner, did not compromise the GT4. That gives an extra car length to the leader as Rhys Gasoul in the ERT 44, having taken over from John Piesnik just a couple of laps ago, has found the wall coming down the hill. He is stopped. We might see yet another safety car here.
Yeah, it's not moving. It's right-hand side, which is an odd place to end up. Honestly, so when we see what happened, I'm not sure we're going to be entirely surprised. Can I get another live Rhys Gardner reaction?
Oh, and into the wall hard. That is Paul Radisich vibes right there. Oh, dearie me. It all goes wrong in an instant of a second there for Rhys Gasoul, and he has to come to a stop there. The suspension is destroyed on the right-hand side of that car. It's interesting though, it wasn't a spin due to the puddle, it's just he aquaplaned and went straight on into the wall.
Yeah, there's always 2 ways it goes, isn't there? Either you touch it and it spins you around, or sometimes you touch it, it lofts you and you fly to the right. Garth Tander, I think, did the fly to the right at one point, and then a Lamborghini ended up on top of the wall at a different time. These are race leaders racing around to the pit lane and the safety car. Already 20 laps into their stint, I think you'd consider pitting with this safety car.
Yeah, I would if I were in their position.
They did with the last one, so potentially you go do that again.
Yeah, because you got to think like it's an extremely unlikely scenario. But what if the final 3 hours goes safety car free? A GT3 car can go for an hour and a bit on a full tank of fuel. And with 3 hours and 20 minutes remaining, you could make it to the end on 2 more stops if you pit now. Well, it looks like they're both going to go for it. Excellent stuff from our 2 leading cars. Now it's a battle of the pit crews. They are on the same strategy, but one small mistake could prove seconds worth of time loss.
The third follows them in as well. The question is, who's the first to stay out? Because you've got Team 356, you've got Riley Preston's ERT car, you've got Kobe Williams in the Eclipse Simsports 5-6. Almost all of them are coming in top 6 in. It's always a question, who's the first to stay out? And I think there's an OPR car that's going to try to get its lap back, but almost everyone else, more than 2/3 of the way into the stint, sees a safety car as a good opportunity to take a pit stop.
Yeah, good opportunity indeed, and you never know. Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter in the hands of Matthew Dench might decide to come in too. They only just came out of the pits a couple of laps ago, but I think it'd be smart to get back on strategy with the leaders at this point. Lewis Greathead, meanwhile, brings the Vermilion Acura into the lane, and GT4 car having to go straight for their pit box, and Bo Albert.
Pit lane, shorter pit stop for Evolution Racing Team, jumps Eclipse, jumps Vermilion. Bo Albert has left pit lane to be the leader behind the safety car. And is it a short fuel? Is it not? Has he stayed on the same set of tyres? 38 seconds for Damon Woods, 31 seconds for Seth Brown, 28 for Bo Albert. So they did take a driver change at Vermilion, which caps your minimum pit stop time at about 30 seconds. Bo has stayed in. is it the lack of a driver change that's seen them jump up front?
Maybe. I mean, it's a flat 30 seconds for a driver change. So, yeah, that's cost them a couple of seconds versus Albert. What I'm interested in is the 38-second stop for the Eclipse car. Damon Woods has jumped into that car himself. So I think there was a couple extra things that the number one car was doing there. But I think, yeah, it is the lack of driver change for sure. That's a factor. But there's potential that ERT have decided to maybe short fill by a couple of litres or so to just get that jump.
Well, you can begin to back calculate the race now, and you're going to have a short stop somewhere between now and the end of the race. So to take this stop just a tiny bit short, to give you that track position, to give you a clear run at Mount Panorama when we safety car restart, might very well be worth it. It might help you stay clean in a race where avoiding incident points now in the final 3 hours is going to be so critical.
Oh boy, here we go again. And, well, car 51 in GT4 pitted just before the safety car, and the 397 machine has come out just ahead of them. So things are still looking really interesting in the GT4 battle here. Brandon Groch in the Frog League Juice Racing, number 397, Blackout OPR in the hands of Connor Brody. We still have a massive GT4 battle on our hands, and the four-way battle for the win is going to resume. 19 Racing in third, Australia-wide Racing Blue in the hands of Glenn Watkins now in fourth place in GT4. Don't forget, we do have two races going on here at the moment in our two classes, and I'm still thinking it's completely up in the air as to who we're going to see on the top step.
If I'm honest with you, I think it's these GT4 cars where there's more variation from, you know, their best driver to their worst, if you could say it like that. I think almost all of the leading GT3 cars have very, very even driver lineups. That's been a strength for the number one, where they've got Damon Woods, Dylan Burst, Cody Deeth, both of them. Oh, sorry, all three of them. Whenever they're in the car, they look like the fastest driver on track. The GT3s are a little bit more variable, where timing to have your most confident driver in the end is everything. And a driver who can maybe avoid that puddle could be useful as well. This is where the race for the 444 came undone just as Reece Gasoul had gotten into the car for a stint.
Yeah, and you saw how much left-hand down he had there. It was almost 180 degrees on the steering wheel. Big shame for ERT 444. And, you know, John Peasnick and Reece Gasoul, they are what I would consider two of the best GT drivers in sim racing to come out of Australia and New Zealand. I was looking for them to be a fantastic shout for podium, if not outright victory. Rainer Costello in the car with them as well. He's certainly capable too. It's just a shame that their race has gone this way. They're going to be spending a lot of time in the pits getting that repaired. Hopefully they can get back out and maybe collect a finish of some kind, but that was a very hard hit, and they're going to be in there for at least 10 minutes getting that repaired, I reckon.
It is simply insane how this race works, because 9.5 Sim Sports Porsche is 6th on the same strategy as the leaders. That car, do you remember what it looked like? And then TriStar Racing are 11th, and they're in this train as well. Now, the car doesn't look perfect, but it's in 11th. Insane that suddenly this car is back in contention for a podium. It's a 12-hour race with very strict incident limits. One fast repair for each car. Some of them were using that in the first hour of this 12 race. Some of them had gone and, you know, thrown away their magic beans or whatever you want to call it. And so, I mean, you've still got so many cars that have come back from horrible things in contention right now, and no one knows what the strategy game might be from here. We're probably restarting 5 minutes short of the top of the hour with 3 hours to go.
Yeah, that looks like it's going to be the case. And with the amount of fuel that you save under safety car with drivers coming into the lane here, they're probably going to make it to nearly the 2 hour mark, if not inside 2 hours to go on this fuel tank. So I think we're definitely going to be seeing 2 stops remaining for our GT3 field. And yeah, the reversal of fortune for the 953 here. Yeah, I remember what happened to it. I remember where it was, and it certainly wasn't the ground.
My oh my, because this race could end up like a BMW M WRT fuel saving versus Chaz Mostert Arise Racing Ferrari flat out kind of thing. You could see this going green, 3 hours 5 minutes, 3 hours 7 minutes to go, and someone thinking, I'm going to save a whole heap of fuel. I'm going to save on traffic. I'm going to save on pit stop time. I'm going to save on transit time, and hope that I can jump some cars that might need to stop more than me.
Well, the Balin Stewart Foundation safety car bringing its way to Forest Elbow, and we haven't talked about it in a while. We should highlight that yes, the safety car is emblazoned with logos, and that's all the people who have thus far donated to the Balin Stewart Foundation. Donation drive going for the parents of Balin Stewart, who lost his life at 16 in a stabbing incident, and his parents overcame their grief and began a charity in their son's honor to help bin the blade and enact some positive change in the Sunshine Coast community. Of course, knives are a big problem in Australia, and it's awesome to see that the Balin Stewart Foundation is making sure that we put that issue to bed. There's been quite a bit of money raised already on this safety car, and there is still yet more to be raised, and we really appreciate all of the support that everyone has lent. The wave arounds are starting here, and we see the Locked On Lads car, and I believe that's one of the BMWs, the Frog League Juiced Racing car, lining up there. The TriStar Mercedes also looking for a wave around as well. So we should get the safety car period ended soon-ish and get back to racing.
Yeah, so when we first stack up behind the safety car, there's sort of a outright wave around, and then we have this GT4 wave around right now, where it looks like 4 of them are gonna get around, and then it's probably a lap from now that we look at that restart. We're doing 5-minute laps. Yeah, 5-minute laps behind the safety car, so this will be a restart with 3 hours and 5 minutes to go. Oh, look at that. Brett Loxton pulls out of the line. They're going to top up the car from here. They are going to top up the car under safety car, having pitted 2 laps ago. They've come in, splashed 2 more safety car laps of fuel in, because they think they could get to the end with 2 more stops from here. Surely that's the only strategy you do this for. Orbit drop their Mars in as well. Same strategy. Filled up the tank 3 laps ago, but they just want to put that very, very last bit in. It's a drive-through penalty for Orbit drop their Mars.
Whoops.
But I stand by what I said about Team Jinx shifters and their strategy.
Yeah, exactly. And you never know. That could turn out to be the masterstroke of the race. Ensuring that you are only going to have 2 stops to go. All of the cars here, my mental maths and my experience commentating GT3 racing tells me that they might be able to make it 2 stops to go, but you never know what could happen. The fuel burn might be a little higher than I anticipated, and they might have to take a little splash in the final few minutes of the race. That is the question. What Team Jinx shifters are doing right there is they're just covering themselves. They're making sure that they don't have that risk factor built in.
They also took the 30 seconds, I think, to whack new tyres on to go with it as well. So hey, 2-3 lap newer tyres for whatever that's worth on a track that's temperature has stabilized, drying very slowly now. Because everywhere on the racing line is dry. It's everywhere that's just off the racing line where any amount of trouble remains.
Getting some news from Simon Mazzomo, saying 2.5 stops left in this race unless we get more safety cars. Well, I think that's practically a guarantee at this point. The safety car has gotten an awful lot of airtime in this race, but we should take that with a grain of salt. You never quite know what the motivations are behind Mez's prophecies. We shall keep our eyes peeled on the strategy, foibles and pitfalls yet to come. This is going to be a fantastic restart for sure. Evolution Racing Team finding their way into the top position. Now they're going to have to hold off both Vermilion and Eclipse on their way through. The Team 356 Mustang is still right up there as well. Could we see a Mustang on the podium by the end of the race when none of them could even make it into the top 15 in the shootout? Puddle cam, everybody. What's the state of play here? Well, we can see some ripples on the reflections of the trees, so still quite a bit of standing water there at the exit of McPhillamy Park. Everyone's going to have to try and stay narrow.
Oh, get your kitchen paper towel out, get your broom out, get the spare safety cars out there to trod through it, because that puddle doesn't look like it's going anywhere in a hurry. Even though the sun is out, it's a clear day, not many clouds in the sky, sun beating down, it takes a while to evaporate a puddle that size. Safety car pulled away quite some time ago. You've got Bo Albert controlling the field at 75 kilometers an hour. It's a choice about when he decides to go.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of occasions where the lead car has held everybody up until the apex of Murray's, and it looks like that's what Bo Albert's doing here. He's not trying to go for the early advantage. It just increases your chances of making a mistake before you even get the race properly going. But the apex of Murray's corner is his, and he's actually held them up a little bit past the apex as well. He's backed them up. There's a little bit of advantage there for ERT number 7 coming into turn 1, and Team 356 is under attack by Blackout OPR. Forget that. Under attack by Luke Swan in the 9.5 Porsche, just stealing the position there.
Yeah, the 9.5 gets down the inside, doesn't get great exit, absolutely side by side, heading up Mountain Straight. It's advantage Blackout OPR Mustang, who's also going to have the inside, but trying to get back across to cover over. Pulse tuning at Chuka Toyota, and just able to do that. Nearly tried to lose a spot by trying to gain a spot.
He certainly did. Well, up into the cutting. Vermilion right on the back of Eclipse, and that Team 356 Mustang is really hurtling its way forward. It's keeping in touch with the podium getters. A couple of changes for position behind that lead pack. Bo Albert maintaining the gap as they come across the top of the mountain. Now, let's see if anyone falls victim to the puddle here. They all stay very carefully past the puddle, but here comes the rest of the field. If you're going side by side up at McPhillamy Park, that is going to be a recipe for disaster here, but it looks like everyone's given it a wide berth.
You'd really hope so. And one of the things I think about restarting later, it makes it harder for your GT3 rivals to pass the GT4s up Mountain Straight. No! The puddle claims another victim. Summit Aston Martin, another victim of the McPhillamy Park puddle.
Speed up the drone. Ah, we've lost him. He's continued rolling. Miraculously, you see him just there off the right of the screen. He is in the wall coming out of the dipper, and that is suspension damage, it looks like, on the front right.
Oh, the puddle has claimed this Aston Martin, not for the first time. It struck the wall at the top of Skylines, couldn't turn left, struck the wall coming through the dipper again, and now is limping, crabbing down Conrod Straight towards the pit lane. We thought, oh, phew, they're all through cleanly, but no. You may think you are safe, but you are never safe from the puddle.
It comes to me in my sleep, that puddle. Well, Summit Sim Sports now with no front right effectively on that car, no steering to the left. And oh dear, that is Dan Hall in the ERT 462 that's gone off of what looks like turn 1. That is not ideal. That car doesn't look like it's going anywhere. Safety car question mark? How on earth did this happen? Did he catch that? He caught the other puddle coming into turn 1, and wow! Goodness me, how lucky did the 228 get?
Incredibly lucky. Ben Faulkner get a lottery ticket. We saw that happen when the track was much wetter. Cars finding that damp patch there, spinning out, brought out one of the earlier safety cars. It's going to bring out another safety car, probably. Dan Hall says he's going nowhere. Safety car not officially called yet, but it's highly likely.
Yeah, but I don't think we're going to be seeing many people come in. Oh, jeez.
The puddle.
Yeah, the puddle. As yeah, here's what happened to Dan Hall. Oh no, this is the 228 actually. Oh, he did get a bit of a whack there, but he's gotten a mechanical black flag from it. So I thought it was a lucky escape, but the angle betrayed me. So Ben Faulkner, unfortunately, is going to have to tour into the pits under what is almost certain to be another safety car. Just been called by race control just then. And how many drivers are we going to see come into the lane this time? We did see that call by the Jinx Shifters Ferrari. Is ERT going to come in? No, it doesn't look like any of the leaders are keen to come into the pits under this safety car. Only 5 laps spent on this stint. They are going to commit to a full tank for the next hour or so.
Very interesting. Now the question is, who is the first to commit? You can see that Summit Aston Martin at the very end of the pit lane getting its service done. Okay, this is on board with the Evolution Racing Team car. I think we're going to go backwards into the wall on this ride.
Whoop! Round he goes, across the grass, hits the 228, and then big old smash. And on a mid-engined car, you definitely don't want to hit the rear end, and I think the front suspension had a number done on it as well. There was absolutely nothing Dan Hall could do to get that car rolling again, so no wonder the safety car's been called from there.
And it's still there for the moment. Plenty of spectators on the hill. Gives you a good view up Mountain Straight. Spectators to that side, spectators to the infield. Little bridge over the track, and there's a gantry that the photographers are allowed to use for those beautiful race start pictures that you always see. And Marshall posts just there that he nearly went straight backwards into. The witness marks are all there across the inside grass, through the outside gravel, and into signage at the exit of Hell Corner.
There's some really tough signage.
What Winston Churchill meant when he said, when you're going through hell, keep going.
Yeah. Sometimes, unfortunately, you come to a dead stop in hell at Bathurst. Well then, there's some issues with this puddle. You know, it's not going anywhere, as rightly pointed out in the broadcast chat. And it does raise that question, you know, like the drivers have known for a long time that it's there. So why aren't they just carrying a little bit less speed into McPhillamy Park to avoid it?
It goes beyond comprehension. It feels like we're overdoing the joke, and then boom, 2 cars go into it on the restart lap. And it's like, well, we got to keep saying the puddle. The drivers are going to keep crashing in it. It's not an unfunny joke that we're dragging out beyond its use by. It's a puddle that is claiming lives.
Yeah, if anything, it's observational comedy.
You know, airplane food.
Got a few things to say about that. Wonder what the drivers of the 9.5 Porsche think about it. They spent some time in the air earlier.
So, did anyone pit with this safety car yet? Got some GT3 cars that are going to be ready to get their wave around.
Looks like the
Very
Antic
cute.
Motorsports car came into the lane. I'm not seeing any trace of any others. There was one GT4, the Frogleaf Juice Racing 197.
Lots of great suggestions from our viewers about what needs to be done about the puddle, ranging from it just needs to rain again so the whole track is a puddle, to race control should insist that everyone behind safety car has to drive through it to try to disperse it. Other than that, very few options. Have a look at the puddle. What are we going to see at the puddle?
And what surprise does Jay have for us here? There's actually two puddles. So there's one on the outside, one on the inside. So I suppose the drivers that are going into the outside puddle trying to avoid the inside one, because, you know, it might be on the sort of unloaded side of the car when you come through McPhillamy, but it's still a factor. Evidently, looks like there's some leaf litter in that drain.
Yeah, look at all the leaves. Of course it's clogged. It's clogged, that drain. Someone needs to get out there with a rake. Have you seen any like YouTube videos of the guy who unclogs stormwater drains during storms?
Yeah, has anyone got his number? We need to get him in here.
Yeah, Jay Kennedy, producer, knows it as well. We're all on the same YouTube algorithm, I think. Unfortunately.
Yeah, for sure. Well, looks like that drain's not doing too good of a job either. If you're running side by side into the S's, and why would you in the first place, you're definitely going to have to keep an eye out for that.
This is not a necessarily kind thing to say, but I've always thought that post 10 guy on YouTube who clears the stormwater drains sounds a little bit like Justin Prince.
Yeah, really? Okay. I'll have to double check, because I haven't actually heard his voice in a while, but I remember I've been in the booth with Justin Prince more than once, and definitely have his voice in my head. So I'll have to review and confirm later on. Where are we going? Jay's taking us on a little adventure here.
So fans all around the racetrack, puddles in a couple of places around the racetrack. You get pretty good phone reception up the top of the mountain because of the phone towers there. But this is the proper metal grate. It's doing its job. Do you see any water pooled onto the racetrack here? No. Why? Because it's the most famous drain in Australian motorsport, except for the one that nearly castrated Mark Winterbottom.
True. Oh, but apparently that was in China, apparently. Say nothing of the manhole covers in Singapore that destroyed Mark Webber's Singapore Grand Prix on more than one occasion. And also the drain covers in Baku with George Russell's car getting torn
Las Vegas?
up. Oh, yeah.
It's a story. It's a long, common story.
Motorsport versus drains.
Someone did a thing with the Las Vegas drain cover when it came up. That it's a standard, to spec drain cover, manhole cover, right? Like there's thousands and thousands and thousands of them in, any given city. So it's a known weight and surface area. And they calculated, well, actually, with the area of an F1 car's under tray and how much downforce they make, the force upwards on the manhole cover was probably 900 kilograms.
Jeez.
So you need to weld down a manhole cover to sustain more than a ton of vertical force for it to stay in place when an F1 car goes over it because of how much suction they make. You think about it, the F1 car is making more than 2 tons of suction. How's it doing it? It's pulling up on the ground.
Yeah, that's insane. I mean, yeah, I mean, like, if you're a motorsport fan that about downforce levels and all that, but when you put it in perspective like that, it really goes to show like the sheer flying in the face of the laws of physics that motorsport does on a regular basis.
So does Bo Albert do this restart differently because it's the same driver behind him? Everyone knows how Bo did the last restart. They know what Mr. Albert did just a couple laps ago. Does he try to bluff them this time?
That is the question. Safety car has pulled away and we are getting ready for the restart here. And Bo will cruise on down at 80 k's an hour into the chase. And it's been around here that we've seen the Eclipse cars and the Vermilion cars go for it when they've been leading. But ERT, once again, trying something different. Albert waited until just after the apex of Murray's Corner last time. Is he going to take them by surprise again? Is it going to be at the apex? Is he going to wait and wait and wait some more? Well, flashing the lights, Bo Albert making it clear what his intentions are. He is going for it at the apex. Green flag flies and we are back to racing. Jay says Puddle Cam will return by popular demand from me. So yeah, I think we're all demanding another Puddle Cam on this lap. Let's see if the field can make it through cleanly this time. Will there be any further victims of the dreaded puddle at McPhillamy Park? Oh, there's already one and those cars haven't even gotten going yet.
You are joking. It's one of the wade around GT4s trying to catch the tail of the field.
Oh my lord, we only just saw it at the end. Oh, okay. Well, keep an eye on the actual positions. There is a race going on, by the way. Bo Albert trying to keep Damon Woods behind him now. Driver that's just jumped into the Eclipse #1. And he is right on the back of him, coming over the rise into McPhillamy Park. And let's see how hard they push it. Well wide of the puddle for our GT3 front runners. That's a little bit too close for comfort. Some of them are even managing to touch the curb a little bit through there. Well, most of the GT3s now by. And now come the GT4s with more GT3s, and it looks like they might have just gotten through here. I don't want to speak too soon, though.
Reese.
As the majority of them by, fingers crossed. Whatever wood may be near you, touch it. I think we're good. I think we're good. It's finally happened. Oh, wow. Okay, back to the battle for the lead. Down the bottom of the circuit, Damon Woods flinging it into the braking zone here. And you can tell he's definitely giving Bo Albert a run for his money. Seth Brown trying to stay in touch with them in the Vermilion car. Brewster Carvalho still behind in the 356 Mustang. As the first green flag lap is now complete, you can tell that Damon Woods is just gearing up for something here. He was faster than Albert by a 10th on that last lap.
Oh, the inside puddle first. It's a double puddle, double attack, but I think that stayed off the wall. I think he kept that off the wall. That is simply miraculous. Survived 2 punches and lived to tell the tale.
That's fantastic. It's also going to be a fantastic move if Damon Woods can pull it off into the cutting here like it looks like he's gearing up to do, but no, he is going to stay behind Bo Albert for now. Accelerate out and start the massive uphill climb. I've walked this track in the real world, and let me tell you, the climb from Griffins all the way up to the McPhillamy Park campground almost killed me. It's a massive, massive climb on foot, let alone in a race car at full chat.
Yeah, it's a real workout for your calves, and then us sea level dwellers, you get halfway around and you realize you're actually 2,300 feet above sea level or something, and then yeah, that sneaks up on you. You don't realize there's actually a little bit of altitude around here as well. The bot has to account for it. Atmospheric cars versus turbo cars, naturally aspirated cars get fractionally bigger restrictors for Mount Panorama because the elevation is just slightly noticeable. Team 356, they are staying in this. All credit to them.
Yeah, they're doing quite well. They are a little bit further behind the top 3 now, but Brewster Carvalho is driving well at the moment, just minding his own business there, staying in touch, negotiating the dry and wet patches that are still on this circuit with less than 3 hours remaining in the 2025 OSR Bathurst 12-hour. for now, it looks like Damon Woods is deciding to sit behind Bo Albert, try and drive to a number potentially. When the move for the lead comes, it has to be one that sticks. For the moment, it seems their pace is too similar for there to be any real advantage either way.
Yeah, led to believe that we're definitely into a 2 stops to go situation now. For all, this is a good run up the hill. Bo Albert knows he's got to leave the option of defending the driver's right-hand side into turn 2 available, and he lets Damon Woods know that it's not going to be easy. Damon Woods decides, okay, I can wait. So I think there was a little bit of implicit communication back and forth between the two of them heading up Mountain Straight there. Like, don't go for it because I won't make it easy. Okay.
The question is, that exit from the cutting didn't look like it was the best for Bo Albert, and now Woods is right on the back of him. His car 962 gets a drive-through penalty for exiting closed pits during the last safety car. So the 962, I believe that might be one of the, it's all but drop bear Saturn. Meanwhile, Cam Dance having a chill and getting on the scotch.
Sure, cuz, you know, get into it, man. You know, it's John Hindhoff told us it's always 5 p.m. somewhere, so even if it's not for you yet, Reese, it absolutely is for our Kiwi brothers.
It certainly is. I'm hearing this is big from Jay. Car 209. Oh no! That's a rule that hasn't come into effect yet, but it has now. Car 209, oh dear! Okay, track blocked at the dipper. We'll get to that in a moment. The 268 drop bear Mars car, Xander Van Herwegen, has unfortunately come to a stop, and it looks like that's the rear end gone.
Look at all of them come around, see him and swerve, see him swerve. That's what they're all doing because we've got a great view, but the drivers simply do not. He's just around the corner.
Yeah, there we go. There's the opportunity for Xander to move forward. It looks like the car is still rolling, so we might escape yet another safety car here. Just got to be careful of drivers trying to navigate you as you crawl your way back to pit lane. But yeah, that penalty for the 209, it's in the rule book. You can't do a driver change for a 25-lap stretch. As we see what happened to Xander here. Oh, God. Okay. So what car was that? That was the 208. Jinx Shifters 208 making a mistake there. The 268 had practically nowhere to go, crabbing hard through the chase. But what a shame for the 209, because that car was looking very interesting on strategy. Remember how they pitted under one of the previous safety cars there, trying to top the tank up. It would have been really interesting to see how that strategy went. Unfortunately, Thomas Hinz jumped back in the car when Brett Loxton had completed less than 25 laps. And you need to wait 25 laps between driver changes in this race. It is in the rule book. So, rather unfortunate for what was a really good driver pairing.
Oh my, also got Blackout OPR 606 in the lane. They might have been near that. They have a mechanical black flag too in this Ford Mustang. Caution at the chase is the call from race control. That's where your leaders are just heading, and your leader is Damon Woods.
Oh, hello. So that is a change for the lead. Bo Albert now back to second place. Xander Van Herwegen has dropped and stopped at the chase. I'm not sure if this is the car giving up on him or he's just waiting. It looks like he is just waiting. There is still some drive to the rear of that Acura. He'll be able to just crawl back to the pits at a snail's pace in the Orbit Drop Bear 268. Well, this is where the move for the lead was made, and it looks like advantage for Damon Woods in terms of traffic. Bo Albert would have seen that coming and thought, uh-oh, might have to brake a little bit earlier. Damon Woods already alongside says, thank you very much, mate. I will take that. Yoink.
Yeah, and Damon Woods had been quick out of Hell Corner and quick up Mountain Straight previous times, so he must have just got a slightly better run, seen the opportunity, got ahead of Bo Albert. Now Vermilion Esports is in behind and also looking threatening. Damon looks like he's got an incredible amount of speed to get through. And for everyone who says, why is there so many Acuras? Well, I present you a top 10 battle back and forth between Ford Mustang and Porsche 911 GT3.
Yeah, that is the Summit Sim Sports car getting back into the top 10. Liam Reston now behind the wheel of the 55 and managing to find his way through on Luke Swan in emphatic fashion. This is another one of those embattled cars, in particular the very controversial incident under safety car when the 55 just slammed into the back of the train. Well, they took that on the chin, they've taken that penalty, and they have recovered and could be on for staying in the top 10 towards the end of the race. Meanwhile, further back, or rather further up in the top 10, this is the battle for 5th place. Justin Rougier is out of frame, but he's pretty close to John Merritt there in the 62, but he has to keep Harrison Lillis and Jackson Barry behind him first.
Yeah, one of the Orbit drop air cars looking down the inside and slamming the door on John Merritt. Harrison Lillis takes Orbit drop air Jupiter upper position in the chase.
Very nicely done indeed. That was an aggressive move there by Harrison Lillis, and now he can lead the charge to try and pass the ever-present Justin Rougier in the blue and orange Mustang. Actually, OPR cars book-ending this battle. The 35 back there in 9th place in the hands of Tom Seath. Another car that we thought was way out of contention just a couple of hours ago have somehow found their way back up. I think a lot of the stories that are developed throughout this race, they are defined by the amount of safety cars that we've had in the middle phase of the race. If it weren't for that, we wouldn't be seeing so many cars making these excellent comebacks.
OPR 51's getting to a little bit of a lead in GT4. Frog Fleet Juiced Racing 397, 19 Racing have been up and down through that field. They're in 3rd in that class. Not a whole lot of strategy playing there as they all pitted the top 3 underneath the safety car. It's a bit wide on the way into McPhillamy, but it's tight on the exit, and I think that's what you need to do. That's the secret.
Yeah, looks like it. Rock Bear 862. Trying its best to get the exit out of the elbow. These two have absolutely jetted ahead of Merritt, Barry and Seath. Who gets the best run out of Forest Elbow? Looks like the Mustang had a little bit more punch initially, but then the Acura comes to the fore and the slipstream comes into play up past 240 and then 250 k's an hour. Side by side into the chase is always spectacular, and Harrison Lillis, it looks like, is going to get it done. Justin Rougier saw it coming from a mile away and says, all right, mate, you can have that one.
Lillis gets a tiny bit of the grass on the way in, and John Merritt's still being besieged. Jackson Barry behind him, Tom Seath behind that. Look how far up the road those other 2 cars have got. Merritt is, well, he seems to be struggling for pace a little bit. Barry's trying to fend off Seath to give him time to try to pass Merritt.
It's a very interesting battle that we're seeing here. Keep an eye out for that Summit Sim Sports Mustang behind. Last lap for Liam Reston was a 205.3. Meanwhile, all of these cars on screen in front of him set mid to high 206s. So that's a massive advantage that Reston has gained there, and he's left Luke Swan in the dust.
Race leader's got pace that no one else is matching in the 204s for Damon Woods, and then you've got a few others in the 205s, but Tim 356 in the 206s, John Merritt in the 206s along with Jackson Barry and Tom Seath behind him. Life timing should still be up by ATVO as well to keep on top of all of that, and keeping on top of the timing and the lap count and everything, the strategy for the teams. It seems like it's become a bit of an effort with the sort of repeated safety cars, the staccato nature of the racing. A few of them kind of maybe lost track of what their strategy was or what they were doing, or made adjustments on the fly that weren't allowed.
Race control have certainly been busy. Oh, looks like Merritt having a problem there. Oh, is the car damaged? It is indeed. Look at the rear left. It's kicked inside a little bit. I think the rear bumper is loose. The number 64 loses the rear bumper. There's a big issue there for John Merritt. In fact, the entire rear end, it seems, is compromised, and he's driving a bit too fast for the car to take here. Seems John Merritt got hit by the Eclipse car. Oh, no!
Oh, then another clip. I reckon the second one's done the suspension. There's significant suspension damage. The Bolsachuka Toyota, and they've got the mechanical black flag, and of course with that damage, the speed and time they're losing, they're going to have to pit in now across the top of the mountain here. There's never a lane to put your nose in there.
No, never. I don't understand why that happened. It's just I think a bit too much aggression from the Eclipse car involved there. Looks like it was Jackson Barry at the wheel of the car, the number 56, and he's just come into the lane himself too, so he's got some damage from that too. Just looks like an ultimately needless incident. Well, back up to the battle for second. Damon Woods has started walking away from Bo Albert and Seth Brown, and at the moment Seth is looking like he's on the attack as well. The ERT car had its moment of glory up in the lead for a couple of laps. Now just trying desperately to stay in the top two.
Bo Albert right now, almost 3 seconds away from the race lead, and that's a safe place to be, because if he's up front at the end of this race, he's going to have to buy a model Acura NSX in 1/12 scale and get it painted. That's going to be a real hit to his wallet if he wins this.
It certainly is. All right, out of Forest Elbow. Pick up the slipstream, try and get a little closer. The Vermilion car needs to get past Bo Albert at this stage because Damon Woods is in the rhythm right now, and they want to avoid having him get too far ahead, because if that Eclipse car gets the gap that it needs, and there's only a couple more safety cars, if that, towards the end, that could be victory guaranteed for the pole-sitting car. It's been a long sort of circular journey for that number one, and it's been a long circular journey for these two cars as well. Different driver in the Vermilion at the time, but yeah, Bo Albert is certainly familiar with that 117 being behind him and trying to find his way past. Nothing happening here at Hell Corner for the time being, but wow, how's the exit? Keep an eye out. A little bit of slipstream for Seth Brown, but it's not going to be enough to get by at Griffin's, I don't think.
Unless the inside line is offered up on a platter for free, which it's not.
And there's going to be no opportunity to get by past the cutting here, though traffic might have its part to play here. We've got Peter Wilkinson, who we had in the commentary box earlier, from the Locked On Lads 707. He'll be seeing these guys coming up on him and thinking, wow, what a great place to be passed by GT3s on this track. He's going to let them go, give them the lane to the inside, and they get through without further incident. To McPhillamy Park, up to the puddle. How is this puddle looking? It's still roughly the same, and well, they both avoid it. Looks like everyone has more or less gotten the message about the puddle now. Meanwhile, battle for fourth. Brewster Carvalho has got Harrison Lewis right on the back of him here. The Team 356 Mustang been up and down the order all race, but they are in a very strong position right now on the same strategy as the leaders, and could be looking at a top four, maybe make it a top five, as Lillis absolutely blasts past them on Conrod Straight. Now they'll have to potentially turn their attention to the 43 behind there. Justin Rugia is steadily gaining, 205.8 on the last lap for Rugia, but that little exchange between these two cars has cost them a bit of pace on this lap.
Yeah, Lewis is still looking like the second fastest car on circuit. A clean lap for Valente Rosso by Eclipse leading the way is quicker than what Lewis has been able to manage in this stint, but when they have equal traffic. He's quicker than Bo Albert, quicker than Vermillion, obviously quicker than Team 356, who's just put in the rear mirrors. Justin Ritchie might actually close up and go Mustang to Mustang there. For Harrison Lewis, it's a matter of can he quickly get up the road to second and third place.
Yeah, well, we haven't quite seen on screen what Harrison Lewis's clear air pace is like, but 206.5 on that lap, still a full second faster than Brewster Carvalho. Meanwhile, Seth Brown still has not gotten past Bo Albert. This battle for second will continue for some time, I'd wager. And we're about halfway through the stint, if not a little over, for these cars. Providing the race stays green, we'll see these we'll see these drivers pitting maybe just before the 2 hours to go mark.
Super touch and go on that. Since they last filled up, your leaders have driven behind 2 safety cars. So, well, it's been 16 laps since they filled, 6 of those really, realistically, being behind safety car, where I think you burn half to a third of your normal amount, going 5-minute laps instead of 2-minute laps. So that extends it a little bit.
Still no sign of Seth Brown going for the move on Bo Albert. In fact, I think he lifted out there coming into the chase. I think Vermillion 117 might be taking this opportunity to save a bit of fuel. He's lifting into Murray's as well. This could be interesting here. Vermillion potentially trying to extend this, what's projected to be the third last stint of this Bathurst 12-hour.
Projections may vary. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Consult your race director if symptoms persist.
Oh, I mean, if there's any time to try saving fuel, it's now. You're getting to crunch time. What you want to have happen is basically just have a full tank at about the final hour mark, and then you can go all the way to the end flat out. You don't have to worry about saving fuel on the way to the finish line. Save that fuel now. It'll come to you.
They both try and hit some numbers here, second and third place, because car in front of them, the race leader's faster. Car behind them, fourth place, Harrison Lewis, Unleashed, being faster than them, might close in. But if they're looking at the number required, you might let the race leader go, because either this stays green and you take one less stop than them, or there's a safety car and you're right back with them again, so their time advantage doesn't matter. Brown got in some nasty marbles through the dipper there.
It certainly did. Actually lost touch with Albert a little bit there. Still close enough to pick up a whisper of slipstream though. Back to Brewster Carvalho and Harrison Lewis. They've actually experienced some traffic here. It's another one of the OPR Mustangs. It's Darcy Inwood in the 606 taking over from Sam Sproul at their last pit stop. And Bruce still very much in touch with Harrison, who was majorly compromised coming onto Conrod Straight.
Yeah, because you can't really be going dive bombing down the inside of the elbow on someone who's not expecting it. So then you've got to wait and you check up a little bit. You lose time in that corner. You don't get onto the straight with the speed you'd like. You're losing a little bit of time on the delta, then the whole way down the straight until you get to the chase. So 204.8 the previous lap to a 206.5. Harrison Lewis lost almost 2 seconds on that lap compared to what we know he's capable of. And it's just a matter of where you catch the traffic. It's a giant roll of the dice with the split personality that is Mount Panorama. Feels very fast, permanent racetrack down the bottom. Feels very tight, street circuit up the top.
Yep, keep an eye on the walls as, oh dear, the woes for Evolution Racing Team 31 continue. Their contact back on lap 202 with the 606 has resulted in a drive-through penalty. Race control still trying desperately to catch up in regards to incidents and assigning penalties. Well, for now, we may very well get an answer as to what Seth Brown is doing here. He is a bit further back from Beau Albert than he was, so not catching as much of the slipstream as otherwise, but a bit of traffic coming into Forest Elbow will put him right back in slipstream range of Beau Albert. It's Glenn Watkins and Troy Stone Street here fighting over fourth place in the GT4 class. And here we go. Brown and Albert will go to driver's right here on Conrod Straight. And coming into the chase, we're hearing we will find a little answer as to whether Seth Brown is fuel saving. Let's listen in as he comes into the braking zone. Already out of the throttle before the kinks, so Seth Brown is definitely lifting and coasting a bit here behind Beau Albert. Trying to play a sort of medium to long-term strategy here in the final 2.5 hours.
And I'll just say, can you imagine if my legal name was Speedway International Daytona? Glenn Watkins. That's always taking the mickey, right?
Yeah, I've seen Glenn Watkins race a couple of times, and I'm certainly aware of that. Yeah, I mean, in fact, I think one of the races that I commentated him on was Watkins Glen. In fact, racing at the track named for him, or he's named for the track. Who knows at this point? Regardless, he's certainly got the spirit of racing in him. He's doing a good job of keeping Troy Stone Street behind.
Yeah, they're in that battle. The best of the Australia-wide racing cars. It's Glenn Watkins, the 405, WKP just behind him. Top three spacing out and stretching away. It's looking like it could be a blackout OPR. There's probably juice versus 1-9 Racing GT4 battle come the end of this one. But again, you would be stupid to nail in your predictions before about 30 minutes left. Really caught up behind the traffic is Beau Albert just that time.
Yeah, it was rather close with the Locked On Lads 707 having to trail the right side tyres through the, I'd say it's a third puddle even running along the right hand side of the track. The Locked On Lads doing all right at the moment. They are running last of everyone still in the race at the moment, but still 11th place in GT4. And if there's a problem for the TriStar Racing 999 ahead of them, well, all they've got to do is wait 6 laps and they've got a top 10. Dylan Budzini doing a good job getting this done with a potential overall position up for grabs in 5 laps. Evolution Racing Team 462 still stopped in the lane. They've been in there for half an hour. I think we can call them a retirement from here. But the TriStar Racing car is going to get that overall position off them. Glenn Albert here, a little bit of a twitch on the exit of Murray's Corner. Not ideal at all, and it seems like Seth Brown's starting to have little looks at him, but if I was in Brown's position, and I think this is what he's doing, he will have looks and attempt to unsettle Albert just a little bit. We'll focus largely on staying behind and saving.
They're about to need to work their way past the top 3 of GT4. So that's 1-9 Racing that are third in class that they're just coming up behind now. And this is one of the places, if you can get a really good run through turn 2, then you come off the corner 20, 30 k's an hour faster than GT4 and you beat them uphill. Whereas if you get stuck behind them, you don't out-accelerate them that much. It's all about being able to carry your corner speed onto the straight to be able to make those moves. Bo did that well to just hold back and then slingshot out of the corner, which is the way to keep your momentum and lose the minimum of time passing the traffic. Is don't ever actually get to their rear bumper. Either be alongside them or hang a car length or 2 back.
Yeah, and that's the philosophy that I've employed when I've been driving prototypes and endurance races. You never want to be right up on the back of traffic coming into a corner, because you're just going to be compromising yourself. Lift off a little bit on the way in, make sure that you got the space, and then blast past them on the exit. That is what loses you the least time. It seems like that's exactly what our second place battle is doing for the time being. That fight between the GT4s is still ongoing, actually not quite full position. Brandon Groach just behind passing Brad Tucker in that TriStar Mercedes. Braden Sagassa, meanwhile, in the iRacing car, that purple orange machine that you might have seen in the background. There he is, trying to fight through for position. They have to make way for Harrison Lillis, who gets the elbows out a little bit in his pursuit of the two cars on screen right now.
Lillis has gotten closer. I think he's certainly pushing on, and we got questions about exactly is this 99% pace, is this 100% pace, is this 90% pace from Evolution Racing Team and from Vermilion Esports, and then also the bit of traffic that they caught. Next car directly in front of them is the GT4 outright leader, I'm pretty sure. GT4 leader.
Here we go into Griffin's Bend once more. Dropping back a little bit was Seth Brown through the traffic, but I think this Vermilion 117 is in a fantastic position in terms of strategy. If they can nail this, if they do exactly what I think they're planning to do, then they might be able to have a run at least second place. I think the number one has them on pace alone, but trying to go for this fuel save time in the pits thing that we think they're going for could end up being the way through. The 208 and the 268, meanwhile, Drop Bear versus Jinx Shifters. This is coming down the S's. It looks like the Mustang and the Mr. Bullers as well. Big mistake for the 208, and ping-pongs into the 268. And oh, the OPR Mustangs both having trouble there. And that's what caused a massive traffic jam coming into the dipper. So the 268, that's what ultimately caused the incident that we saw a while ago. That was, oh, it's a new one? So exactly the same thing has happened to another Drop Bear car there. That has only just happened there. That's not a repeat from about 20 minutes, half an hour ago. It's another incident.
But it looked like it, didn't it? Xander Van Hermien still driving the Orbit Drop Bear Mars car.
He was in exactly the same position. That's insane. Well, a million monkeys typewriting can potentially produce the entire works of Shakespeare. And sometimes
It's
infinite
so
amount of
funny.
possibilities come together to produce the exact same kind of incident.
It's so funny that it's not even funny, like, at all. You're just like, again, the same? Really?
Yeah. That is crazy. Like right down to the camera angles. If anyone can screenshot the earlier incident and put it alongside that, I'd love to see what subtle differences there are, because I'm sure there are a couple, but yeah, to my eyes, it just looked exactly the same.
Bit of traffic, bit of time loss for Drop Bear Jupiter. Harrison Lewis is not closing in on the podium anymore, and he's lost 2 to 3 seconds. And I think all it's this lap, and it's those GT4 cars and other traffic that are just behind him. Stay out of the puddle.
Trailing some water.
Just a little, dip his toe, test the water, see if it's still there. Well, don't test the waters because they've been tested enough. Summit GT3's just done it.
Oh dear. That's the number 55. And there's a bit of damage once again on the front of that Mustang. The Summit car is still in 8th spot. Looks like Puddle claims another victim. Big damage there for Liam Reston on the front end.
And he nearly took out Connor Brody, who's leading GT4 there as well. So he gets down the inside of McPhillamy Park on the BMW GT4 that's leading. And because of that, shallow on the way in, wide on the way out, Puddle, wall, spun, but nearly wiped out Blackout OPR's number 51 that's sitting pretty at the moment, just 5 seconds of lead, just managing that, extending it slightly, and they would have been just heart racing, heart stopped, whatever in that moment, because it was a big one for them.
Wipe the sweat from your brow, One Performance Racing. You have escaped for the time being. Well, speaking of OPR, we got Justin Rougier here and Tom Seath. following him. Teammates in 2 different models of car here. Seath in the number 35 team going for the Acura, but Rougier and his team out there in the Mustang, and the trade for position is made coming into turn 2. Excellent recovery from the number 35 after being one of many cars. I don't think there's a single OPR car out there that hasn't had some kind of potential race-ending problem.
Wild. And yeah, OPR 743 with black flag. I don't know how long that one's been around. It's not the leading car. It's one that's been parked for a while.
Speaking of cars getting parked, there is potential for more race control DQs to come in for minimum driver wait times being violated. Of course, a driver must remain out of the car after any driving stint for 25 laps before resuming driving duties. That is straight from the rule book. But if detected during the race, the car will be required to retire immediately. So once race control have worked through the incident review backlog that they have, they're going to move on to keeping an eye on driver stint times here. If anyone is less than 25 laps out of the car, we might see a few more teams fall into trouble as Tom Seath brings it in there. Only 24 laps completed on that stint, and is there a black flag to his name? I don't think so. It's going to be a straight up pit stop there for Blackout OPR 35. All right.
We've got a game
Jay's
for
just
us.
put a Jay's just put a question to us, David. How many cars do we think have fast repairs still?
Well, the 3 safety cars.
So the safety cars all still have a fast repair, yeah. Out of the cars that are still running on the circuit, how many of them still have fast repairs? I mean,
5.
I would go to the full extreme and say none of them have any left.
4. So
Okay.
depends what rules we're playing. If it's nearest wins or it's Price is Right rule.
Yeah, I should have Price is Right at you before. Well, I'll learn that lesson for next time.
4.99.
Yeah. One car has 99% of a fast repair remaining.
Reese Gardner, come on down.
Oh man.
Today you'll be competing for 12 hours of coverage on SimSpeed TV. Ooh, ah.
I certainly won that prize, albeit 3 hours into the race. Being in Perth, the race started at 6 a.m. for me, which means I would have had to get up at 5:30 to be on for the start. So I decided sleep was a better idea, and I'm glad. Car 208, drive-through penalty for failure to hold brakes. It's for the incident that took out the drop bear car. So race control once again on those incidents, and wait for them to clear that incident backlog. It's taken them such a long time, and I don't blame them. There was so much carnage, so much chaos throughout that rain period. There was barely a moment we had when we were under green flag conditions that someone wasn't having some horrible problem.
Yeah, and then race control get kind of tied up a little bit underneath the safety car because they've also got their eyes on, you know, when does the wave around period start, when does the pit exit close, they're managing those sort of things. I know there's quite a few people across the team, but it gives them more that they need to work on, and then it causes stuff for the safety cars. Still a bit of water to be found in some of the curbs and some of the grass and other places like that. Surprising because the sun's out, the ground is warm, the wind is blowing from the south at almost 20 k's an hour. It's been 15 to 20 k's an hour of wind, which ought to evaporate it, but the shadows are getting longer across the racetrack, and you've just seen from the graph that the peak of the track temperature appears to be past us. Oh, there's a sort of curve there. The rain went away, the track temperature climbed, reached a peak between 32 and 35-ish. It's just started to drop a tiny bit from there. The air temperature remains 22 and no water falling. It's the best running BMW. The Undergraph's in 11th, Rabbit Theft Esports are in 12th. I'm going to guess that these two aren't the 4 cars with a fast repair left. A chance for a top 10, particularly if they stopped later, carrying more fuel than TriStar Racing McLaren, which is the car currently in 10th place. They could jump them or say the stock the car currently in 10th. And this is that battle second. The team from Blackout OPR 43, Justin Marugia in this Mustang, happy to tell us that with 2 hours, 12 minutes left, they've still got their fast repair, which is, we've seen bits and parts flying off some of the other Mustangs, so they've done really well to keep theirs together in the conditions, in the melee and fracas and other French words for combat, and to be 6th right now, best placed Mustang, still a fast repair potentially up their back pocket, in a race with a few hours to still surprise us or see all of this play out, with the race leading Volante Rosso by a clips, stretching their legs to almost 10 seconds, second and third clearly saving fuel, fourth back within 2 seconds again. Lewis dropped back to 6 or 7 seconds behind the podium. The team has been flying along in the 2 minute 4 seconds range and drawing up to a podium fight.
Yeah, it's been great form from Harris and Lillis so far. And the only cars out there to come close to matching the pace from Damon Woods at the very front of the field. Woods, of course, one of many drivers in this field with plenty of real-world racing experience and racing
Team 356 dropped back behind Blackout OPR.
Oh, internet issues for Brewster Carvalho. Oh no, could this be a great run that's come to an end? Hopefully they come back, but it's not looking good. Team 356, those Mustang fans in the chat, woe betide you. As Jay scaring us there. Has that car blown its engine? No, it's just throwing up some water into the chase. Let's not panic too hard. It's not coming out of the middle of the car, so it's fine. And we don't exactly have the we don't have tires rubbing on fenders just yet, though iRacing's damage model is incredible and one of the best in sim racing right now. Have a look at those marbles coming out of the dipper. I mean, if you're worried about meeting minimum weight at the end of the race, just run over that and you'll probably add a few hundred kilos to your car.
You don't do a full cool down lap at Bathurst.
Maybe you want to.
Yeah. Positives and negatives to the way that they run that for the real world race as well, because, you know, when you're a fan up the top of the mountain, you want to see them come around one more time, you want to applaud the winner, etc. But the way that they do it, where the winner sort of rolls straight around into victory lane and they get to the post-race interviews quickly, the TV definitely really likes that they can throw the checkered flag and then do the podium and get all of that done in the 15 minutes right before the news, and really put that final excitement of the race and the celebrations in the most prime time slot that they can in the late afternoon, early evening.
Well, the battle will continue for now between second and third, as it is confirmed that Team 356 suffered internet issues in the hands of Brewster Carvalho. In fact, it was a PC crash for Bruce, which is absolutely heartbreaking. And now the 356 will be taken over by Byron Pierce, all the way down to 14th place. That is a massive time loss for them. With only 2 hours to go, it's hard to see them getting back into the top 5, but they've proved us wrong before.
Lap time's really ebbing and flowing. It's got to be with the traffic for Harrison Lewis, because every time I think he's about to be underneath the rear wing of Seth Brown for 3rd place, I look and he's lost a second somewhere, and then I look away and he's had 2 really good laps and closed in. He's in the back of shot for every picture everywhere, but he's not able to make this a 3-way fight just yet.
Not just yet. Pace has dropped off again there for Harrison. 2:05.7 on the last lap compared to 2:05.4s for Bo Albert and Seth Brown here. Summit Sim Sports Everest car in the 55 has just come into the lane as well. Jackson Rayana is going to take that car back over. This is a good angle. I remember being at this exact location when I visited the Real World Bathurst 12-hour a few times some years ago. It's one of the best places to watch cars come through.
There's a little break in the fence to the right where you can look up at the cars dropping in to the dip.
I remember I was at that exact location taking some photos. There was a guy standing next to me doing the same thing, and he turns to me and says, "Sorry, are you Southpaw Racer?" That was a nice little moment.
You're so famous and super serious. Now, get a load of this, Reese. It's unfortunate what we have to talk about.
Yeah, we were informed by race control just moments ago. Car 117 there pulling into the pits. They have been disqualified for breaching the driver change rules. Not enough time spent between stints for a driver, and that's going to be the run to victory for Vermilion Esports coming to a terrible end.
It's monumental in the battle for this win. They stood a massive chance. Now Bo Albert's in a bit of space to himself. Harrison Lewis is into the top 3, and there's less competition for Damon Woods. This is the race leader. He's still firing in competitive lap times. 5 minutes away from the top of the hour. Who pits now, who pits later is pretty important.
Yeah, indeed it is. Well, Seth Brown out of the car now in the 117. Commiserations to Vermilion, but a rule violation is a rule violation. And unfortunately, even the best of the teams here today can fall victim to that. What that does do is it promotes Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter to the running podium here. It is still all Acuras, but in the midst of it all, we still have a Mustang being a potential podium threat. 11 seconds behind Justin Rougier in the Blackout OPR 43. Meanwhile, things are looking interesting in the battle for GT4 second place. Braden Sagas and Brandon Groch fighting over the runner-up place here for 1-9 and Frog Leap Juiced.
Sagasar's gotten up in a second, so the 1-9 car has made a move and was a little slower on the last lap. So I think it's on between these two. Could go back and forth a fair bit. PPR's lead is now 8 seconds over this duo.
Keeping an eye on the pace here for Braden. Yes, of course, Sagasa. There we go. There was a missing R there on the graphic. I looked over at my timing screen to see his full name there. Yeah, it looks like Brandon Groch definitely has the advantage on pace. Was 4/10 faster on the previous lap, but a little bit of a wall hit coming out of the dipper is going to put paid to that for now.
Drivers can have 3 possible names. There's their iRacing name as it appears, they can have a different name within an iRacing league, a nickname for that league, and then the ATVO overlay graphics can pick them up and give them a third different name. So it can be all over the shop. The iRacing name and the ATVO name are different for Sagasar. This is 3 minutes short of the hour. We've got a whole handful of GT3 pit stoppers.
And this one is the next to fall victim to the driver change rule. Rapid Theft Esports now have both cars out of the race. The 65 entry as well has not run the minimum number of laps between stints for a single driver. So that is going to be the next to fall thanks to that rule violation. Race control does tell us there's a couple more at least that have not satisfied that requirement. It was a legit pit stop there for Brett O'Keefe in the KRF Motorsports Simlax BMW, and with the pit stop complete for him, it's probably going to be one stop to the end for the number 63. And we'll keep our eyes peeled here on car 78 as well. Meanwhile, lead in GT4
It was 8
has
seconds.
just gotten real close. He's going battling over second just a few moments ago.
Yeah, Blackout OPR have just pitted, so 1-9 Racing go through in the lead of the race. Frogleap Juice to follow them in. Stefan McCartney is going to take the Blackout OPR 51 BMW, having stopped from the lead. But that's still good for 1-9 Racing. They're going to go past the top of the hour, and the race leader couldn't.
Yeah,
Not a
that
massive
is
tank in these
significant.
GT4 cars anymore. They used to go 90 minutes on a tank, and they're a lot closer to an hour now.
Yeah, indeed they are. Well, keep an eye out for how the strategy is going to work out here for our top two, because they are on the same strategy, these two cars on screen at the moment. Coming up on 30 laps completed in this stint. That OPR car made it 31 laps, so if they don't come in this time, they'll come in next time, and I would gather that they'll try and push it as long as possible here. Try and make sure that they can get home on one more stop to the end. GT4 still not over.
And the GT4 cars feel slower. They don't have the same type of fuel rigs as the GT3 cars have got. You can put 120 litres in a GT3 car in 35 seconds. You can put 100 litres into a GT4 in 50 to a minute. So a little bit of fuel saving, running a little bit longer, a shorter stop, really exaggerated in GT4 if you can manage the fuel saving. Of course, for GT3, it's not about saving the pit stop time. It's about cutting out a whole pit stop entirely is why they're trying to save.
As we ride on board with the Frogleap Juice car, you would have seen us focusing on car 78 there. According to race control, that is the third car that has unfortunately not satisfied the driver change rule. Less than 25 laps spent between stints for a single driver, and we have to say goodbye, unfortunately, to the momentum car as well. I mean, it's such a shame, and the sentiment is I can certainly understand. It is thinning out the field a bit, but I mean, that is the rule. It's been in place since the start of the event, and it's been in the rule book for that long as well. So it's up to the drivers to satisfy that
We're
rule.
going full course yellow. We're going full
Regardless of
course yellow,
people's
Breeze.
thoughts on it. Yeah, speaking of the rule book, yeah, full course yellow time, and I think we just saw the cause of it. Car stopped at the top of the S's there, and that is the 999 GT4.
356 have been hit as they slowed down to the full course yellow speed. So Brant Tucker was in a way there where the car wasn't damaged, but there was no way he was going to be able to turn it around with cars racing past him. Full course yellow is pit lane speed limit. 50 kilometers an hour gives Brant Tucker the gap he needs to be able to get out of that compromised position. And that's what the rule is for. That's why it works that way.
Right, so everyone down to speed, and once that car is clear, and it is, seems that the field will be given the go-ahead very shortly to get back going. That 356 Mustang has been granted a couple of free positions thanks to the disqualifications that we've been talking about. They are back in the top 10 in the hands of Byron Pierce as the full course yellow period has ended, and they are away. And we've got some extra information on exactly why a couple of the cars that have been DQ'd have been DQ'd. For car 117, looks like so let me just bring up the driver names here so I can do justice to them all. Jamie Christensen was out and Zach Rattray White was in on lap 176, and then they changed back again on lap 193, which was, I believe, 1 lap short of the requirement. That is not ideal.
Extra damage on the TriStar 222, and I'm pretty sure it was with 356 that they had contact. So this is about when the full course yellow gets called. By the time the countdown is done, you've got to slow down to 50, and everyone's slowing down but one car there.
Yeah, there we go. Rather unfortunate for them. And car 65 still in the lane there. I think we might have seen them get back out onto the racetrack for a brief moment. They've been required to call back in. Harrison Lillis jumps out of the drop bear Jupiter car. The 862 now controlled by Josh Banks, and I would suspect that Banks will be taking that car to the end. We are getting into that GT3 pit stop territory now. Plenty of cars coming into the lane in the last lap or so. We've seen ERT7, OPR 43, the 95 Porsche, ERT 31 all come into the lane in the last lap or so. We're just waiting on our leaders here to jump in with less than 2 hours to go and make it a single stop to the end.
Bodes well for the race leader. Of course, they've got a big pit stop ahead of them. We'll see what the gap is between themselves and number 7 after this. Has that Orbit car lost a lot more time to ERT7 than we would have expected?
Yeah, it looks like it. A 39.7 second stop for the car.
Because ERT would have pitted with the FCY.
Yeah, they did. That's actually played really well for ERT. They took the opportunity the moment it was presented to them. Ethan Grigol back in the car. You never know. He might have the pace in him to try and challenge Eclipse for victory here. And speaking of Eclipse, they are in the lane. Damon Woods brings the car into the box. Now, is he going to change drivers? He is indeed. Cody Deeth is jumping back in, the heavy hitter of the team, the man who put it very nicely up there. Always count on Cody Deeth for some fast lap times, and this is where you need them when you're battling for the lead.
So with the race leader in the lane, Ethan Grigolt's rolling around through the final sector. But you saw right near the pit exit, the minute that service is done for the Lance Rosso Eclipse, they're going to be able to launch out of the lane.
Oh dear. And guess who's just breached the disqualification rule, or has just been judged to have breached the disqualification rule? That is the GT4 leader, car 19. And 19 Racing's run is going to come to an end. I mean, it is such a shame that we are seeing so many cars fall out of the running for victory, for podiums on a technicality, but that technicality has been in place for a long time. And it is up to drivers to stay on top of that.
My, oh my. So the race lead shrunk just a tiny bit Cody Deep, taking over the race lead with Alonso Rosso and Quick's car. Very quick in-lap pit stop out for ERT. Has them comfortably in second for the moment. Back out OPR to third. This is the ERT 31, just in front of 9.5, just in front of Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter. What was the Lillis car in third, after all these stops are shuffled through, is in sixth with a bit of traffic and a bit of puddle, a lot of puddle.
Goodness me, the 862 really pushing there. I'll tell you what, Josh Banks getting used to the track for the first time in a while. And, well, I think he'll be staying away from those puddles for the time being now. Catching up to Simon Mazzomo, who's taken control of the 9.5 Porsche. Slipstream down Conrod. Does he have it in him to get it done? Balance of performance has favoured the Acura all weekend long. We are not running the same balance of performance as the official Bathurst 12 hour that's coming out. Everything was already set up for this event before that BOP came out, so sticking with that for this race. And the move is done there for Josh Banks. Still, it's a fantastic to see that the 953 still in the running for a potential top 5 here if they can keep this up, in spite of the issues they suffered.
Still rapid, the way that Josh Banks made that pass and the way he's going to close in to try to make the next ones. You'd think there's Blackout OPR, there's Evolution Racing Team, and there's a drop there due to Josh Banks, but he's not going to be able to get by this BMW. He's going to hold back a tiny bit on the way in. He gets too close through the corner. He's going to clear it by the time he gets to the cutting road. So the 9.5.
Place to get past a GT4. Then have the top of the mountain to yourself, at least until you come up on the next GT4, which, all you know, could be around the next corner. Our leader, Cody Deeth, coming out with 5 seconds in hand at the moment over ERT number 7. And this is the lap where we're going to see the first hint of what their pace is like. They may have had to negotiate some traffic on the way out. But I think if there's anyone who can set a fast lap in spite of the traffic, it is Cody Deeth, as pit stop completed for Antic Motorsports with Reese Wakefield getting into car 994. We also see Blackout OPR 47 in the lane 2, one of the OPR Mustangs, Jake Edwards, bringing that car in. Wait to see if there's a driver change there.
I think it's because they've got a drive-through incident limit stuff again, I think.
Looks like that was just a drive-through there for the 47, so that is an iRacing issued black flag for a drive-through penalty, but the 994 is going to come out just behind our race leader here, Cody Deeth. There's the Mustang, and hard on the chase is Ethan Griggold. 4 seconds now the gap. As it looks like car 707 has had a bit of a run in here up in the S's, the 55 turning them around.
They bounce off the tyres, but they don't bounce off the concrete. There's damage to the left, damage to the rear. What's happened to Griggold?
Oh no, he's disappeared off the circuit.
Second place is having a little bit of issues. We wonder if it'd be the same as Bruce de Caravallo had, or if it's going to see him reappear at some point.
Oh no.
John McHenry is heading to pit lane with that Locked On Lads Mercedes GT4.
I think ERT number 7 has fallen out. Oh no, this is going to be terrible for them. They are falling down the order. We're still waiting for confirmation that they have indeed dropped from the server, but it is not looking good for the car that was running in second place.
Almost just a formality at this point for ERT number 7. Disappearing. Blackout OPR 43 to second. Evolution Racing Team 31 to third. Or drop their Jupiter to fourth. 95 Simsport to fifth.
And we have a Mustang running in second place right now.
And there it is.
Yeah.
Ethan Quick disconnected.
Connection drop due to upload packet loss. That is one of the worst things you can see as a commentator, because it means that the driver has indeed dropped from the server. And now ERT number 7 is going to be scrambling to get another driver in that car by the time the tow period ends. Car 268, meanwhile, getting a drive-through for full course yellow breach. They were going 55 k's an hour, which, to be completely honest, isn't all that much to exceed the limit by, but they did exceed it.
Hearing from Evolution Racing Team that it's not computer or technical at this point, it's the power at Ethan Gold's house is gone. So we haven't seen too many issues of this sort of nature today. Sometimes it seems like there's something in the air, or maybe there's a common glitch or bug or something, but it's been pretty good today. And the two dropouts that we've seen recently seem to be entirely unconnected.
Yeah, for sure. Still really tough luck for Ethan Griggold. I know what it's like to completely lose out on something thanks to power. It's always terrible. And so close to the end of the race as well. It's really sad. Well, there still could be potential for an Evolution Racing Team car to get second place in this race, as Robbie Gibbs is chasing down Dylan Shepherd for P2. Blackout OPR 43, setting a 205.29 on the last lap. Compare that to a 204.8 for Gibbs. And Matt Bowler has taken the wheel of Evolution Racing Team number 7. And they will be able to get back out there. Now, from what I gather, that will not be in violation of the driver change rule, because Matt Bowler has spent more than 25 laps out of the car.
Yeah, because Lowe was in for a fair bit, and then Ethan Griggold was a significant portion of the way through not a significant portion of the way through a stint, but quite clearly Bo had done a full stint and some already.
Hour and 45 minutes to go. Podium still not decided. Number 43 still leading the way and setting consistent 204s out there. Robbie Gibbs still setting 204s as well. Turn our attention to the 962. Looks like they've had a problem. That is definitely not attached. That's engine cover, and that is a big spin coming across the top. They'd already lost the rear end by that point, so it looks like the car already had some instability. Lockhart Brownlee just losing it there, coming through Silver.
Oh, there's still a bit flapping there in the breeze. This is now the highest placed ERT car, Robbie Gibbs. Dylan Shepherd, that Mustang's up in second. For how much longer? Last lap, it was more than half a second quicker for Robbie Gibbs. He would have just reached that tail of the slipstream. He's really going to close in on the slipstream down Conrod Straight this lap. Josh Banks in orbit drop air Jupiter there, also even quicker, closing in as well.
This could turn rapidly into a three-way battle for second place, as the lead is 16 seconds for Cody Death in car number 1. Dylan Shepherd going to have to look in his mirrors now, going slightly defensive on the way down to Murray's corner, but back on the racing line for the braking zone. Every corner exit, it seems Robbie Gibbs just gains a little bit more on him. Lap times that time round, looks like about 5/10 quicker was Robbie Gibbs. And a 2:04.7 for Josh Banks. His pace in that car is simply spectacular. He'll definitely catch up to these guys in the next lap or two.
Looking at where else there might be a bit of surprising speed through the field. It's not really surprising that in 11th place, Eclipse Sim Sports 5.6 Jackson Barry is flying along to 4.8. And Olsuchuka Toyota low 204 from Anton Rafael Sabo, another one of those cars that was up there contending for the top 10. Ended up down in 16th, but they haven't lost their pace or their fight.
Seems like the dreaded puddle here at the exit of McPhillamy Park is certainly something that the drivers are a bit more brave with now, but it's not as much of a hazard as it was before. I just haven't spoken into existence yet another spin over the puddle. Oh, Shepherd compromised on the way up to the elbow here. GT4 BMW. Looks like one of the Australia-wide cars, the purple machine. And that will bring Josh Banks right into the fold in this battle. Slipstream for Robbie Gibbs. Meanwhile, into the chase as they come. We get some news on the 222 TriStar machine, and through goes Robbie Gibbs. Car 222 with a drive through penalty. What on earth happened there to the Frog Leap Juiced Racing red BMW? Almost got right amongst that GT3 battle.
Yeah, so that penalty for the 222 McLaren is what we saw coming into the full course yellow. They didn't slow down at the time that everyone else did. They ran into the back of the car that was slowing down 50 kilometers an hour for the full course yellow. So they gets a penalty for that. Action on here, second, third, fourth. Robbie Gibbs to second place. Dylan Shepherd fighting for his life in third. Josh Banks. And that car has been so quick in the last... Since the track dried up, I reckon that 862 has been very rapid.
Yeah, certainly has. Drop it didn't have the best of times under the wet conditions, but yeah, since the track's dried up, they have been right on it, haven't they? Now Dylan Shepherd is the meat in an Acura sandwich. Has to keep an eye out for the bottom slice.
You just don't want that bottom bun getting soggy, and that's why you toast the inside of the buns, but the outside still being soft and fluffy is the way. No, puddle. GT4 in the puddle, their favourite hobby of the last couple of hours, but doing the right thing, trying to stay out of the way in this ferocious GT3 battle.
Yeah, oh my goodness. Oh, now they got some GT3 traffic to contend with as well. That's the 994 Mustang. Is there space to the inside for Gibbs to slip through? There is. Keep it out of the wall, and they all come through. The BMW behind was, I believe, the WK&P car. And fortunately, they've stayed out of it. WK&P still on the podium, which is awesome to see. Russell Uren at the wheel of the number 515. For now, though, Dylan Shepherd protecting third place in GT3 from Josh Banks. But you feel that with Banks' pace, it's only a matter of time before the move is made.
Temp down, 4 p.m. in the afternoon now. An hour, 40 minutes of racing to go. Look at that angle that the surface temperature has been making. Dropping under the 30s. Track's cooling off, so there are definitely some cars that it's going to come back to favour them a little bit on a cooler temperature track.
To the level that we rose to just before the rain came. We still have an hour and 40 left in the race. 29 Celsius on track at the moment. Just listening into the sights and the sounds of cars coming across the top. I love how rapid GT3 cars are across the top of the mountain. I mean, in completely ideal conditions, they are almost flat out across the top of the chat. Plenty of hazards to negotiate, some of which have taken many out of contention in this race. Still a podium on the cards for Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter. As Josh Banks have the exit he needs out of the elbow to get the run on Dylan Shepherd. He's lost a bit of time to Robbie Gibbs up ahead. Shepherd flashing the lights, but I'm not sure to whom. No one in front of him to stymie the run there. Banks latch onto the back of him coming into the chase. Shep going defensive on the way into the braking zone. He's almost defending the position here, and he is. It's hard to tell from that camera angle, but Josh Banks had to back out. Very nice defense from Dylan Shepherd.
There's certainly still places where there's an advantage for the Mustang. It doesn't seem to be at the very, very end of Conrod Straight, but there's other places where it maybe picks up the traction a little bit. We've definitely seen the weakness of the Acura NSX can be braking into the slow corners, rear end instability there. So if the Mustang can be strong there, then you've got ways to try to fend off, even if it seems difficult at times. There's definitely a few places where you can build yourself a buffer of a car length or two. And look again, that's the Acura tail sliding around through the high-speed corners.
We've heard from drivers, the Acura doesn't have the most stable rear end of the lot, but it is far and away the quickest overall car around here. And the teams that have chosen it, the majority of the GT3 field, have managed to make it work, and works beautifully across the top where you need it. On the brakes for the S's, gently does it over the curb, riding well is the 862. Doesn't seem to be bouncing around as much as some of the other cars we've seen.
Yeah, another GT3 news that the 55 Summit Sim Sports Everest had a drive-through penalty that they've already served. It was for contact with the Locked On Lads GT4. This is Banks riding his element here now. That's where you need to be, within 2 car lengths coming off the Forest elbow. Picking up the speed as you go. Dylan Shepherd will try to make this difficult to pass. Makes it very difficult to pass in ways that won't thrill everyone. But I think getting so deep into the braking zones for the Acura isn't their strength. They want to be alongside earlier in the braking zone than that.
Yeah, Dylan has the luxury of placing his car wherever he wants there, as it looks like someone's left the engine running in the pits there. A little bit of smoke drifting across the racetrack as the defense is now truly on for Dylan Shepherd. He knows that he's steadily losing his grasp there. It looks like that's actually the Momentum Mustang that got DQ'd for the driver change breach. They have left the engine running there. Now it's time for an outside attempt here from Josh Banks. Can he get to third? Dylan Shepherd forces him off the track a bit, and the spin, the slide from Josh Banks, he recovers it.
The catch, though, he got forced off the road. For me, he got pushed onto the grass. I thought he was going to go backwards into the wall like we've seen others do, but he caught it in miraculous ways.
Oh, he certainly did. Oh, and a black flag for our new GT4 leader after the 19 got disqualified. Black flag for incident points in the hands of Stefan McCartan in the One Performance Racing car.
Yeah, 36 seconds in their pocket, so I think they'll probably hold on to the lead. You can save a tiny bit of time on that pit entry, 50 kilometers an hour down the lane. I think you can do a drive-through with a loss of less than 36 seconds, but it makes things far less comfortable for the GT4 race leader. This, Simon Mazzomo, back in 5th place for 9.5. A couple of battle marks still on that Porsche.
plenty. And well-earned battle marks as well. And quite a few problems for the 9.5 car today, but still holding on to a top 6. That's Adam Hughes getting by in the Blackout OPR 35. Bit of water trailing off the left rear of the Porsche there. There's still some puddles by the side of a racetrack, but it looks like for now, most of them are away from where the drivers go. I got to say, the recovery for the number 35 has been worth talking about as well. It's another one of those cars that we saw with heavy damage in sort of the midpoint of the race. One of the many cars caught in the melee of the rain. But since the sun came out, since the track started drying, they got their heads down and they worked hard. They got back into the top 10. Now they got back into the top 5.
10 laps into this stint for the GT3 leader. We're about to hit 90 minutes to go. You'd think quite comfortable to get into the final hour for one final stop for this leader, and you'd expect similar for almost all of the other GT3s. The exception is Blackout OPR 35. I think there's still 2 stops to get to the end of this one. Summit Sim Sports Everest 55 might be close as well, but for the top 4 and for 9, 5 and 6, I think they're good for one more stop. The question is, it's not hardly a question, Blackout OPR 35, I don't think are doing this on one more stop.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Well, Cody Deeth minding his own business out front. That is a 2:04.6 in a very consistent run of mid-2:04s for this car. It's been near trouble-free for them. And they lead by nearly 20 seconds over Robbie Gibbs. The mountain giveth, the mountain taketh away. It has been givething to them for the moment. Took away some from them in the mid-phase, but with 90 minutes remaining, this car is in prime position for victory. Meanwhile, the 47 and the 208 coming into the pits there. And looks like it might be a black flag for incident limit for the 47, but it looks to
for
me...
the 208.
Oh, yeah, for the 208. Oh, yeah, okay, I got the cars mixed up there. That's interesting. The OPR car only spent 9 laps out there and looked like they'd gained some damage. I think Thomas Freeman might have been involved in something. We are checking. We are checking.
Copy. Oh, I'm so excited for Lewis Hamilton this year because it's a whole new world for him. Copy, we are checking, consider plan C. Grazie ragazzi. It's just, he's going to be a whole new man.
Yes, indeed. Don't know if it's going to be the man that people are expecting. Well, we're hearing that the damage for the number 47 has been there for a while, but I think something else may have happened. Either that, or maybe they've run out of drivers. Maybe there's no one to take over from Thomas Freeman. I'm not too sure. Regardless, the 47 has pulled in.
Freeman's taking over from Jake Edwards. Jake Edwards drove it in after
yes.
a couple of laps. It had been a significant stint for Ryan Bettes before that. So no dramas with Freeman getting in.
Okay, so it might be the case that Edwards... I mean, they've been stopped for nearly 2 minutes. This is still an uncharacteristically long stop, but there's potential that Edwards pitted because he'd completed his minimum amount of driver laps in the race, and they put Thomas Freeman into the end. I'm not sure, honestly. The saga of OPR 47 will return after Christmas.
So holding phase kind of now until we get to that 1 hour to go, and that's when you really see and know with certainty about the strategies. But I think all of your top 4 are good. One more stop. It's a promising sign with a 20-second lead for the Valente Rosso Eclipse car. It's also promising for ERT 31. It's potentially promising for Orbit Drop There Jupiter, who are keeping the pressure on Blackout OPR 43 for the moment. Having just gone a couple of car lengths further back though. For 9.5, who are looking at a potential top 5 as well. The way they've tried to play it.
Oh, finally out of the pits is the 47. Very long stop indeed. That's nearly 3 minutes they've spent in the box. So yeah, it actually looks like the bottom of the car has been replaced. The bonnet. We can see a little bit more regarding that in just a few moments.
Remember to compare the pair.
And we'll go back and see that, yeah, the front end's a bit more crumpled
And
there.
around the right rear tyre as well, there's all sorts on that have been tidied up. A couple of new body panels have gone on. So, you know, one of them compared the pair. And, yeah, after 20 laps, there could be a lifetime of difference. How about that? So there's quite a lot that's gone on with that car, and they've just tidied it all up for this run home. They might have seen that it wasn't competitive, that it was costing them 3, 4, 5 seconds a lap, and said, you know what, you never know, so let's just get this fixed.
Yeah, and at the very least, having a car that's good to drive at the end of a race is a boon. You'll be able to find some pace at the end, at least to be comfortable at the end of a very long, tough endurance race. A couple of technical issues for Dylan Shepherd. We have heard from Jay that all 4 of the cars that still had their fast repair last time we checked in still have them. So there's been a few teams out there that have managed to keep it clean in spite of everything. Let's see how clean this battle remains. Hang on. Josh Banks just disappeared off the circuit for a moment there. He's back. But oh man, it's this late stage of the race and you see cars blinking out of existence. You think, oh no.
And you get a bit nervy as well. It's not something we paid a whole lot of attention to earlier on, but then just a couple of our front runners, just computer issue here, power outage there, and maybe 7:30 p.m. someone else in your household decides it's time to fire up a new binge watch of Netflix or something.
Yeah, that is a definite risk in sim racing. Bit of traffic for this 3rd place battle past the Summit Sim Sports K2 Aston Martin. John Simpson still at the wheel of that. They're still plugging away in 7th place in GT4. Could potentially actually get an overall position here. I think they might actually do it on this lap, as it looks like the Pulsar Chuka Toyota car has come into the lane. Antal Rafael Sabo at the wheel of this machine, and he's been in the car for a while. He's managed to complete a stint there, get the rest of the fuel in the car, and away they will go again. It's one of the cars that we expected to be consistently up the front, and they were, but various circumstances have put them out of contention for now.
Yeah, what was sort of 20 contending cars now feels like 5, perhaps. Again, everything we saw through the middle of this race, I'm so hesitant to ever talk with too much certainty.
Yeah, I'm definitely not making any definitive statements at this point. Still waiting on a pit stop for most of our GT3 field up at the front. For now, as this battle continues on, we've got Daniel Benefield in the comms box with us, and it's been an excellent recovery for you guys in the 953, and I think you might be counting a few lucky stars as Mez tries to bring it home here.
Yeah, well, my stint... Sorry, Miz, just having
Yeah, I saw that.
my stint was all the emotions of a 2.5, 3 hour period, really. I felt really good in the wet. The car was great, kept moving forward. I didn't think we'd be running our car in third at some point during the race, but we were there for a little while before our stop under that safety car. And then I threw it all away, really, at the end of the stint. And yeah, we've had to trim the car out so much just to have some sort of pokey on the straight, and it just caught me, threw McPhillamy, just lost the car. Didn't even get to the puddle before I had lost it. But yeah, it's been a great comeback, really. It was, we're definitely not with the shout of the podium. We're in a bit of driver time trouble, so we're actually having to make 2 more stops, or 2 more stops from here rather than 1. We could have made it with 1, because we could have just on the hour or 2 to go, so we could have made it with 1. But me being in the car earlier in the race, we're in a bit of driver time trouble now.
Well, it's definitely worth it to keep track of that. Not all teams have, and still being in the top 10 at the end after the race you guys have had is certainly worth something. So yeah, I suppose the plan is to stop a couple more times, and I'm presuming you're going to be the one taking the car at the end.
Yeah, we need to get Mez to his minimum drive for laps first. And then I haven't met our minimum either yet, so I need to get back in. We don't have a choice in the matter on that.
Best of luck to you, Daniel, and your teammates in the 953 Porsche. The battle of the non-Acuras currently being won by the OPR 43, but we'll see what you guys can do to come. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, guys.
Daniel Benefield there from car 953. And we focus on the 43 again because they're still keeping Josh Banks behind them, but they have received a bad sportsmanship flag from race control for that earlier contact that we saw with the 862. That incredible save by Josh Banks. Dylan Shepherd saw it all on the angle. Clearly did not give Josh Banks enough room on the outside there. So race control have given him an official warning. And of course, Shepherd will be very careful with his defences into Griffins from now on, I'm sure. Now though, take 2. It's the same shot. But see, there's a bit more space between the cars now. Can Banks get it done around the outside? He can't! Shepherd didn't have anything to do with that. That was entirely on Josh Banks. A little bit too hard into the corner. On the outside, into the marbles. May have brushed the tyre barrier.
Huge number of marbles.
Yeah,
absolutely filthy out there. Not only is it off camber through there with the unique shape of the road, but you can see the marbles, you can hear the marbles, you can almost taste the marbles.
Yeah, I don't think there's much more you can do with the marbles. There we go. The inside, and then just gets onto them, and a slight tap to the tyre barrier. But of course those tyre bundles are reasonably soft compared to the concrete, so they don't do much damage to the car, if any. Oh, hello. Looks like we have a BMW with no wing and no boot either. That's Benjamin Brook in the Frog League Juice Racing green car.
An M4 Cabriolet.
Yeah. Halfway there. That didn't come through the broadcast, did it? Okay, so Jay says, well, they've lost a B for boot, they've lost a W for wing. Does that just make this car an M? David, I think you'll be looking on like a master, looking at his young Padawan, saying, "Yes, I've taught you well."
Why? Oh my.
We have been live for 11 hours at this point. Of course, I haven't been here for all 11. Jay is the only one, really, who has been here the whole time. So props to Jay behind the scenes for sticking it out here.
Yeah, started with John Hindhoff downhill from there, perhaps, heading towards potentially really interesting finish to this race, though. It's a big race, and it had drama in the opening hours. It had drama when the weather came. It had drama when safety cars bred safety cars. You never rule out how much more there still could be. Monitoring the fuel strategy, where this car in 4th, sorry, no, we're looking at one of the other cars down in 19th, but your top 4 pretty close to making it with one more stop, pending what happens. Dylan Shepherd 19 laps into the run. It's here. Bit of traffic through the dipper.
Tiny bit held up behind the other Frog League Juice racing car. Gently does it on your way down to the elbow. Actually, no, it wasn't the other Frog League Juice racing car. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, okay, it's the Frog League Juice Racing Red. Picked all the wrong colours first. You can definitely see that it's been a long day for Jay.
Frog League Juiced is available in green, magenta, blue, red, and no, I think that might be it. Split across GT3 and GT4.
I wonder what those flavours taste like.
Well, green's got to taste like frogs.
So kind of like chicken then?
Yeah, I guess. A little gamey, perhaps.
We're in deep thought up here right now, aren't we? Tell you what.
Banks is back behind 3rd place again, though. You always thought he'd come back, have another dig at that, but what he's going to learn is that he doesn't want to go around the outside of this corner here, turn 2, Griffin's Bend. The answer is, if not there, then where? And it's got to be a monumental run out of Forest's elbow short. Shepherd's not given him much chance to look down the inside of the chase, but that's probably the best bet.
Yeah, I think that's the only clear place where you're going to be able to make a move. Unless, of course, you know, Shepherd suffers an issue with traffic up Mountain Straight and somehow Banks can get the inside into Griffin's Bend. It's easier said than done, and you have to really make sure that you place your car in the right spot for that. Thus far, it seems that overcoming Shepherd's defence is proving one of the most difficult things Josh Banks has had to face today.
Laps into the stint for the race leader, 20 laps into the stint for ERT31 in 2nd, 20 laps into the stint for Dylan Shepherd, 19 laps into the stint for Josh Banks, Drop Bear Jupiter, who's seen that the limit in green flag conditions is probably 30 to 31 laps. So all of them ought to still have 10 more laps, 20 more minutes. It'll get them to 55 minutes to go, and then easy run from there. The timing of the most recent safety car, I think, pushed all of them into, oh yeah, even number of stops, no splashing back required anymore.
Fairly obvious how all the strategies are going to play out from this point. Interestingly, Stephen McCartan in OPR number 51, despite having to take that drive-through for incident limits, still out in the lead in GT4 by half a minute over Glenn Watkins in the Australia-wide racing blue machine.
There's some change at the front of GT3 here because the blackout OPR 35 that we were expecting to pit about now, it's about now. 9.5 SimSport Simon Mazzomo goes up into that top 5. And will the ERT7 also get through? Remembering that at ERT7 they looked a chance for the win before technical problems, power delivery problems as it was for Ethan Rigault, unfortunately. I wonder if they've still got enough pace to try to get that back into the top 5 as well.
I think they might, if they're able to get through on OPR 35, which, I mean, considering the gap between them is going to be easier said than done. I think they'll definitely get through on the 9.5 car because, as Daniel Benefield pointed out, they still have to satisfy both their minimum driver laps and also their driver time rule on the way to the end. So they're going to have to come into the pits twice in the last hour of the race with Benefield bringing it home. So we shall see if ERT can find their way into the top 6. With all of that, I can tell you that the leader has now lapped everyone up to 8th place overall. So Brett O'Keefe, the first car a lap down, which means that technically ERT is still on the lead lap. Quite significant considering that Ethan Grigg Gold had his huge issue.
And their one remaining stop is potentially in the splash and dash territory as well here for Bowler. So being only a couple of seconds behind Tom Seath, 6th place, the Blackout OPR 35. I think, you know, this stays green, the pace of this ERT car could get them to 6th. Never say never about anything else that's possible as well. Oh, now Mizomo hits after 22 laps. The 9.5 SimSport car. No black flag or anything.
Yep. Yeah, Benefield hinted that the pit stop might be coming soon. So they're just pitting there, and then Mizomo's going to continue on for a bit to satisfy the minimum driver laps for him. And then they'll pit again, and Daniel Benefield will bring it home at the appropriate time here. Mizomo is already away, coming to the end of pit lane as Bowler exits the final corner. So that does mean that ERT, when 9.5 pit next, will certainly be taking that position.
Cars running up Mountain Straight. See that McLaren, that rare, lonely McLaren, still in this race. Porsche's, a couple Mustangs, the one BMW that I recall is in 8th as well now, so steady for KRF Motorsports Sim Blacks as well. They're making it to the top of the hour. Hopefully. Could be wrong again. And this is on for that 3rd place.
Yep, the only on-track battle for position right now. Every other car of the 31 that remain in this race are more than a second apart on timing screens. So now we get the double view here. Forward from Josh Banks, back from Dylan Shepherd. Slipstream is on here for the Acura. It's not quite close enough to go for it at Griffin's Bend. So now Shepherd can use his years of experience to try and make that the widest Mustang in Bathurst. So up to the cutting they come. Again, Shepherd, he's taken those slightly narrower lines. Have to say, aside from that incident that got him the bad sportsmanship flag, this has been a textbook defense from Shepherd.
Yeah, it's solid. The pace is good too when you compare it to anyone except the other cars in the top 3. So if you compare his pace to, you know, what 10th place is doing, amazing pace. You compare it to 8th, good pace. 12th, great pace for GT3. It's just he's surrounded by an incredibly persistent Josh Banks, an all but dropped their car, and that Evolution Racing Team number 31 proving pretty quick as well, just getting a little further ahead up the road.
Go then slipstream Going down Conrod Straight for Josh Banks. Will he be able to find some space alongside Dylan Shepherd to make the move? Shep goes defensive again. He places it middle of the road, goes across the track in the braking zone. There is nowhere for Josh Banks to go. Big challenge for both of these drivers. We're only a couple of laps away from our leaders being a full fuel tank stint away from the end of the race. So in the next couple of laps, we're going to start seeing more and more callers to pit lane.
Yeah, the predictor at green flag pace has us with 33 to 34 more laps in this. Well, realistically, tank stint length's only 30, 31 laps. Just a couple laps away from being able to pit and make it, and perhaps a couple more laps for people wanting to pit. Do you make the stop as soon as that window opens, or do you carry your current tank of fuel to as far as it will carry you as deep into the final hour? If you stay out and a full course yellow comes at the time that you want to pit, that could be beneficial. But if you stay, is there a situation where you stay out and you get undercut?
I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, if I was in the position of any of these teams, I would want to run as long as possible because it's an advantage to have a lighter car. You know, you're keeping the average weight of your car over this last hour down. But on the other side of the coin, you pit early, you get fueled up early, and you can just focus on staying in the rhythm. And you never know, potentially there could be an undercut in your sights.
So, a couple of big names for the OSR Bathurst 12 Hour in 2025. We've had John Hindhoff. Well, Dale Jr. joins us on the porch, and he's loving the racing. Look at him.
So is Steve Myers, the CEO of iRacing, standing with him there. They are present on every...
Up the road from Kenny Habul's place, Dale's probably enjoying a frothy or two.
Yes, indeed. It's the steps of the Bathurst Light Car Clubhouse standing on. They are present on every single track in iRacing, but they're often hidden. You need to go looking for Dale and Steve, and there you can just see them watching the race from one of the many properties that line this racetrack on the exit of Forest Elbow. There's the number 62 making its way past. Sorry, the number 64 Pulsar Chuka Toyota entry. Don't know where I pulled the two from. Regardless, this battle for third is continuing. It looks like a battle developing for fifth. The 95 Simsport car, Simon Mazzomo, having to hold off Tom Seath in the Blackout OPR 35. And the Cross Continental Ferrari makes its first on-screen appearance in a while. 313 running down in 12th and snatching a bit of slipstream off the OPR 35.
Yeah, and that's off the track. Still side-by-side battling this one out. Last stop was a short one for Mazzomo because they're still going to need one more after this. So I think he only took on board about half a tank. That Porsche should be light, but looks like Tom Seath is a bit quicker. And Tom Seath did a lap before Mez did. I don't think either of these cars are making it out another stop. So those two might be in the battle for their lives to get into the top five.
And this is the question. Remember, though, that the 9.5 car still has to pit again.
Yeah, well, I'm saying that OPR do as well. Both of them
Yeah.
do. They're on level footing to each other.
Oh, yeah, true. True. My brain is wandering. These two battles on track at once. I'm still thinking about if Dylan Shepherd can hold off Josh Banks in that battle for third. But for now, Tom Seath is ahead of Simon Mazzomo. It will have to be a short splash in white. Blackout OPR 135. We are now into 31 laps to go when the leader crosses the line next. How long are we going to have to wait until we see the first takers onto pit lane for the final stop?
I think 30 to go. There's a few that are going to need it before the leaders do as well. So the KRF BMW out of 8th, Summit Mustang out of 9th are pitting right now. They've only been able to do 29 lap stints to this point. With 31 to go, I think that's not great for them unless they're able to super duper stretch this one. So fiercely competitive, locked in a stalemate for third here. I mean, angst, it's not fast enough in the places that it matters. Dylan Shepherd knows I just stay left side of the road, heading down Conrod Straight. I have the inside for the chase, and you're not out-braking me. Every 2 minutes, he just repeats his mantra, and he stays in third.
Yeah, and add to that, staying to driver's right on the way into Griffin's Bend, because Josh Banks definitely knows now there is no way to take the outside line there unless you're willing to really force the issue and risk contact. Shep will have to make his way past the GT4 there, the Australia-wide racing blue car, the 405. Many GT4 cars in this field that have been in contention for victory at one point. They currently run second in their class, and it's a long way up to the blackout OPR number 51. Next GT4 on the roster for these two is the Summit Sim Sports Aston Martin, once again. Managing to still run pretty well. They won't gain another overall position from a GT3 car because Dan Yeaman has jumped into the Orbit Drop Bear Mars machine and brought it back out onto the racetrack some time ago. So they're just going to try and see the checkered flag. That's the view from John Simpson as our third place battle continues. Punch it out of Hell Corner.
Yeah, and the window's open for the GT4s, so they can go a little bit longer than the GT3s. They've sort of done 32 of their own laps, which slower than the GT3 laps as well. So you're seeing second place in the Australia-wide car pit, and they'll make it to the end of the year. No worries on any of the GT4s. They're only just sort of front of the window for these GT3 cars. Is there a chance that Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter go for an undercut or something?
I think that might be what they have to do, because it's proving more and more difficult lap by lap to actually get past on track versus the OPR 43. So they might have to try and pull something out on the strategy to make this one work.
Box opposite, as they say. So if you think you're within the window, the guy in front hits stay out. If the guy in front stays out, then and you think the window started, you can get in and get home, then do it, because obviously the clean air pace is just a little quicker for 862, but this is a motor race, so you need to find a way to get yourself to that clean air. It won't be given to you.
Certainly not. Well, Frog Leap juiced, the 197. Getting a little bit crossed up here through the dipper as the Chuka Toyota Pulse car tries to get past at the elbow, shuffles them into the wall on the way over the crest. Probably not the most ideal move to make in that area of the racetrack. So that is a further bit of damage for the car in 4th place in GT4 right now. It's now 3rd for car 405, but the cars in front of them still have to pit. They should take 2nd place back from WKMP Sim Sports. Here's the onboard from the 64. And, you know, sometimes you'll be able to get it done here, but I think it probably would have been worth it to wait a little longer to get by that BMW.
Yeah, see, they wanted to go right at the exit of the dipper, but the GT4 went right, offering up the left-hand side of the road that it was too late for them to commit to. So they checked up, they lost their momentum, and therefore there wasn't enough space there to get alongside and try to make that move. They had an opportunity, but made the wrong move out of the dipper to be able to set themselves up to do that pass before the elbow. In the hour.
Yep, we are under 1 hour to go. The OSR Bathurst 12 hour for 2025. One of the most action-packed and controversial races of the year, and we are only in the middle of February. Goodness knows what is yet to come on SimSpeed TV in 2025. We've got a packed roster of events that we're already working our way through here.
predicted laps remaining for the race leader, now sitting between 27 to 28. It's comfortably within the pit window to fuel and get to the end for these GT3 cars. This leader's just passing the pit entry, Evolution Racing Team 18 seconds behind. This is the battle third and fourth once again. It's got a couple of more GT4 cars comfortably within their window. WK and P are in. Australia-wide go back through to second. Blackout leading that class. Need one more stop, and this is where Shepherd likes to place his Mustang.
Yep, solidly. Yeah, rolling out. Okay, I think he's recognizing that, yeah, probably the pit stop is the best way to get by them. Is he gearing up for a stop now, I wonder? Looks like Shepherd is, but the Orbit Drop Air car is going to stay out for at least another lap. Now, this is the question here for Josh Banks. Potentially an overcut might be what they're going for here. I mean, they're going to have to now because OPR car's already pitted, but maybe this bit of clear air here for Josh Banks is going to be exactly what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, so this is time to really lay it down. Going to get by the Mercedes GT4 on the way up Mountain Straight. So then the track opens up. You also had KRF Motorsport Simplex BMW GT3 making their final stop. So we're starting to get that wave from inside of the top 10 and inside of the final hour of the race. We're saying that's their pit stop done. Now what happens in the final hour is what happens in the final hour. Understeer off the line for Banks there. Lost time through the cutting.
Yeah, a little bit too much in the way of slip. Yeah, I did indeed. Not ideal. As the pit stop is complete for both the 43 and the 63, Hugo Allen at the wheel of the BMW, finding his way to the end of pit lane and still in the top 10, which I think is an absolute mammoth effort for the only BMW in the GT3 field. Meanwhile, here comes ERT number 7. They have caught up to the 9.5 SimSport Porsche. Matt Bowler driving the wheels off this thing.
One thing to keep in mind though is it's going to be about a half tank of fuel again, 3/4 for 9.5. ERT are headed for maybe a little bit more fuel needed. The pit stop times are what's critical here. Another one of the blackout OPR cars in the lane, and that pit stop time for the OPR 43, I don't have correctly, I think it was more like 38 seconds or so. It was a tiny short fuel. 31 ERT in for second place too. We're right in an exciting window that sets the final stage for this race.
This is on track together. Come 9, 5, 3 and 7. Across the top of the mountain, got the Cross Continental Ferrari ahead of them. Race Control has also announced that they are investigating car 994, the Antic Motorsports Mustang, for a breach of the driver change rules. So you thought it was over? Well, there's going to be one more sting in the tail regarding that technicality in the rules. Wait and see as time goes on. And we are told that car 43 used their fast repair in that pit stop. So Dylan Shepherd has a completely fresh car here for the final stint of the race.
Lap from Josh Banks trying to do the overcut, not blowing me away, but fair enough, could be a chance to overcut for third position. Car that will probably end up back in second makes its final stop. Robbie Gibbs in ERT 31.
Good on Robbie Gibbs there. Get back in the car and find your way to a podium here. They are effective second right now, as it looks like the 994's race has indeed come to an end. They will be disqualified for a breach of the driver change rule. Team being briefed on that. Wakefield out of the car lap 206 and got back in on lap 219. That is a mere 13 laps that he spent between stints, half of what the driver change rule requires. And I think shaking the head no, unfortunately, as Daniel Poulton is going to bring it out onto the racetrack. The team is still being briefed by Race Control on that, but they will have to come back into the pits. Ethan Griggold, meanwhile, has jumped back into the Evolution Racing Team number 7 as that car has taken to the pits. looks like his power issues have been sorted.
Yeah, so good work by whoever fixes the lines in his area. Wouldn't happen for me. I won't name the provider. I'm going to have more pit stops here. So Josh Banks, this is going for the overcut. And if they can have under 38-second pit stop here as they go to Matt Dench, then there's a chance for this overcut to still work if they were quick enough on those laps and the in-lap and also manage a slightly shorter stop than their rival Dylan Shepherd in Blackout OPR number 43.
ERT31 is going to come through to retake second place. And Matthew Dench back in the car, 30 seconds complete on the stop as Dylan Shepherd is negotiating the final corner right now. A 38-second stop for the Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter car. They might very well come out ahead of OPR 43, and they have. There's Shepherd making his way into turn one with traffic to contend with, but Drop Bear is out in front.
Worked out really, really well for Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter. They also look like they managed to have avoided a little bit of the traffic here because, I mean, obviously there's a fair bit happening here and they don't want to get unlapped off of this Pulsar Chuka Toyota car and Rafael Sabo. He's thinking, no, I've got to fight for a podium on here. Please back off. It's just quite there for Dylan Shepherd.
Yeah, a bit of a lighter car in the hands of Sabo there as the 994 brings it back into the lane. Their disqualification has been confirmed. Shame to lose them as well. Had quite a few teams stick it to the Acuras, the Mustangs, the BMW and the Porsche. But now we'll say goodbye to one more car. Meanwhile, Stefan McCartan, BMW on top in GT4, and that has been the case for pretty much the whole race. It looks to me like Stefan has only just made his final pit stop there. He's come out a minute and 10 seconds ahead of second place. It's just a matter of bringing it home here for Blackout OPR. They have they lost the opportunity for now to fight for the podium in GT3. They've got the GT4 lead almost wrapped up here.
Yeah, they're in a race with someone though, a little birdie told me. And it's the Orbit Drop Bear Mars car that is 15 laps behind the GT3 leader and trying to get their GT3 back ahead of all of the GT4 cars by the end of the race. So I don't think Blackout OPR know that they're in a race with Daniel Yeaman, because they're not. But Daniel Yeaman thinks he's in a race with Blackout OPR 51.
Well, compare lap times. I mean, the gap's about 55 seconds at the moment. 2-minute 13s, 2-minute 14s for the GT4s, and meanwhile, Yeaman is setting 206s.
I think that gap was wrong because it's a lap and a half.
Yeah, okay, so that's...
So a lap plus the time you just saw.
Right, okay. Well, here we go. Leader in. Cody Deeth brings the Volante Rosso by Eclipse number 1 into the lane for this car's final stop of the race. And with that, we're only going to have a couple more pit stops from here. We're expecting that the 47 is going to have to come in. The Cross Continental car, Jason Benson, 11th, is going to have to come in the next couple of laps as well. Mazomo definitely bringing the 953 in, as well as the number 35 in the hands of Tom Seath in 5th place. So last of the cars in real contention for victory, taking their pit stop right now, and they are putting Dylan Burse back in the car, the man that put this car on pole position yesterday. Well, not this car on screen, but the number 1. So they are away. 36.5 second stop for this team. As Burse brings it back out on track for what is looking to be a rather long victory lap that'll last about 49 minutes.
So stint lengths on screen there, and in GT3 there's 25 laps to go, maybe 24. It's Your tank length is just over 30, so if your stint number is bigger than 5 or 6, at this point, you're in trouble, and this is the McLaren around at the elbow.
Yeah, speaking of trouble, Dean McKay, TriStar Racing 222. And that is on the run into the elbow. I'd recognise that rock wall anywhere. And he's got to be careful here to get it turned around in an expedient fashion. It's a good gap for him to slot back into there. We're hearing that contact was the reason for this. One McLaren in the field. And they were chasing the 9.5 car. The traffic up ahead of them in the form of the GT4. And Dean's thinking, oh, got to try and find a way through here, but he actually hit the inside wall there. There wasn't contact with another car, but there was contact with the concrete.
So in the top left of your screen on the timing column, you've got the 35 and the 953 that still need stops. Everyone else in that top 8 looking good. Ethan Grigault, the number 7, might come back into the top 5. Hard to say at this point, as that's for the 222. It's just the damage, so no meatball, no black flag, but they've picked up a little bit of damage from this, trying to follow 9.5 through a gap there that is difficult when it's just one car.
Yeah, it's interesting from that angle because it looks like they weren't actually making contact with the wall. Maybe it was the rear end of the car that tapped the wall, or maybe they did get into the BMW and we just didn't see it from that angle.
Feels like it's probably just a subtle door bang with the BMW at the pinch of that right-hander where you're trying to set up your braking and open up your wide angle into Forrest's elbow.
The line with a 204.6, and well, that's nowhere near what Dylan Burse is setting, as we're going to see the aerial view of that contact. Wait for the 222 to come in the green and gold scheme there. Now there's space between himself and the BMW. Well, actually, it does look like he just grazed the wall. Seems like the rear end of the car, the right rear in particular, just given a little brush.
Can't actually park your car in that spectator area. You can set up a gazebo though, it's the best of my knowledge.
Yes, plenty of gazebos when I was there in the real world.
A couple of bozos too, but mainly gazebos. Cross Continental Motorsports, Jason Bentz making their final stop from 11th, where Phil Letchford's going to take over the Ferrari. I'm going to say something and then probably be proven wrong. The best running Ferrari.
No, I think you might be right. We've had plenty of Ferraris looking for victory in this race.
There was a time where a couple of the Synergy cars were up front, wasn't there?
Yeah, exactly.
I think it proved that to be a car a little more fragile than some of the others, and maybe didn't survive some of the hits that others have been lucky to get away with.
That does seem to be the case. Against all odds, it is the Mustangs that have risen to the top. As we see our brand breakdown here, still dominated by Acuras, but we have a Ford Mustang in 4th, Porsche in 6th, BMW in 4th, in 8th position in the hands of Hugo Allen right now, and the first Ferrari being Phil Letchford in the 313.
There we go, called it.
Breathe a sigh of relief, wipe the sweat from your brow.
Daniel Yeaman's made another position in his fever dream battle in his mind, because he's just passed the position, the GT4 of Australia Wide Racing 305. It helps when you're 10 seconds a lap faster driving a GT3 instead, and well, I think Contention's taking a little longer to bring the tyres in than you might think, and Dylan Shepherd has got the shiniest Ford Mustang brand new that you could ever hope for the final hour of an endurance race.
Yeah, Shepherd's on the charge. 204.8 on the last lap. This is a 204.96 for Matthew Dench. So, not the largest makeup of a gap that we've seen in this race, but it's enough, and could potentially get into Matthew Dench's head. Don't forget as well, you see the 64 is now ahead on track of the 43. Shepherd let Antal Rafael Sabo go way into the chase some laps ago, and it seems that Antal has been unleashed, and now he's going to be trying to get past the third place running car here. This car running all the way down at 14th place, and a race that could have gone a lot better for them. They're clearly top competitors here today.
Fastest car on the track last lap, as Jay Kennedy says exactly what I was about to say in that year, and there's no amount of scrubbing that can make my mind clean. 14th, yeah, at the moment, but super quick, demonstrating pace that we saw them have earlier on that just won't replicate in quite the result they were after.
And just look at how much time they've made up already on Matthew Dench here. Now, it took Sabo a while to get past Shepherd, behind flashing lights for a while. Is there any potential for this 64 to gain positions here? It looks like they are a lap behind the OPR 47 at least, so it's really just a glory run for them at the moment. Just go as fast as you can in the final stages of the race while trying not to affect the overall race result too much. And he's going to try and go for it here at Griffin's Bend anyway. It's very late on the brakes for Sabo. And a little run into the marbles there for Matthew Dench, but at the very least, Matthew might be able to gain some slipstream off of Sabo, but it seems he's entirely happy with how that went down.
I think that's as tidy as unlapping is ever going to get. A clear speed advantage, and not holding him up now he's through, so you don't like it, but I think it's fair enough. As fair as it ever gets in that way. So 2.5 seconds. Contention third, Dylan Shepherd fourth.
It's going to happen one way or the other, I think. Sabo is clearly quick enough to get it done. It's just a matter of where. Already he's gotten a few car lengths on Dench. Be interested to see what the lap times are like this time around for third and fourth place in GT3. Dench did set a 2:04 on the last lap. Shepherd was 0.3 slower. But I think there might be a bit of the advantage coming back to Shep here, depending on how much that pass affected Dench's lap.
Dench should probably tell you it affected his lap a lot. But there's probably not going to be as much evidence for that. The track between the two of them, third and fourth. Stop was definitely shorter for Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter in third than it was a Blackout OPR. Maybe the first couple of laps for Dench was making sure he's the right side of the fuel number as well, if they deliberately shaved it a little short to try to get that overcut.
Looking at the lap times, it seems like Dench was
They were in dire
over 10
need of
faster than Shep.
dire need of track position before that stop. When you think about how much time they spent looking directly at Dylan Shepherd's rear diffuser, like, what would you trade to have this track position of third, and if the almost anything?
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's the final stop, by the way, for the 9.5 SimSport Porsche. Daniel Benefield jumping in and taking over from Simon Mazzamo to bring the car home. And it looks like they'll stand half a chance of remaining in 6th place there. Ethan Grigault, it looks like, is going to filter through behind them once they come out. The pit stop's already complete there for Benefield. But only a few seconds in it. Actually, look, they're going to change position right there. So Ethan Grigault comes through. I was misreading the numbers on the timing screen for a second there. ERT back up to 6th place.
You you've got to take the power back, says Ethan Grigoltz, as he then, therefore, stands a decent chance of getting into the top 5 when Blackout OPR number 35 needs to make its final similarly length stop to 9.5 as well. Without a top 5 for that ERT number 7, just based on what we've seen, because they've already cleared one of the cars that they were a chance of being able to beat, and they go into the 6th. Lead is staying pretty stable for your race leader. They've got nothing to gain by being a minute ahead when they could be 20 seconds ahead.
Oh dear. Looks like Rafael Sabo running into an issue with the chase and having to bring it into the pits. That car is clearly damaged. He was looking fast, and apparently we're hearing he got hit. It looks like 222, actually. Dean McKay at the wheel and turning in for the chase. Oh, McKay going across the track. There was one hit. There was the other one. Oh my God. Well, they got it turned around the right way, but that is massive damage to the rear. And along with that, it looks like an incident limit black flag. Oh no. It's a race control black flag that's been given to the 222. My apologies. So, race control finally working through that backlog of incidents. We're right on it. So Sabo in the slipstream there. This is on board with McKay coming into the chase. Turns in and suddenly the Pulse car comes out of nowhere and a bit too late on the brakes. I think if you were Dean McKay, probably would have been best served just blending out of the throttle there and letting Sabo take it.
And at the same time, Byron Phillips has gotten ahead of Jackson Ray Hunter into the 9th place. The Eclipse Sim Sports 5.6 was going sort of 1.5 to 2 seconds a lap quicker. So ranged up on the back of the Summit Sim Sports Everest Ford Mustang very quickly and seems to have gotten past in the fashion that you'd expect in that much overspeed.
This is the onboard from Dan Yeaman, who had a front row seat to this incident. Oh, sorry, Matthew Dench. There was the first little clip, and then McKay gets into the back of Sabo. Such a heavy hit for Antal. And the front end got absolutely crumpled in that number 64. Speaking of Dan Yeaman, there he is in the pits for the final time for the Drop Bear Mars machine. Planet cars have had varying fortunes for the moment, but I guess you could say for the time being it is Jupiter ascending. They are in 3rd place and pretty solid for the moment over Blackout OPR.
Near identical lap times between 3rd and 4th again, so Bill Shepherd's giving it his all. They saved their fast repair for the very, very final hour. Gone ahead and deployed it. They don't have that track position anymore that was so valuable to them in the big wide Ford Mustang. The laptop's gone back and forth. So 283 is when Dench was, crown witness to a murder trial, and then 284 they're about equal. So Dench lost a bit of time on that lap because of the traffic.
Speaking of traffic, a little bit for Dylan Shepherd there in the form of the Australia wide car. Does get ahead of them by the time they get to McPhillamy. That puddle is still there on the exit of the corner. But it doesn't seem to be as much of a problem as it was before. He's losing touch a little with Matthew Dench here. Not quite able to match the pace of the 862. Looks like final pit stop for 197 GT4 running in 3rd. Frog Leap Juice Racing. Vinnie Newen going to bring that one out, and seems going to maintain 3rd from there. And I believe that might be all of our GT4s having taken their final pit stops. So that's the way things are at the moment. Stefan McCartan leading in the Blackout OPR 51, followed by Australia-wide Racing Blue and the Frog Leap Juice Racing car that we were just looking at. That's your official podium moment in our lower class. In our upper class, it looks like we have a bit of a battle developing here for 18th and 19th. Lockhart Brownlee and Orbit Drop Bear Saturn Chris Coxhead, first time that we have seen a Jinx Shifters car in a very long time. Jinx Shifters, one of the teams that decided to go for the Ferrari in their sister car. Unfortunately, that car got disqualified due to the driver change rules. Brett Loxton and Thomas Hins falling afoul of that regulation. It's not the case for their Acura. Lockhart Brownlee has a lot to play for here if he can keep Chris Coxhead behind him. Chris is, I guess you could say, one of the most likely in the field to be called a Bathurst specialist. He's certainly skilled in a V8. He took multiple wins in the V8 support category, V8 stops in 2024, but he's always known for his exploits at the mountain. He also has a Bathurst 1000 podium to his name in V8 stops as well, so he knows how to get it done.
And closing 8 tenths on the last lap. He's within the slipstream now. That's going to help him close more tenths. So he stands a real good chance here. Both of these cars are going to need to stop again, though. So that will be interesting. I think it might be a slightly shorter stop for the Team Jinx Shifters 208. So if Coxhead doesn't do this on track immediately, you'll see Orbit Drop Bear Saturn enter pit lane, and then you'll probably see Chris Coxhead overcut them if this is a pit in lap for Lockhart Brownlee.
Having a laugh with his teammates on his way through. It looks like Orbit Drop Bear outside of the third place car, which is obviously focusing on securing that result. They're just having fun out there at the moment. It's that final half hour of the race. You know that you're approaching the checkered flag, and your hard day at work will finally be over. You can kick back and have a bit of fun out there.
It looks like he's taken a bit of signage home with him at some point as well there. And, starts with the parts, and then one of the Kostekis too, so that adorns the space.
Yes, indeed. Hey, Lockhart, giving us a little wave there. Tell you what, I'm going to be bringing back the bit from many hours ago. Lockhart Brownlee is yet another one of my former teammates. He was brought into the fold at Fusion Sim Racing. He's actually the nephew of Brock Kremer, who created the iRacing Arduino pit board that has seen plenty of use over the years by sim racers. So, yeah, Orbit Drop Bear picked him up, and he certainly had a fun time there. He's going to come into the pits, and Chris Coxhead will continue on through in 18th. Big potential for an overcut, as you mentioned, for this car.
Yeah, on 2 counts. One, now he's in this free air, and he had been lapping quicker, and the other that he's going to run another 2 or 3 laps. He's going to need to take on board 2 or 3 laps fewer. So he'll have this time right now to lay down his best laps, and then he'll also have a slightly shorter stop time. And that combined should give Jinx Shifters 208 the position, and a couple of laps time should give them position over Pulse Chuka Toyota if they don't rejoin as well. So 17th on the cards for Chris Coxhead, 18th still on the cards for Lockhart Brown.
Still yet to be decided. Check back in with the number 1 as the sun is starting to dip a little behind the clouds, essentially rising as well. The track is clearly a bit darker now, isn't it? Moving up to 5:15 in the afternoon in sim time. Plenty of sun still up at the top of the mountain. Get down at the bottom, there's barely any sunlight to work with. That's furthest from the mind of Dylan Burse as it can be. What he's focusing on now is bringing it home. That gap to second place has extended further, up to 18 seconds now, as Thomas Freeman, actually 26 seconds, my apologies, as Thomas Freeman brings it in the number 47. One final trip through the lane with 28 laps completed on that stint, and yeah, no time indeed.
Rare stop where the car doesn't immediately go up on the jacks, it just stays down on the ground refueling. That's different.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, it's only half a stint to go, and they're not really in any battles with anyone at the moment, so why take tyres? I suppose the other side of the coin is why not take tyres, but oh well. You cannot see into the minds of these drivers. Freeman evidently comfortable to stay out there on the same rubber.
Tend to collapse again between third and fourth. The gap will not budge between them. Dylan Shepherd, I got to imagine giving it his all and not getting quite the results to race 11 and a half hours to this point and just be slowly tenths and thousandths of a second a podium slipping away from you that, you know, I'm sure is sort of the kind of goal you set at the start of a race like this. Is you say, long race, a lot can happen, spoiler, a lot did. If things go our way and we play smart, we could be on the podium.
Well, with that, we can check in one final time with the crew from 9.5 Sim Sports. Simon Mazzomo is with us now, and you're done for the day, Simon. It's going to be taking the car home.
Yep, done for the day. So it's been a very interesting one. I'm sure I've been following the broadcast all day, and you know, where we've sort of been in our position thinking, wow, there's lots happening for us. There's lots happening for a lot of other people as well. It's been full on the whole way.
Yeah, one of the toughest Bathurst 12 hours that I've ever seen, real or virtual. It's always good to see a team come back from what looked to be a potential result-ending, potentially race-ending incident. I mean, how did you feel with the car up in the air, up at the top of the mountain?
Yeah, it was pretty rough. We're in a really, really good spot too, especially with the wet weather. Obviously, the Porsche is well known for being so good in wet weather. So yeah, to be up there and with decent pace and Dan, yeah, it just kind of stung a bit. But yeah, we managed to somehow get ourselves back. Surprised that the car wasn't actually more damaged, because obviously it was a decent hit. I was surprised that it didn't actually break any of the suspension, so we could go back to the pits really easily. And yeah, it was surprising. We managed to get the repair job done, and then yeah, stint later, hang on, went back in the top 6. Like, how does that happen? Like, yeah, it's just wild how it changed so quickly.
Yeah, I suppose it's all about navigating the goings-on around you, of which there were multiple safety cars. It seemed like there was a period there when we couldn't get any more than 2 or 3 laps worth of racing in before something else happened. The wet weather really played havoc with everybody today.
How good was the puddle out of the exit of Xfinity?
Yeah, we know all about that.
Oh man, that was a trip. Luckily it like cleared most of the way by the time I got back in the car for my final stint a bit.
This is going to be a crash here for the Frog Leap boost BMW. So they were fueled to get to the end, but they've had an incident there.
No. Just clipping the end of the barrier there at the exit of Griffin's Bend, and then couldn't get out of it. That's such a shame for them. And GT4 podium potentially out of contention there for Frog Leap Juice Racing if they have to get that one repaired, and it takes them a while. But back to you, Simon, as the car is in the lane here. Actually, that is the wrong Frog Leap Juice Racing car. Regardless, another Bathurst 12 hour almost down for 2025. And the balance of performance, I wanted to talk to you about that as well. It's been a big talking point all day, in fact all weekend. It's been the Acura show up the top for most of the time, but consistency and sometimes a little sprinkling of luck pays off.
Yeah, God, what's with us in Australia having just this affinity for Bob? We just can't stop talking about it, whether it's supercars and this stuff. We just talk about Bob all the time. But I mean, it's me not going to lie. I think it's been clear from the start the Acura was the car to have. I think the Bob has favoured it. I don't think anyone can really question that. It is what it is. We knew fairly early from our own testing that the Acura was going to be the car to have. It was either the Acura, the Mustang, or the Beamer. I'm surprised the Beamer hasn't really shown its what it can do. Quite surprising, but we sort of knew they were going to be the pick. But to get the setup right in the Acura, we just weren't the window that we liked. But with the Porsche, we were just very confident with it, and we knew it was a really good car in the wet. So it was kind of like, yeah, well, we know how to set it up. We know how to make it race. We knew we were going to be at a disadvantage, but we just kind of thought, look, if we could qualify for it, I reckon that's going to be good enough anyway. We'll get in, have a go, and see what happens. Yeah, I think us, considering when we started, to be sitting 7th at the moment, not complaining at all. It's what it is. But it's been cool. It's been good to represent Porsche today. It'd be nice if a few more in there. It's a shame the other Porsche dropped out, unfortunately, but it would be good to see a couple more come home.
Indeed, well, the rear-engined banner will still be flown by yourself and Daniel Benefield for the next 23 minutes of this race, Simon. We'll let you get back to seeing Daniel home. Thanks very much for joining us.
Before you go, Simon, what are acceptable pizza ingredients?
This is kind of why I wanted to jump on you. Because it didn't escape me earlier. Even though I was in the car, doesn't escape me because I know Jay loves to have a rip every now and then.
Word travels fast in your community, I understand.
It travels very quickly. Have you met Italians?
Wait, you're Italian? I was talking about New South Wales.
I mean, yeah, actually no, that's a fair point too. Yeah, you could also go with that one, but no. Pineapple is definitely not my favourite thing. I have been very vocal. It does not belong on pizza. If I hear that from Jay again, or if he tries to insinuate that again, I will have to. I don't know where I'm going to go with that one. To be quite honest, it's just.
You're going to do something. He'll figure it out.
I'll just come back in comms and just yell at him again. Probably that's as much as I can do.
Oh no, we appear to have lost pineapple on pizza loving Simon Mazzomo, but it was nice of him to join us while he could.
Yes, some very well-timed technical problems for Simon Mazzomo there. Is that smoke?
No, it's the puddle.
Goodness me. My eye's playing tricks on me.
Don't yell fire in a crowded room, alright? There's just tiny bits of, particularly the grass. You can understand the grass actually holding a bit of moisture with how heavy it came down, shade from the trees, yada yada. There's a few places, like, I don't think the puddle really should stick there that long, but, I mean, obviously, when it rains heavy in the morning and then, you know, in the afternoon you go out in your garden and you stick on the grass, it can still be wet. There's another example here, down Conrod Straight, just in front of your outright race leader.
Yeah, well, I will point out that the telltale spray that comes up does not tend to hang around in the air for very long. What I saw on that shot was potentially some gravel being thrown up, and there has been a problem for someone. Froglic Juice Racing, number 97, Andrew Scordalis at the wheel of this car as the Summit Sim Sports Mustang has to make his way around him. Andrew will get back rolling, but that car is heavily damaged. We couldn't even get through the last hour without someone having a problem. How did this go down here for Andrew Scordalis? Just lost the rear end on the way in.
Yeah, heaps of speed into the cutting. Tightening, braking as you go, and then it's gone backwards into the wall and done a significant amount of damage, less than we've sometimes seen to these NSXs where the rear suspension is damaged, the motor goes. We've had some huge rear-in impacts a couple of places today. This one does not look healthy or good, but we have seen worse. Will it surprise you to know that that is not a mechanical black flag?
It would surprise me. It's really interesting because, like, yeah, we saw the number 64 with a mechanical black flag earlier in the day, and you could see no visual damage on that car, and it was still running at a solid pace. Meanwhile,
it's the suspension more than the bodywork that gives mechanical black flags. If your camber is illegal or your toe is you know, 10 degrees
there
of
it
illegal.
goes.
Something for the collectors. Maybe Lockhart Brownlee can pick that one up and find space for it. But it's particularly when your suspension gets out of line. Now, obviously, that car is not in a good way, and they are going to pit it, but not actually being waved the mechanical black flag on this occasion for them. This is gonna elevate a couple of other cars. Blackout OPR 47 is going to go up. OPR 606 maybe are a lap too far back, depending on how long those repairs take. Frogly juiced, but the Blackout OPR 47, Thomas Freeman, their no tyres choice has been validated as they gain a position in the final stint.
Indeed they do. Up to 12th place now. And we have news from Jay. The number of fast repairs available in the GT3 field has dipped to 0. So if there's 2 GT4s apparently that still have their fast repair in hand. But if you're a GT3, drive carefully, because if you have a big crash, then you're going to be spending a long time in the pits getting that thing repaired. Dylan Burst encountering a bit of traffic here. This is not a close battle between Alexander Morris and Christopher Blanchard, actually separated by a whole position and a whole lap out on track at the moment. The field has well and truly calmed down here in the final 20 minutes of this race.
And of course, no fast repairs remaining is what is known as a total eclipse of the parts. Schedule it in for 2026. Reese Gardner. Brownlee, Chris Cox said we were talking about this. Who's going to overcut who? Who's got pace on who? Looks like overcut worked for Coxhead, but they're still pretty close together.
Yeah, they are. Not separated by much at all. Pitted 3 laps later than the Orbit drop bear machine, but
3 seconds shorter stop for Jinx Shifters and Chris Coxhead as well. So that's where quite a bit of it's come from. A 3 second shorter job. Now the drop bear car's lapping quicker. I don't know what to tell you about that one. It could come back the other way.
yeah, could be that Drop Bear decided to get some optional repairs there on the car while they were taking the fuel, and that has transformed the car for them. Or maybe Lockhart Brownlee's gotten a second wind here.
They weren't the last holdout fast repair, were they?
I'm not sure.
Really feels like it was probably Blackout OPR 43, the last ace up their sleeve.
Still yet 15 minutes remain in the OSR Bathurst 12-hour. And as of right now, there are no cars on track within a second of each other for position. Of course, in the end stages of a race like this, the action always dies off a little bit, but here we go. Lockhart Brownlee is obviously listening in because he's decided, hey, I'm going to give them a tiny bit of excitement as he threads the needle coming into the cutting.
And runs wide out the exit of it, about to get lapped by the 56 that is in 10th place to his 18th. They snuck through the traffic a little bit with less drama than we just saw there. Less confusion, more direct, more prompt. He's doing everything to try to stay in touch with 17th position team Jinx Shifters 208, and that might have made things more difficult. It's 7 laps to go.
Lockhart Brownlee has to look in his mirrors for the other one of the Eclipse
back on
cars.
track. So Froglet juiced the 97 back on track, and it will stay ahead of that battle. So it will stay ahead of Coxhead and Brownlee with 4 minutes of repairs to the 997.
Yeah, this is the car that was chasing them, the 356 Mustang, sorry. As Scordalis emerges out of the pit lane. Byron Pierce bringing that car home. And this is another one of those cars that that we really feel for up here. Having the unfortunate PC crash for Bruce DeCarvalho at a time when that car was on for a potential top 5 at the end of this race. I mean, I really, it was really a shame to see that happen. Of course, John Hindhoff in the comms box saying this car was the one to watch, and we did watch them, and ultimately it did not come to the fore for them, but it was for something entirely out of their control.
We watched and that kettle did not boil, unfortunately, but I'm a strategy nerd for these endurance races. You know, overcut, undercut this, oh, they're going to need 10 seconds less of fuel. They're within 10 seconds. They really, you know, in a good place here. So I love that kind of stuff, and therefore I love what that Mustang team 356 did with saying, hang on, we're doing 3 formation lanes. If we can get in, top off our fuel, and still get out of pit lane on the green flag lap ahead of the GT4s, who knows what might happen from there. We don't have a whole lot of track position to lose, and we have a whole lot to gain if we're lucky with full course yellows or safety cars, or all of the things that were inevitably going to happen and did happen in 12 hours of multi-class endurance racing around the mountain. Last stop just made by Blackout OPR 35, just 13 seconds of fuel, and they come out of track on the 5th place, and that is about 15 seconds ahead of Evolution Racing Team and Ethan Grigalt, who will have somewhat fresher tyres as well, and might be a little possessed.
Yes, we'll keep an eye out on the lap times for Ethan Grigalt. 2:04.3 on the last lap, 2:05.8 for Tom Seath. Man, that is 1.5 seconds quicker. That's
But the last lap time is not a legit one because that was a pin lap,
because they were
and so you
just coming
save
into the
time.
pits.
You save a second or so to the line on the in lap. So
Yes.
as it shakes out, it's about 20 seconds, which is a tough ask, but certainly keeps just a little bit of pressure on the top 5.
Indeed it
Brake
does.
lights from Coxhead, right? Because he's letting 56 or whichever Eclipse car it is go, and he's still going to slot in just half a second in front of Lockhart Brownlee.
He's going to prevent any potential dramas. Race control for ignoring blue flags. And the battle will resume here. Hard charging Lockhart Brownlee. Now within striking distance of Chris Coxhead for 17th place with 11 minutes remaining. The OSR Bathurst 12-hour gets the best run down the hill. Oh, both of them getting into the wall, coming up to McPhillamy, pushing as hard as they like here in the final stages. They know that the battle is on. It might not be for the win, might not even be for a position in the top 15, but it's a race nonetheless.
Pretty sure they scuffed the wall coming out of Griffin's Bend as well. They're giving it absolutely everything in the final 10 minutes. That is a face of concentration. You can tell the tongue movement, the tongue positioning, that it's 100% focus until, you know, his teammates see him on the stream and probably tell him to throw it to the shuckers or something again. Or they might be incredibly focused on this battle. It's good for Coxhead to have a slipstream of a faster car though. It's going to make him hard to dive bomb into the chase here. He knows we're watching. See the smile come across his face, but it's time to work, son. 10 minutes left and you can take this position.
Yeah, here we go then. Run out of the chase and into Murray's. It's always difficult to put a move here unless there's a clear pace advantage. So it's ideal to focus on the exit. Potentially go by at Hell Corner. Or do you wait at Hell Corner and try to go for it at Griffin's? Both of these guys are very familiar with this place. They know where to push. They know where to place the car if they want to get a move done. Brownlee absolutely firing it into the first turn and maintaining a good amount of corner speed. Coxhead punches out of the corner a little better, but here comes the slipstream for Brownlee. You see that the gap just hovers around there for a bit, and as soon as they come over the hill, it starts to decrease just by a couple of pixels. But Chris Coxhead will stay ahead for the time being. It's a better run out of turn 2 though for Brownlee. Side by side into the cutting, not an ideal choice. And Brownlee wisely backs out of that one.
Coxhead was being just a little protected by still getting that toe off Cody Williams, but that's not going to last forever, and there seems to be something in the balance of the car right now in this space. The tyres are a little bit old. I'm pretty sure both of these cars would have gone fuel only, or Jinx Shifters probably definitely did. If there's better tyres, or maybe just 2 tyres on Orbit Drop Bear Saturn, that could be the difference right now. Suddenly it's Lockhart Brownlee who's quicker and looks like he can put pressure on Chris Coxhead.
While we're at this, while we're watching this battle, we can welcome Oceanic Sim Racing's Mike Korolev to the comms box. G'day, Mike. Good to have a chat with you once again. It has certainly been a while, but we are a mere 8 minutes away from yet another Bathurst 12 hour in the books.
Another immortality. Thanks, guys, for having me on, and thank you for doing an absolute cracker job for 12 hours. That's huge for you guys. Absolutely huge.
Yeah, thank you as well in race control, overseeing everything. You guys certainly had your work cut out for you. Seemed like once the rain started coming down, everyone had some kind of problem that you had to keep track of.
Yeah, look, very much so. And then with the problem with doing race control is you've got race control, but you've also got to make sure that safety cars go out, full course yellows and watch control, that sort of thing. I think there are a few guys out there who probably caught out a little bit by the rain. They probably need to do a little bit more with it, like we all do. The more experience, the better it'll be. But I think it's added a fantastic element. Yes, we've certainly been busy, and sometimes we've had to go back a number of laps, but we've covered everything off pretty well today. So I really think the crew up there in race control and Dan and Nick and Peter and Simon and myself as I've got to thank those guys. They do such a good job, and they really put in a huge effort, and they just soldier on no matter what. Didn't give up. And Nick and Pete had a few computer issues, so they've sort of been in and out. But we've covered all the safety cars off, all that sort of stuff. And Dan was away. He did a race and came back. So yeah, it's a big day. But wow, what an event! What an event!
What an event indeed. We just saw that change for position between Lockhart Brownlee and Chris Coxhead there. Nice move at turn 1. The safety car made quite a few appearances tonight. A bit of a special drive on the safety car today, supporting the Balin Stewart Foundation. Can you tell us a bit more about that, and do you have any eyes on how much money ended up being raised?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as you guys probably know, Michael Stewart is a iRacing member from the Sunshine Coast, and he lost his son in a tragic accident. The foundation is formed to help young people understand just how dangerous knives really are. And it's a wonderful foundation, and he's one of our guys that runs in vets. We thought we're going to support this because it was just gone past the anniversary of young Balin's passing, and so we asked people to pay directly to the foundation, send us a receipt, and we're going to put your name on there. So we've raised about $720, I think, 730 for the foundation, I think somewhere around there. And we put the sponsor on there. And one of the great things is one of the blokes that I know I've met who couldn't race here today because he didn't qualify. He's Spanish. He's got parents who own a restaurant in Spain. He donated and he put their logo on the side of the car. So advertising from a restaurant from Spain is pretty cool, I reckon.
It certainly is. Just continues to inject the sort of international flavour that this event is known for in the real world.
Yep.
And I mean, lap 300 for
Wow.
our race leaders at the moment. What a drive it has been from these reigning winners. They did win the race last year, so they had a lot to come back for here today, and they suffered issues just like anyone else, but I'm sure you've been observing them and just seeing how they go about their work.
Well, this is what we were just talking about at race control. Just a few minutes ago, we actually have had a few minutes to take a look at things. You watch how Dylan drives, how precise he is. Every lap, it's the same spot. Every lap, he's a machine. He's an absolute machine in how he goes about it. So it's wonderful to watch. I mean, these guys will be fast in the pedal car, really, when you think about it.
Yeah.
They're very good. Doesn't matter what you put them in. You know, they chose this car and a lot of guys did the way they went, and that's a different story. But, wow, how quick they've been. But then, guys, there's a Mustang running in third place. So you know, and Evolution are doing a great job there as well. Fantastic for Robbie Gibbs and the boys, and so forth. So, yeah, I think everyone's done a really good job today overall, and probably the qualifying pace is a little bit not quite indicative of who had race pace and how they went, you know, in overall speed of the cars. So, not saying that the car's not a little bit better than what we thought it would be, but overall, still a great event. And we've been proud to bring it on, and we're happy to present those wonderful trophies with the signatures to the pole guys and the winners and those sort of stuff. And then, how about John Hindhaugh?
Yeah, absolutely. Massive pleasure to have him in the commentary box here for the first part of the race. It's a shame that I was still in bed at the time.
Oh, you missed it. Oh, my God, Reece, I'm so sorry.
Pleasure was all mine.
Oh, wonderful, David. Jay, you got to do it. Was Rankin bouncing off the walls? I bet he was. I bet he was.
Yeah, but also because of what his team's GT4 car was up to, which was also giving him heart palpitations.
How wonderful. Hey, listen, guys, you've got 3 minutes to go to finish off the race. It's only a couple of laps. Thank you so much for what you've done. And thank you to all you competitors out there that had a go. And, you know, we 100-odd teams. What a fantastic response. I mean, my next week is taken up with sending refunds for the guys that didn't make it. But thank you for trying. And thank you for all being a part of it, because this race is growing exponentially, and people are doing it, and we're doing our best to bring you the best single race in Australia. So thanks for your part in it, guys, and we really appreciate it up at Race Control and at OSR, and thanks for my Race Control crew. They've done a fantastic job.
And thanks to you too, Mike Korolev, for joining us for a chat as we're about to begin the final lap of this race. We'll see you later, Mike, and yeah, bring on 2026.
Yeah, good call, guys. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Mike Korolev there from Oceanic Sim Racing. We can give all the glory to Volante Rosso by Eclipse #1, as it is 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining, and there's enough time for one more problem. Looks like the WKNP BMW there in GT4 going for a spin at Murray's, as our race leader will be coming round to take the white flag here, David. What more can you say about this car that we haven't already said? Just a magnificent drive it has been from this crew.
Yeah, they haven't been up front all day, but they've been incredibly fast all day. They were incredibly fast in qualifying yesterday. There are nearly 20 other teams in the same car as them that are not as fast as they have been, and they're just going to be kings of the mountain back-to-back years, entirely deservedly off their pace of planning their race out well and being there when it mattered, being quick when it mattered, which has been these last 4 hours.
This last 4 hours has certainly been a bit of a lull in the action at times compared to what we saw in the mid-phase with the rain and the safety cars, all of the incidents that we saw across the top, and the dreaded puddle. I think that's going to live on in infamy for years to come here. Across the top comes Dylan Burse. About this time yesterday, he was getting ready to get the car out onto its shootout lap and grab pole position for this race. They started from the front, and well, they had to look back once or twice. Don't have to look forward here for the GT4, one of the final cars that they are going to lap in this event, and out on to Conrod Straight for the final time. You know, Mike's right. Dylan Burse just incredibly consistent and precise across the top there. Hasn't put a foot wrong as we check out what happened to the BMW.
Oh no.
No.
Oh, okay. We can rest easy. We've been reassured that we are not going to be distressed by that image.
No, certainly not. It was just a simple self-spin there. Last big incident of the race. One more corner to go for Dylan Burse and the whole crew from Volante Rosso by Eclipse. Dylan Burse, Cody Deeth and Damon Woods putting on an absolute masterclass at Bathurst. They are the OSR Bathurst 12-hour winners for 2025.
It's not too long to get the GT4 leader. They've been just behind the outright leader on this lap. So the Blackout OPR 51, they're about to see the checkered flag to win their class. And Stephen McCartan's going to have the honour, but Connor Brody and Greg Barber drove this car as well in a 3-driver lineup, and they win a competitive GT4 category. There were also teams that didn't make the cut, that wanted to be in GT4 and couldn't do it. It was also a fully subscribed category. Blackout OPR, take the chocolates there. Burnouts, that is smoke, not water, on the way up Mountain Straight from your race cars.
Absolutely. The celebrations begin for our podium getters here. Shout out to Evolution Racing Team 31, Robbie Gibbs bringing that car home. He drove with Lachlan Capel and Hayden Vell to a fantastic second place. And Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter a third place in GT3. Josh Banks, Matthew Dench and Harrison Lillis, 3-star drivers in this race so far. And full credit as well must go to the rest of our GT4 podium. Looks like the Australia-wide racing blue car is actually still on its way to the finish here. Alexander Morris at the wheel, sharing this car with Aaron Major and Glenn Watkins. A brilliant drive from car 405. And in third place, Frog Leap Juice Racing Red, Vinnie Newen at the wheel at the end. Daniel Boswell and Braden O'Loughlin shared the car with him, with Dean Hunt taking it to the start of the race. One of the few teams, I think, to actually have 4 drivers at the wheel. There goes Ethan Greg Galton, the Evolution Racing Team number 7 car. They finish in 6th place. It could have been victory for them were it not for a power outage for Ethan. That is going to be some of the final cars across the line here, and we can go through our GT3 results. 302 laps completed by the number 1 car, with the podium rounded out by ERT and Drop Bear Jupiter. Blackout OPR taking 4th and 5th in the Mustang and the Acura respectively. Some great drives from both of those teams' drivers. We just saw Greg Galt crossing the line in 6th place. Daniel Benefield, Simon Mazzomo and Luke Swan in the 953, 7th place for them. And one of the biggest stars of the race, for my money, the sole BMW in the GT3 field, KRF Motorsports Sim Blacks, Hugo Allen, Dion DeGraaf and Brett O'Keefe, putting on a masterclass of just staying in it, and brought in what would have been a very slow car into the top 10. Jackson Rihanna and the Summit Sim Sports Everest car brings that Mustang home in P9, and Kobe Williams will bring the second of our Eclipse Sim Sports Acuras home in 10th. Phil Letchford, meanwhile, in the Cross Continental Motorsports 11, brings that car home. That could have been a top 10 for them as well. Thomas Freeman bringing the Blackout OPR 47 to the finish, and the 606 in the hands of Stuart Ellis crosses the line in 13th place. Byron Pearson, Team 356, could have been a top 5 for that Mustang team, but it was not to be. Dean Mackay will bring it home in 15th in the TriStar Racing 222, another very embattled car. Lockhart Brownlee, we saw battling with Chris Coxhead there for 16th place. And John Merritt driving with Antal Rafael Zabo in the number 64, bringing that car home, fortunately. The Dennis Gatterick as well in that machine. Andrew Scordalis we saw with a spin and a crash at the cutting late on. 19th place for Frog Leap Juice Racing Blue. Dan Yeaman brings home the Orbit Drop Bear Mars car in 20th place. And then Daniel Poulton joins one of many teams that were unfortunately disqualified thanks to a violation of the driver change rule. They include the Rapid Theft Esports 65 and Vermilion Esports, the 117 that was fighting for victory all the way through the middle of the race. Momentum Motorsport also violating that rule. And was unfortunate runnings for all of the Vermilion teams here today. The 228 and the 89 only came home 25th and 26th. Thomas Hins and Brett Loxton also coming a cropper of the driver change regulations. It's 27th for Team Jinx Shifters 209. ERT 462 and 444 ran into major issues over the course of the race, and Caleb Hides rounding out the top 30 cars in GT3. Alex Bird retired the Vendaval Sim Racing car. Declan Bates in the JHF Speed car, they couldn't make it to the end either. Adam Hain in the HTS Racing Yellow car, the last driver to get that one done. And then it was Orbit Drop Bear Venus, Synergy Sim Racing 14, one of the few Ferraris in the field. And then Vermilion Esports 111, 101, and then ERT 12 could not even make it 100 laps into the race. Plenty of drivers in GT3 unsatisfied with today's proceedings, but we got a few satisfied in GT4, David.
Particularly the winners of the GT4 category in the Blackout OPR number 51. And again, that was Connor Brody, Greg Barber, and Stefan McCartan with the most laps completed and the honour of taking the checkered flag after 12 hours of racing at Mount Panorama. They were a whole minute ahead of their next rivals, Australia-wide Racing Blue. Vininoyan completing the race for Frog Leap Juiced Racing Red ended up 1 lap down compared to his class leader. And then WK&P Sim Sports Australia-wide Racing Purple, Frog Leap Juiced Racing Green, Summit Sim Sports K2 Aston Martin, TriStar Racing 999 Mercedes AMG, Frog Leap Juiced Racing Magenta, and 19 Racing. Contenders for podium at 1.51 laps down, just ahead of Locked On Lads, JTIT Race on Oz, Rapid Theft Racing, Blackout OPR 743, and Veteran Gaming Australia Green. Pretty sure we're our pole sitters in that class, but in the end, 189 laps down. 12 hours is a long way, and a multi-class race at the mountain is a tough place for a GT4 car.
Yeah, certainly is. Man, what a fight it was all throughout for our winners here. We can fortunately bring in our race winners in GT3, Damon Woods, Dylan Burse, and the third driver in the number 1 machine was Cody Deeth. So I'm going to just drag him in there. Welcome, guys, and congratulations on a fantastic victory. We'll go to you first, Dylan. You were the one to bring the car across the line. Pretty simple-looking final stint, but you had to come back from quite a bit to get there.
Yeah, pretty much. Hey, I mean, last stint was pretty simple. We had a massive gap, so just wanted to make sure I didn't drive any more than 80% and get the car home in one piece, pretty much. Hey, but yeah, I mean, had some issues through the wet, lost a bit of time there, just from a bit of luck and bit of little issues ourselves. So brought it back though, got it to where we are now. Pretty happy.
Yeah, indeed. Cody, your perspective on the day's events. You were in and amongst it when the weather came out, and it really affected everyone's races. I don't think anyone was safe out there today.
Yeah, no, made it a bit difficult for the team. A couple of mistakes during the wet stint, but managed to keep the car fairly straight, and it all just came down to the last couple of hours, and just hitting the fuel, making sure buying ourselves that ticket for the last couple of hours.
Yeah, buying the ticket was the big thing there. Damon, you started the race in the dark, and you were making appearances all throughout the race. And I got to say, the pace was super consistent between all three of you guys. You all set some incredible laps out there, obviously putting a lot of effort into getting the car set up for this.
Yeah, I mean, we had a bit of help from the boys at Door Esports. We were working on the Acura to prepare for the official iRacing 12 hours. So big thanks to them as well, because, without their effort, we wouldn't have had as good of a setup as we did for today's event. But we just hit the nail on the head and put in consistent laps and brought it home as clean as we could. And despite the issues we had during the race, we maximised our strategy and, secured a good result.
That you did, and it is 2 wins running here, back-to-back in 2024 and 2025 for Eclipse. Dylan, we'll bring you back in. If there's anyone you want to shout out to, give thanks for this fantastic victory.
Well, I mean, first of all, I'd like to shout out the guys that we were running with the whole race, that we were racing and stuff. They got, both of them, mostly the Vermilion car, the 117, and the Vanderbilt car, they were doing really well the whole time. They got caught out with some pretty bad luck, so shame we couldn't race them to the end, but they all did a stellar job up to that, so shout out to them, boys. And then also just the sponsors, OG Gear and Volante Rosso, for come on aboard. That's quite nice. And then all the fellas at Door again, like Dama said, for helping with the setup, and all the guys in Eclipse, obviously, for doing all that jazz, and then you guys for the broadcast and the organisation and stuff. It's pretty good. Yeah, so cheers for that.
Well, we will say goodbye to our race winners in GT3, the Eclipse boys in GT3 with the number 1 on their car. Fantastic job, guys, and we will see you next year. And then, David, we can bring in 2 of the drivers from our GT4 winner. You're going to be chatting to Stefan McCartan and Greg Barber.
Well, congratulations to you guys. Surely a tiring 12 hours of safety cars, weather, and of course, being the little brother bullied class of a multi-class race at a circuit, known for being tough to pass about half of the way around.
Yeah, no, it was really good fun actually. I was expecting a lot more death when the rain came, but everyone was pretty good. And obviously we did have a few safety cars there, which sort of made the heaviest part pass over all under safety car, which was nice. And it was even nicer that I wasn't in the car.
Yeah, there we go. So, Barber, Greg, you must have done some of that driving as well. And GT4s, GT3s, ABS, traction control, but a slippery track is going to be a slippery track no matter what.
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, Connor's not here at the moment. Well done to him. He put in pretty much all the wet driving laps today. Kept it straight, kept it out of the wall. We had some hairy moments, as everyone did. But yeah, it was just a matter of survival, as everyone says. You just got to buy your ticket to the last hour, and we feel like we did that well, and had the pace to maintain the win at the end from Stefan. So well done to him.
Yeah, and Stefan, who was sort of masterminding the strategy for you guys? Because when we look at the big picture of it, you not only got to look at what your rivals are doing, what your stint length is doing when the safety cars are, but also it seemed more complicated about, do you pit with a safety car? Do you stay out? When will you get waved around? How do you maximize all of those complicated strategy stuff? So who was putting in the work on that for you guys?
Sort of at the start, it was probably Dylan Shepherd, the co-owner of BOPR. He gave us a really good spreadsheet that gave us all the details we needed to, and from there we could just fill in how much fuel it needed to cover tyres, the driver swap, 2 tyres, and all of that stuff, and your fuel rate, so you knew exactly if you took X amount of litres, it was going to be X amount of time in the pit box. That was a big help, so shout out to him. And then from there, it was pretty much Barb. Once we got with about 4.5 hours to go, we just worked backwards from the end and working out our minimum and maximum lap times off a rough base figure of how long the race was going to go. Just because with all the safety cars, it obviously brought it shorter a couple of laps than anticipated. But yeah, in the end, it was Dylan Shepherd with the Google effect and Barb's with his experience at the back end there.
Now, I can't keep count if it requires counting on more than one hand, but I think at least 4 team cars for you guys in this race. Greg Barber, must be a big sort of family atmosphere, working off your teammates, all that sort of stuff to keep you going through 12 hours.
Yeah, it was a big effort. And yeah, you're right. You know, it seemed like every second or third car that came up behind us was a team car. That, you know, we're out here trying to win our class, but we also don't want to hold our teammates up too much when they're trying to clear the GT4 field. So yeah, it can be quite tricky. And just a note on the strategy side of things, is that both myself and Connor had some commitments towards the end of the race tonight, so it was actually really tricky to try and predict how many laps each of us needed to do so that we could hand the car over to Stefan, so that he could bring it home. I think we nailed it pretty well. There were a couple of really hairy moments there where sort of safety cars came out 26 laps into a stint, and that was the minimum before a driver was allowed to pretty much jump back in the car, and we got a bit lucky on a couple of occasions with that rule there. I see some of the other teams fell afoul of it.
Well, a big day, a big race. Hopefully you guys can celebrate big as well. Stefan, who are you going to thank for your team performance and GT4 winners in the OSR Bathurst 12 Hour for 2025?
Yeah, shout out to our sponsors. Our main sponsor, name right sponsor, Blackout Electrical Solutions, simrigs.com, Palmerston Bakery, Distraction Sim Supply, Shunt Scenery, and DSM Painting and Decorating. And just a shout out to all the BOPR boys as well. I know they're probably listening just for the help and all the testing we've done over the last 2 weeks for this. To the sidecars and both GD3, GD4, mega effort from the team.
Thanks, guys. Congratulations to you both once again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Reese, the sun rose on the race. We had 12 hours of highly competitive action, and now it sets on Mount Panorama.
It certainly does. Sunsets on the broadcast as well. A huge thanks to Watercraft Performance Centre and Sudspeed for their support of this race, and make sure to bin the blade for Balin and support the Balin Stewart Foundation sponsoring the OSR safety car for today's race. A big thanks to everyone who was involved in the commentary and production team for today. Jay Kennedy, of course, here for the whole race and bringing you these live pictures. I'm Reese Gardner. I was joined by David Haynes, Scott Rankin, Dan Yeaman, Brandon Stuck, Hamish Munro, and the man, the myth, the legend himself, John Hindhoff, here for the start. Just incredible to have him on board for one of Australia's great sim races. Big shout out to the crew at Oceanic Sim Racing as well for putting this event together, and to Peter Baxter, who was our liaison with race control throughout this race. Mega job, guys. Congratulations to all our winners, all our podium getters, all of our finishers from what turned out to be a very brutal race. All I can say now is bring on 2026. We're SimSpeed TV. This has been the OSR Bathurst 12 Hour.